Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 10SZ Chapter 419 Doflamingo heard Rafit soften, and the smile on his face became even worse. When he saw Rafit, he already knew the intention of the other party. To be precise, both sides knew well, and both knew each other well. The idea of an alliance is nothing more than specific benefits and processes, which require their respective capabilities to fight for. Alliance. You have to know that although the Whitebeard Pirates are now weakened by the death of Whitebeard, under Shinigami's leadership, it is still the #1 force in New World, and it can even defeat your Blackbeard Pirates. Not seeking an alliance is enough to explain their horror. Moreover, I heard that not long ago, two members of your pirate group, Admiral, the former impelled down guard Shiryu of Long Reign, and the great pirate king died in the hands of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hearing these words, Rafit's face became ugly. Doflamingo is really what the pot does not open or lift the pot. Although what he said is true, he was told that he was beating the Blackbeard Pirates' face. Your Excellency Tianyasha, be careful when you speak. We came to you to form an alliance, not because of the pressure of the Whitebeard Pirates, but our captain did not want the pirates to lose too much, so we came to you to form an alliance. Doflamingo shrugged and said, well, no matter what you say, if you come to me to form an alliance, it means that you have been forced to a certain extent, at least you are at a disadvantage, and to be honest, I am not in the face of your experience. Surprised, Shinigami, I have fought him many times, and I know his difficulties, so I have to think carefully about whether to alliance with you. Rafit said with a disdain. Could it be that you are scared by Shinigami, and you don't even have the courage to fight him? What are you guys talking about? Seeing Rafit mocking Doflamingo, Torpal suddenly burst into anger and slowly drank. Torpal. Doflamingo stopped Torpal, and then said to Rafit, you don't need to irritate me. If I want to form an alliance, as long as I have enough interests, I can form an alliance. But if I don't want to form an alliance, no matter what you say, stimulate me, it doesn't have any effect for me, so I don't need to say more nonsense, let's just do something simple. Rafit's eyes narrowed. At this time, he had understood Doflamingo's psychology. Doflamingo did not want to form an alliance, but wanted more benefits. If the benefits are enough, he will agree, but on the contrary, if the benefits are not enough, he must not, will agree. Then what do you have? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rafit couldn't figure out the price of Doflamingo, so he could only bite the bullet and asked. Doflamingo smiled, and he said, I want all the wealth of the Whitebeard Pirates, half of the site, Shinigami's head and his sword. Impossible. Rafit did not hesitate to reject Doflamingo's terms, and said with a cold face. Don't overdo it. This kind of terms means that you have no intention to talk about it. Doflamingo is indeed the lion's big mouth. The Whitebeard pirate group has existed for decades and has countless treasures. Even Blackbeard does not know how much. The reason why Blackbeard wants to destroy the Whitebeard pirate group is for Whitebeard. The pirate group's territory, secondly, is for treasure. With the wealth of the Whitebeard pirate group, the Blackbeard pirate group can reach the top of the New World at once. After all, even the 4 emperors need wealth to consolidate their position. Without sufficient benefits, who will follow you? Therefore, as soon as Doflamingo made this request, Rafit did not hesitate to refuse. He pulled the Doflamingo alliance, just to increase assistance against the Whitebeard Pirates. If such a large benefit is given to Doflamingo, then they Blackbeard see what about the thieves? As for the half of the site, it was even more absurd. Blackbeard wanted to become the pirate 4 emperors. How could he give up the site to Doflamingo? If he really did that, how could his position be stabilized? Doflamingo's face also became serious, and said, you have to make it clear that you want to alliance with me, not I beg you. If you are not willing to give me this benefit, why should I help you? Rafit said. If you insist, then there is no need for us to talk, goodbye. As he said, Rafit turned around, and his wings appeared sadly. It seemed that he was about to leave. As for Doflamingo, his eyes flickered constantly. The moment Rafit flew off the ground, he shouted, and many more. Rafit grinned at the corner of his mouth, stopped his movements, turned around slowly, and said, what else do you want to say? For a 4. Doflamingo laughed and said, it's rare for you to come here, and you can't let you down completely. You are not satisfied with the conditions I put forward. Then tell me, what are the conditions you can give? Rafit said, as long as the Whitebeard pirate group is destroyed, our captain will definitely become the new 4 emperors. At that time, he will still be in an alliance with you and help you conduct underground transactions within the sphere of influence of our pirate group. Doflamingo laughed disdainfully. According to what you said, would I not see any substantive benefits? Just got some promises from you. Take a step back. If you go back, then you should. What should I do? I will never agree to this condition. Rafit said, if our captain becomes the new 4 emperors, with his support, you will definitely be able to expand your sphere of influence. As for you worry about our repentance, it is not a problem at all. We will naturally kill all enemies when we deal with the enemy, but treating our allies, we will abide by our promises. Doflamingo waved his hand and said, don't say these nice things, anyway, I just don't believe it. I don't want so-called promises, as long as substantive benefits. In this way, I take a step back and ask for 2/3 of the wealth of the Whitebeard Pirates, and 1/3 of the site, plus Shinigami's head and sword. Chapter 420. Still impossible. Rafit still shook his head. In this matter, he will never let Doflamingo succeed. Even if the alliance cannot be completed, he will not give Doflamingo so much of their benefits. The benefits Doflamingo said are enough. Going to join the Four Emperors pirate group, why bother with Doflamingo alliance? Doflamingo said impatiently. This is not good, that is not good, so what do you want? Rafit said. It's still the conditions I just stated, plus some treasures. Doflamingo said coldly. The last chance, 1/3 of the wealth and territory, if you still don't agree, then there is no discussion. Seeing Doflamingo's resolute attitude, Rafferty's face continued to change. He already felt Doflamingo's impatience. If he really refused, Doflamingo might turn his face on the spot. Wait, I will contact the captain now, and if he agrees, then follow what you said. By now, Raffet was no longer the master, so he expressed his attitude towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo shrugged and said, yes, it's up to you. In fact, he was not prepared to participate in the battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates, even if he and Lingyun have a great hatred, but it will not affect his view of the world situation. But now with the invitation of the Blackbeard Pirates, this is different. The gap between the Blackbeard Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates is not very big. If you add him, then the Blackbeard Pirates must be stronger. Zhang has a chance to defeat the Whitebeard Pirates and Lingyun. The hatred between him and Lingyun is second. The most important thing is that if he and Blackbeard join forces, there is a great chance of destroying the Whitebeard Pirates. Not only will he be able to get revenge, but he will also be able to get huge benefits, so he's still inclined to the alliance. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rafid communicated with Blackbeard through a phone worm. It was about a while before Rafid hung up the phone, turned his head, looked at Doflamingo, and said, I have been on the phone with the captain. How? Doflamingo asked with a smile, with a complete look on his chest. Rafid said, our captain agreed, but it is also conditional. Everything you want must be after completely destroying the Whitebeard pirate group and killing Shinigami. One of these two conditions is not fulfilled. What you want things will not be honored. I really don't want to suffer at all. Yes, I agree to your terms. Doflamingo is a very arrogant man. He didn't get any benefits before, so naturally he had all kinds of excuses, but now that he can get benefits, he has a proud personality. Either do nothing, or kill with one blow. I don't know what your captain wants to do. Isn't it just going to fight like this? Doflamingo asked. Rafit said. There are plans, but in the end it depends on strength. Before absolute strength, all conspiracy and tricks are useless. Together, you and me will definitely be stronger than the Whitebeard Pirates. That being said, you must never underestimate the Whitebeard Pirates, especially their captain, Shinigami. I am not afraid of being ashamed. I have played against him several times, and none of them have been able to take advantage. It is not only us, but as far as I know, you in the fight against Shinigami, it seems that I have never gained an advantage. Doflamingo did not hide his disadvantages and said directly. Rafit didn't answer the conversation, but changed the subject and said, for specific matters, our captain will find time to discuss with you in detail. What do you think? Doflamingo smiled and said, yes, then I will wait for your captain to drive. Then, goodbye. Rafit bid farewell to Doflamingo, and then he soared into the sky and flew away. Dover, are you really ready to cooperate with the Blackbeard Pirates? After Rafit left, Torpal said worriedly, the fellow Blackbeard is not a good stubborn. He can betray even the Whitebeard who has been following for 20 years. He is obviously a man with no bottom line. Don't you be afraid of the aftermath of the alliance. Will he break his promise? Doflamingo's face was serious, with a sneer, and said, of course I won't believe them, and they don't have anything I can trust. I promised to alliance with them because we have a common goal, the Whitebeard Pirates. Torpal asked. Dover, I know that Shinigami has hatred with us, but for those hatreds, is it too irrational to choose an alliance with the Blackbeard Pirates? After all, the Whitebeard Pirates are very strong now. Even with the Blackbeard alliance, whether they can defeat the Whitebeard Pirates, there are still two things to say. Doflamingo said, how do you know if you don't try? And if the Whitebeard pirate group was eliminated, the dilemma that we have been unable to develop for so many years will be solved immediately. At that time, we will get wealth and territory, which can enable us to develop further. I want money and money, people and people, weapons and weapons, and sights and sights. At that time, I might not be able to go one step further and fight for the higher position. Speaking of the end, Doflamingo's pupils suddenly burst into an astonishing light. Not only was Blackbeard who wanted to become a 4 emperor at 1.2, but Doflamingo also had such ambitions. Over the years, he used Dressrosa as a base and developed rapidly. He has become the biggest force in the underground world of New World, but everything he has is totally different from the 4 emperors. In New World, 4 emperors is still the real overlord. With his status and identity, he can only subdue under the 4 emperors, and even rely on the power of the beasts Kaido to consolidate his position. Although he is already very strong now, but he is far from satisfied. He is the chosen son of heaven. How can he succumb to others? So he has been looking for a breakthrough opportunity, and this time the war between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates, perhaps can make him go further. Chapter 421. Hearing Doflamingo's ambition, Torpal, instead of worrying, laughed happily. Ha ha ha, this is our young master, the one chosen by heaven. When Torpal and other top cadres selected Doflamingo, they took a fancy to his conqueror's haughty and his cruel and domineering character, and he continued to cultivate them, so he cultivated Doflamingo who appeared in him. As a family that is both prosperous and ruined, Torpal certainly hopes that Doflamingo can become the strongest man in the world, so after hearing Doflamingo's words, he has no previous worries. He believes that Doflamingo's hockey will add with their help, no matter who the opponent is, they can solve it. Doflamingo said, but the guy Blackbeard wants to use me, he is too naive, but now is not the time to care about these things with him, everything has to wait until the Whitebeard pirate group is destroyed. Not only is Blackbeard wanting to use Doflamingo on 18th, Doflamingo also wants to use Blackbeard, but no matter what plans they have in their hearts, they all have the same goal, which is to destroy the Whitebeard Pirates first, only to destroy the Whitebeard Pirates. When the regiment is destroyed, everything they envision can begin. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed. In this month, except for the huge movement that occurred when the Marine headquarters moved in, New World did not have any major incidents, even the Blackbeard Pirates who had been fighting before. Both the regiment and the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment did not make waves again, but were calm. But in this calm, many people in New World are staring at the Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates, because they all know that these two pirates can't really be quiet at all. The Emperor did not decide to come out, they will not stop fighting, not to mention that there is still life and death between them, so it is even more impossible to coexist like this. As everyone imagined, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates certainly cannot coexist, because both sides are ready to destroy each other at any time. 1 month is enough to change many things. For example, the alliance negotiation between the Blackbeard Pirates and the Don Quixote family has been completed, and the Blackbeard Pirates and the Don Quixote family form an alliance, but the alliance is naturally carried out in the dark, except for both of them. No one knows that they have formed an alliance and have begun to fight against the Whitebeard Pirates. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Such a secret alliance, Lingyun naturally didn't know, he had already begun to work on the Blackbeard Pirate group. Everything is ready, Lingyun, time is up for you, you can start, Marco said solemnly. Lingyun nodded, looked ahead, and slowly said, yeah, it's time to put an end to all of this. Did I let the person you're looking for find it? Marco said, I found it, but what you're looking for is just a few ordinary rookie pirates. Lingyun said, don't underestimate them. You have seen that Straw Hat Boy. Although these people are not as good as that boy, they are also very good pirates. Our Whitebeard pirate group is now in urgent need of employment. A few people have great potential, and if they can join us, they will be powerful in the future. Marco said, well, I believe your vision. Now that you have decided, do as you say. There are just a few rookie pirates on the left and right. They can really play a role in dealing with the Blackbeard Pirates. Does it work? Lingyun said, if you have more power, we will have a better chance of winning. Although the guy Blackbeard hasn't noticed what he has done recently, I know he will definitely not sit and wait for death, so in order to be safe, we must be foolproof. Although he killed Shiryu of Rain and the evil king of the Blackbeard Pirates and weakened the opponent's strength, Lingyun still would not underestimate Blackbeard. Even if he is confident now, he still has no absolute certainty to defeat Blackbeard, because Dark the combination of fruit and shock fruit, together with the other abilities that Blackbeard has acquired, is definitely very difficult, so Lingyun has always regarded Blackbeard as the biggest threat. I see, but what are you going to do? Marco asked. Lingyun said, you have to be in charge, it is not suitable to move, let Ace go, and Aokiji, I will go out personally, just right. What if Blackbeard finds out? Marco asked. Lingyun said, it's okay, even if he finds it out, it's okay, because he doesn't put those newcomers in his eyes. What's more, those newcomers are also more personal and not so easy to subdue, there will be unexpected accidents. The manpower is already in place, and as soon as you get your order in 10 days, the 900 attack will be launched immediately, Marco said. Lingyun said, just follow the plan we have made, first determine the location of Blackbeard, and then you will be in charge of the command, and the rest will be left to me. Lingyun is very clear about his strengths and weaknesses. His strongest part is his combat effectiveness. As for commanding large forces in wars, he has no experience. The person with the most experience is Marco. He was already excellent in the Whitebeard period. Commander, so Lingyun is relieved to give all the power to him. Although defeating the entire Blackbeard pirate group is the ultimate victory, in Lingyun's eyes, his goal is Blackbeard from beginning to end. As long as Blackbeard can be solved, Marco will be able to handle everything else, but the specific combat plan is still, it depends on him to specify. Aokiji, I have asked him to act. With his ability, the problem shouldn't be too big. You will inform you of Ace's words. Now I have to act, Lingyun said to Marco. Marco nodded and said, since you think the newcomer is worth a visit, then do as you want. On the Blackbeard Pirates, I will always keep an eye on him, and I will never let him. There is an opportunity. Chapter 422. By the way, one more thing, Lingyun, Squidward wants to see you. When Lingyun was about to leave, Marco suddenly remembered something and said to him. Lingyun frowned. He didn't have a good impression of Squidward, because he betrayed Whitebeard during the battle for the top, and assassinated Whitebeard. If he hadn't prepared for it, I'm afraid Squidward would have done so. Stabbed Whitebeard, so he didn't have a good impression of such a betrayer, but because Whitebeard forgave Squidward, Lingyun was unwilling to disobey, so he still let Squidward stay under the Whitebeard pirate group. But now, although Squidward's great Vortex Spider Pirates are still under the Whitebeard Pirates, life is not good. What he did in the Battle of the Top, although the people who participated in the war were almost the same. I forgive him, but the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group who have not participated in the war have changed a lot in their attitude towards him. But this is not the most difficult. The most difficult thing is that Lingyun's views on them have changed. As the new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, his attitude directly determines the views of the people below, so Squared himself after the top war ended, it was very unsatisfactory. What does he want to see me for? Lingyun asked. Marco said. You should know, Lingyun, Squared is already very pitiful, I hope you don't leave him in the cold. Lingyun snorted, I didn't leave him in the cold, he did something wrong and would be punished. Although he didn't hurt his father, his approach was betrayal. If he can be provoked and betrayed once, he will be able to have the first time. The second time, you said, how can I trust him? As a companion for many years, Marco still has a certain affection for Squared, but what Squared did was really offensive, but he had to help persuade. Well, you let him come to see me. In the end, Lingyun decided to give Marco a face, and he also knew that Marco was embarrassed. Marco quickly brought Squared to Lingyun's face. When Squared saw Lingyun, he immediately shouted with guilt. Captain. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun waved his hand and said, well, I know what you saw me for. To be honest, Squared, I do have a bit of grudge against you in my heart, but from the recent situation, I also know that you're still very loyal, so let me give you a chance. If you do a good job, I will abandon the previous complaints and treat you like before. Squared didn't expect that after seeing him, Lingyun would directly say what was on his mind. During this time, he could be said to be suffering. Although everyone said that he was not blamed, he knew that many people have a grudge against him in their hearts. Faced with everyone's strange eyes, Squared's mood can be imagined, and more importantly, the new captain Lingyun is not very friendly to him, so he tried every means to change the status quo, but it was a pity that he was unable to do anything. After so long, he finally couldn't bear it, and found Marco and asked Marco for help. In fact, Squared really came to a dead end, because he betrayed during the Battle of the Top. Even if he escapes from the Whitebeard Pirates, it is impossible for someone else to contain him, and he never thought of leaving, so there is only one way left. Really? Squared screamed excitedly and looked at Lingyun expectantly. He knew very well that as the current captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Lingyun's status is unshakable. As long as he changes his attitude, he is in the Whitebeard Pirates. The status in Daxia will not be so embarrassing. Lingyun said, I don't have to lie to you. This battle is so important to us. I believe you know it very well. As long as you can make contributions in this war, I believe everyone will look at you with admiration. Wash away the shame of your battle on top. Squared responded loudly. Captain, don't worry, I will go all out to make that B******** D Blackbeard look good. Well, I hope you do what you say. Lingyun nodded. After Squared left, Marco asked Lingyun, you really think so? Lingyun said, I am indeed dissatisfied with him, but I am not blind. I can naturally see that he is loyal to the pirates, but it will take some time to completely let go of his obsession. If this time if I can really serve, of course I will fulfill my promise. That would be the best. This is the scene Marco wants to see most. After Lingyun talked to Marco, he left the base, hiding his figure, and heading in a direction of New World. The purpose of his departure this time was also very simple. He was looking for a pirate who could help the Whitebeard. The combat effectiveness of the regiment, and this time his goal is to be a supernova of the same era as Luffy, Trafalgar Law, Ace's goal is Hawkins, and Aokiji's goal is Eustace Kid, which is also temporarily collected by the Whitebeard Pirates. The information of the three people arrived. Lingyun knows very well that in this era of Luffy, there have been many strong men, Luo, Kid, Hawkins, Arp, etc. They are all very potential figures, especially Luo. His op fruit has unlimited potential. It would definitely be a big help if he was dragged into the ship of the Whitebeard pirate group, so he went to negotiate with Luo himself, because he was 90% sure that Luo agreed. As for Ace and Aokiji, the order Lingyun gave them is also very simple. Find Hawkins and Kid and let them join the Whitebeard pirates. If you don't want to, then don't be polite and kill them ruthlessly. Lingyun is not a soft-hearted person. He knows that these people will be extraordinary in the future. Since they cannot be paid under the command of income, it is best to get rid of them, because these people are all ambitious, although they are far behind Blackbeard. Many, but in the future, it will definitely be troublesome. He is a person who doesn't like trouble, so he must plan ahead. According to the information collected by Marco, Luo was in New World at this time, so Lingyun went directly to where he was. Chapter 423. Like Lingyun, Aokiji and Ace also set off at the same time. Otherwise, Ace will go to Hawkins, and Aokiji will go to Kid. Among the supernovas of the Luffy generation, Lingyun doesn't know a lot, except for Luffy, Zoro, and Luo. Kid is considered the most famous, but apart from knowing that his abilities are related to magnets, the rest is not very clear. The same yes, Hawkins and others are the same. However, it is Ace and Aokiji who are on the move. With their strength, it is relatively simple to deal with these two supernovae. As for why they are only looking for these three people, it is because the other people have no news. Lingyun set off 3 points separately. The first person to find his target was Ace. Ace started to recruit Hawkins according to what Lingyun said, but he obviously underestimated the newcomer Hawkins, who did not intend to join the Whitebeard Pirates. So Ace fought with the Hawkins Pirates. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is natural that Ace will win the battle. Before the top battle, Ace's strength is already very strong. It is a little weaker than Marine Admiral, but it is also a quasi-admiral level. Although Hawkins is a supernova, and there are many subordinates, but even if they add up, they are still not Ace's opponents. From the beginning of the battle, they have been crushed and beaten by Ace. But accidents often happen inadvertently. When Ace was chasing Hawkins' pirates to fight, he unexpectedly encountered another supernova, that is, the captain of the broadcast pirates, Hyaming. Skulikman. Arp. This Apu is definitely a strange person. His character is unpredictable. The average pirates who see Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates chasing the Hawkins pirates will definitely choose to escape, but it is definitely not something ordinary people can afford, especially the famous, Firefist, Ace. But Arp is different. He saw Hawkins being chased by Ace. Instead of running away, he took someone to rescue Hawkins and teamed up with Hawkins to fight Ace. The two supernovas, plus so many of their subordinates, joined forces to deal with Ace, but Ace's power has become stronger and stronger now, so the two of them are still very embarrassed and have to flee again, but this time they flee. Become two people. Because Lingyun had told him not to be too blatant to prevent the Blackbeard Pirates from being found, after chasing for a while, Ace had no choice but to give up and return to the Whitebeard Pirates. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ace didn't go well, and Aokiji didn't go well either. Aokiji's personality is a kind of lazy personality, so even after joining the Whitebeard Pirates, Lingyun gave him the task. He was not in a hurry to go completed, but rather leisurely following the footsteps of the Kid Pirates. While Aokiji moved slowly, the Kid Pirates also encountered a lot of trouble, but their trouble did not come from others, but from the Marine headquarters that had just moved into New World. During this period of time, in addition to the Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates of New World, among the pirate forces, their supernovas are the most active in this session, and the Kid Pirates is the most popular among them. In a short period of time, he has already made a big name, and now the forces of New World know that there is a super newcomer from Kid. Being able to make a name in New World, and at this tense moment when the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates are fighting, is enough to prove that the Kid Pirates is extraordinary. After several months, after entering New World, Kid's strength improved quickly, and he also had a supernova, Kira, and the two teamed up to set off a hurricane. However, although the Kid Pirates are very popular in New World, they have attracted the attention of Marine headquarters because of their excessive publicity. Akainu has just moved the Marine headquarters into New World and is worried that there is no way to stand up, so he focused his attention on the famous big pirates in New World, and the Kid Pirates was one of the targets. Kid, Marine is chasing too closely, what should I do? On the boat of the Kid Pirate group, Kira looked at the pirate ship behind him, and asked Kid at the bow. Kid coldly snorted with an unhappy expression. Why these annoying guys keep chasing us? It's been several days, don't they need to rest? The Kid Pirates have been chased by Marine in the rear for several days, and his anger has become more and more in the past few days. Marine's warships are indeed higher than their pirate ships. Can't get rid of the Marine warship behind. Kira wearing a mask said, the guy behind is completely like a mad dog, chasing us hard, making it even more troublesome. This guy is a Logia-capable person and restrains our abilities. White Hunter, Smoker, isn't this guy in the first half of the Grand Line? How come now to the New World and lead the Marine warship independently? It turned out that the person pursuing the Kid Pirates was the very rare Logia-capable person in the Marine headquarters, the White Hunter. Smoker. He has been transferred from the Marine headquarters to the G5 division of New World, and independently led the G5 division. Can be regarded as a high-powered person. Originally, he was transferred to New World to find his old rival, Luffy, the Straw Hat, but at this time Luffy was hidden and did not show up. Later, he received Akainu's order to chase down the Kid Pirates, so only when he was ordered to get up, several days have passed since this chase. As a Logia ability person, Smoker's strength is actually not weak. When he was a colonel in Logue Town, he was a colonel at the top of the war. It also showed strong strength, although it is not very strong, it relies on Logia ability. For many people, he is a very difficult existence to defeat, even if it is the Kid Pirates at this time. When facing Smoker, he has a headache and can only choose to escape. Lieutenant General Smoker, the other party is already within our attack range. Do you want to shell out? The G5 division is different from the General Marine division. They are not traditional Marine soldiers, but a group of Marines who are least like Marine. Completely criminals. Even Smoker took a lot of effort to temporarily incorporate them. Chapter 424. Although the Marine soldiers in the G5 division are a group of thorns, but I have to admit that being able to survive in New World is a very difficult thing in itself, so their combat effectiveness is much stronger than ordinary Marine soldiers. Smoker's personality is also different from that of General Marine generals, so within a few months, he has become a part of this group of soldiers. This time he was ordered to pursue the Kid Pirates and was also very active. Hearing what his subordinates said, Smoker immediately said in a deep voice, fire and attack them, never let them run again. It has been several days since I chased the Kid Pirates. Every time I let the opponent run away, Smoker was very upset. He played against Kid, and the strength of the opponent made him very jealous. If the opponent continues to develop, he might also become a tricky character like Luffy in the Straw Hat, so in order to prevent any accidents, he is so persevering. Boom boom boom. The gunfire blasted wildly, and the pirate ship of the Kid Pirates group that was fleeing swiftly vibrated, but instead of hitting the hull, it hit the surrounding sea. The shock caused by the explosion made the sea tremble. The thief ship shook. No, Captain, Marine's artillery attack is too fierce, we can't accelerate. The helm of the Kid Pirates yelled eagerly. He wanted to control the ship to avoid the artillery fire while at the same time controlling the balance. Naturally, there was no way to accelerate. Damn white ghost. Kid roared angrily. Smoker's crazy pursuit made him very angry. He shouted, if you can't accelerate, you won't accelerate. Everyone listens to orders, fires, fires. I want to see who can hold on to the end. The clay figurine is still angry, not to mention a very arrogant person like Kid. He didn't want to fight Smoker before, because it didn't make sense, and Smoker was really difficult, so he chose to escape. But now Smoker is not chasing after him. She deceived too much, he couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately prepared to go to war with Smoker. The two sides continued to use artillery fire. Although the number of hits was not many, it was still very fierce. However, the artillery attack was only auxiliary after all. When the ships of both sides were constantly approaching, the artillery attack appeared to be more cautious. After the ship approached, the number of cannons fired even less. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. First saw a marine on the warship shook the thick iron chain abruptly, threw it onto the Kid pirate ship, and fixed it, and then all the marine soldiers from G5 rushed towards the Kid pirate ship and stopped, artillery attack. Smoker was the fastest. He suddenly turned into white smoke, shot out like a cannonball, and quickly flew to the boat of the Kid pirate group, and headed straight for Kid. White Hunter, Smoker, Kid screamed, and saw that the surrounding iron weapons and metal were all rapidly gathering around him, forming two huge metal arms, which suddenly smashed at Smoker. Because of Kid's ability, he always had a lot of metal materials on the pirate ship. Once he started, he immediately used his advantage, gathered all the metal materials on his body, and started a battle with Smoker. Both Smoker and Kid have special abilities. One is Logia, and there is a suspect with the ability of the magnet system. They are not gorgeous, but rather boring, because at this time, Smoker and Kid have not yet learned to use hockey, more is to fight on their own ability. But the problem lies here. Smoker is Logia. Although Kid's ability is very strong, it can't hurt Smoker at all. Smoker doesn't have hockey. With the sea stone on the crosshand, he can't hit Kid at all, because Kid was completely surrounded by two huge metal arms. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the defense. In addition to the battle between Smoker and Kid, no one can do anything about it. The other members of the Kid Pirates also fought with Smoker's men. In terms of the number of people, Marine has the advantage, but the Kid Pirates' men. The pirates are very strong, especially Kira, who is also a supernova. A pair of double swords is even more impressive. There are no opponents in Marine. There are still dozens of people teaming up, and they can barely resist it. The rest are also it was Marine. The two sides fought in full swing on the Kid Pirates ship, and both sides had casualties, but slowly, it was obvious that the Marine side had the advantage, because although this group of Marines are soldiers, their ability to cooperate is not bad, plus there are many people, so naturally they have an advantage. Just when the two sides were fighting you and me, when they were fiercely intense, suddenly a lazy voice rang in their ears. Ah la la, why is it so lively here, ah? The sound was not loud, but in the course of this fierce battle, it exploded like thunder, making all Marines and pirates who were fighting could not help stopping their movements, looking towards the source of the sound. 0. This is? When they turned their heads and looked around, their faces changed drastically. Whether it was a pirate or a Marine soldier, they were all shocked, like seeing the most terrifying person in the world. I saw a man riding a bicycle standing on the sea next to them. The sea under his feet was formed with a piece of ice, so he was able to stand on the top. This man is tall, thin and full of body. Wearing simple clothes, wearing a windbreaker, and carrying a small bag, it looks like a wandering person. The man stood there, but the pirates and Marines dared not move. Even Kid and Smoker were shocked, especially Smoker, as if he couldn't believe his eyes and stared at this man. See, Marine Admiral Aokiji. A pirate under the Kid Pirates stammered Aokiji's name and swallowed hard. But as soon as he said to play, another pirate immediately retorted, no, to be precise, it should be the former Marine Admiral, the current Whitebeard Pirate Group 0 Division Captain, the Great Pirate, Aokiji. Chapter 425. Aokiji, it's really Aokiji, the former Marine Admiral Aokiji. The Marines also reacted at this time. They were even more shocked than the pirates of the Kid Pirates, because those pirates have nothing to do with Aokiji, but these Marine soldiers are different. Aokiji is them. Once the immediate boss, and still the object of worship by many people, now seeing Aokiji after defecting is naturally very shocking. Kid and Smoker have stopped. Seeing Aokiji appear, Kid's expression has changed and changed again. If it was before, when he saw Aokiji, his first reaction was to escape, but now, thinking of Aokiji's current identity, although there are still some worried, but not as strong as before. Original Marine Admiral Aokiji, how could it be so coincidental? Kid muttered to himself. Smoker's mood is even more complicated. You must know that Aokiji used to be his direct boss. The two were also outstanding disciples of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. Not only did they learn from the same school, but they also had a very good relationship. The reason why he was able to transfer to New World, also walked through Aokiji's back door, and later Aokiji left Marine, he still can't believe it. Here and now, after seeing Aokiji, Smoker suddenly didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say, but Aokiji looked at Smoker normally and said, oh, long time no see, Smoker. Aokiji. Smoker called out the title of Aokiji with a complicated complexion. The next moment, he solemnly said, your current identity is really not Marine anymore, but has you joined the Whitebeard Pirate Group? Aokiji said, ah, I have joined the Whitebeard Pirates. My current identity is the Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the Zero Division. Smoker's face became very ugly, and he said solemnly, the Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the Zero Division, it's really hard to believe that this is what you said, Kuzan. Aokiji said faintly. If you don't believe it, there is no way, this is already a fact. Why? Smoker asked with an ugly expression. Why is this? Even if you lose to Sakazuki Admiral, you can't be Marine Marshal, but you are still Marine Admiral. Why did you make the choice to betray Marine? And you also joined the mortal enemy Whitebeard Pirate, under the regiment? Aokiji said lightly. Smoker, you don't understand. For you, Marine Admiral is enough, but for me, it's impossible for me to do things under Sakazuki, who disagrees. I can't do it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. That's what Aokiji thought. He lost to Akainu. Akainu is the Marine Marshal. If he continues to stay in Marine, he will be restrained by Akainu. This is unacceptable to him, because his ideas are completely different from Akainu. Different, he didn't want to go against his own ideas, so he finally chose to leave. It was just a coincidence that he joined the Whitebeard Pirates, and it happened that Lingyun appeared at that time. Smoker said, I know you are not the kind of person who makes decisions at will, but since you have made a decision, you must have your own ideas. Although I cannot agree with your ideas, I know that from now on, you it's the pirate, I'm Marine, and we are already on the opposite side. Yup. Aokiji nodded noncommittally and said, I am a pirate, and you are Marine. We are indeed in opposition. Then, are you going to catch me? Hearing Aokiji's words, Smoker gave a wry smile and said, Catch you? Don't be kidding. All of us combined are not enough for your opponent with one hand. Catch you is no different from finding your own dead end. Ah, if you don't catch me, then that would be the best, Smoker. Although I am now a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, I don't want to be your enemy, Aokiji said. Smoker asked. The atmosphere between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates is very tense. Not long ago, you guessed and killed Shiryu of the Rain and the evil king of the Blackbeard Pirates. Is it troublesome for you? Aokiji said, Blackbeard, it's a bit troublesome, but this is a task assigned by the captain, so I can only take one trip. Captain? Smoker frowned and asked. Aokiji said, Yes, Captain, the new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Shinigami, Edward G. Lingyun. Shinigami, Edward G. Lingyun. Hearing this name, Smoker's face became even more ugly. This name is really thrilling. Now G. Lingyun is definitely the most famous figure in New World besides the three emperors, even if he killed Whitebeard in the battle on the top. The well-known Blackbeard is also a bit worse than G. Lingyun. Because Blackbeard killed Whitebeard and gained the ability of Shockfruit, but G. Lingyun is even more legendary. He is a figure who has become famous since the era of the Big Pirate. The rise of Blackbeard is only recent. G. Lingyun is not only famous, strong, and now he inherited the Whitebeard Pirates and suppressed the Blackbeard Pirates, so in the eyes of many people, he is more powerful than Blackbeard. Mission. What do you mean by mission? Smoker asked suddenly. Aokiji didn't look at Smoker anymore. Instead, he turned to Eustace Kid and said, Eustace Kid, it's you. Kid didn't expect Aokiji to look at him. His expression changed suddenly, and his expression was a little nervous and said, Aokiji. Smoker also looked surprised, and suddenly asked Aokiji, Kuzan, is your target him? 3.9? Kid was also shocked when he heard Smoker's call. A few months ago, he had just seen the power of Marine Admiral Kizaru. Although he did not fight Kizaru at that time, he knew that he was far away. After such a little time, Aokiji, who is also at the level of Marine Admiral, naturally can't be an adversarial player either. Although he was frightened in his heart, Kid still forced himself to show no timidity. He calmly asked Aokiji, Aokiji, you are no longer Marine. There shouldn't be any intersection between you and me. If it was before, knowing that Aokiji came to him, he would definitely turn around and flee, but now Aokiji's attitude has shown that he is now a pirate of the Whitebeard Pirates, so I remember that although he was nervous, he did not lose his footing. Chapter 426. Faced with Kid's question, Aokiji said lightly, the captain ordered. Captain's order. Kid looked puzzled. Of course he knew who the Captain Aokiji was talking about. It's just that he had heard of Shinigami countless times, but he had never seen a real person once. He didn't know the intersection between himself and Shinigami, why Shinigami would let Aokiji come to him. I don't know your captain, right? Aokiji got off the bicycle and stood above the sea. The place where he was standing immediately formed ice. I have to say that, looking at the whole One Piece, among all the capable people, Aokiji is the one who is least afraid of seawater. I don't care about everything else, the captain's order, I just have to follow it. Kid asked vigilantly. Then what do you want, and what does your captain want to do? Kuzan. Before Aokiji spoke, the smoker on the side suddenly spoke to Aokiji. He is the person our Marine wants. You can't take him away. Smoker knows very well that if Aokiji wants to take away the Kid Pirates, with their 19 strength, they can't stop it at all, so he opened his mouth to express his attitude in advance. Aokiji looked at Smoker and said slowly, That's really embarrassing, Smoker, you know, I am now in the Whitebeard Pirate Group. As a member of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, if I can't complete the task assigned by the captain, then the situation will be very embarrassing, even marginalized and distrusted. Don't laugh, Kuzan, you are the former Marine Admiral. You killed so many pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates during the war. Do you think they will treat you as their own? Even if you join the Whitebeard Pirates now, it's just that they want to use your combat power to improve your strength, so you don't have to do anything in exchange for Shinigami's trust. It's impossible. Smoker unceremoniously hit Aokiji, and it's also very ugly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hey, Boss Smoker, that's the original Admiral, can you speak more relaxedly? Smoker didn't feel anything wrong with what he said, but the Marine soldiers under him were scared. Aokiji was a big figure to them. They weren't something they could afford to offend, so they were afraid. Smoker angered Aokiji, making them unlucky along with them. However, their worries are obviously unnecessary. Aokiji didn't get angry, but said helplessly to Smoker. Hey, hello, Smoker, are you hurting old friends like this? Smoker snorted. It is precisely because he regards you as an old friend that I say this to you. If you are not an old friend, now I am not talking to you, but directly using force. It's really rude. Aokiji shook his head helplessly, but he said firmly, but no matter what you say, I can't give up this time. Smoker said solemnly. What if I want to persist? Aokiji smiled slightly and said, you should understand me. Once I decide something, I won't give up. Hearing Aokiji's answer, Smoker's face was very solemn. He knew Aokiji very well, so he knew Aokiji very well. Although he couldn't figure out what Aokiji was thinking, he was sure that if he continued to persist, he would definitely do it. He didn't want to do it with Aokiji, and he couldn't beat it. So Smoker's face changed a few times, and finally he said in a deep voice, okay, I understand. With that, Smoker shouted to Marine who was under him, everyone, retreat. Then he took the lead in evacuating from the Kid pirate ship. When the other Marines saw Smoker had gone, naturally they would not stay behind. They quickly evacuated from the pirate ship to the warship. Smoker stood on the warship, looked at Aokiji below, and said, I don't want to be your enemy, nor do I want to ask you the real reason for leaving Marine and joining the Whitebeard Pirates, but I want you to remember that you have always persevered in justice and don't do things that shame yourself. Aokiji's departure from Marine is very difficult for Smoker. Although Aokiji is his friend, it is also the existence he has always longed for. Now Aokiji has left Marine and became a pirate. He hates the anger in the heart can be imagined. Aokiji replied, I know what I am doing. The justice I have always insisted is not the justice of the world government and Marine headquarters. It is just my own justice. After leaving Marine, I see it more clearly than before. I also know what I need to do, and now I am more free. Free? Smoker said coldly. Joined the Whitebeard pirate group and was commanded by a pirate. I don't see any freedom for you. That's because you don't know Shinigami, he is very unusual. Speaking of this, Aokiji's eyes flashed suddenly, and 737 said to Smoker. Go back and tell Akainu that it is better not to get involved in the battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates. I am sure that Blackbeard will not Shinigami's opponent, making Shinigami the new four emperors is far better than Blackbeard's being the four emperors, although Shinigami's threat to Marine and the world government is even greater. You? Smoker was startled. He didn't expect Aokiji to say something like this. At the same time, he understood a little bit in his heart. Although Aokiji joined the Whitebeard Pirates, he didn't really regard Shinigami and them as companions, at least not now. Otherwise, he would not give such advice, so he wrote down all what Aokiji said. I hope you do it well. When we meet next time, maybe we will be the enemy. After saying this, Smoker left with the warship, leaving Aokiji murmured. Smoker, New World is far more complicated than you think. The black and white battle will soon be decided. Marine headquarters has not gained a firm foothold in New World. At this time, it is really impossible to rashly intervene in the black and white dispute, otherwise it will cause a big change and it will be detrimental to Marine headquarters. I hope Akainu can see this clearly. Alas, Chapter 427. Although he left Marine, it doesn't mean that Aokiji really doesn't care at all. After all, Marine is where he stayed for decades. It is considered his home. He has been fighting and working hard for it for decades. The biggest reason for leaving Marine was that he disagreed with Akainu. He didn't want others to force himself or follow the crowd, so he chose to leave. Although the situation at the time was very complicated if he didn't really want to leave. Nor would he not resist at all, and directly chose to join the Whitebeard pirate group. During the period of leaving Marine, Aokiji found that he saw things more clearly than before. In his previous impression, all pirates were villains, and they were villains who threatened the common people. However, he joined the Whitebeard Pirates. After a few months in the regiment, he discovered a different result. Although the Whitebeard pirate group is a pirate, they have never done anything that threatens the common people and harms ordinary people. Even in the territory under the Whitebeard pirate group, those civilians have great recognition for the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard pirate group charges a certain fee to protect the ordinary people on its territory. This is actually the same as the tax collected by Marine and world government. It just sounds bad, but the effect is even better than world government, because in the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, few people dare to do anything wrong. All of this gave Aokiji a different sense, so just said this to Smoker. After Smoker left with Marine, only Aokiji and Kid Pirates were left here. As the captain of the pirates, Kid was naturally nervous. After all, he is facing the former Marine Admiral, no people they can afford, not to mention that there is a giant Whitebeard pirate group behind Aokiji. Aokiji, I have nothing to do with you Whitebeard Pirates, why are you looking for me? Kid asked. Aokiji said, the captain orders, let me invite you to join the Whitebeard Pirates. What? Kid's face changed drastically when he heard this, his eyes were full of hostility, and he said solemnly. Join the Whitebeard Pirates? It's impossible. I'm not going to beat others. Aokiji said. You can think again, our captain's conditions are still good, as long as you join the Whitebeard Pirates, he will make you a captain of the pirates. Kid's face was very gloomy, making him the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate group. This sounded good, but it was not what he wanted. He was very satisfied with his current situation. As the captain of an emerging pirate group, as long as he is given time, he can grow up in a very fast time, and he will surely become a great person in the future. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, once he joined the Whitebeard Pirates, all he got was the position of captain. Not only did he have to be sent under the fence, but he was also not ranked among the Whitebeard Pirates. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates are now better than him. Powerful people abound. So no matter how you look at it, joining the Whitebeard Pirates is not a good choice for him. He would rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. What if I don't want it? Kid uttered his answer word by word. When he spoke, all his subordinates gathered around him, staring at Aokiji firmly, ready to do anything with Aokiji at any time. When Kid uttered this answer, Aokiji's eyes changed slightly. In an instant, he saw that the surrounding sea was freezing quickly with him as the center, and even the pirate ship of Kid Pirates was also underneath the pirate ship. It was frozen, making the pirate ship immobile. This is your answer? Aokiji asked. Kid took a deep breath and said firmly. Hey, although my pirate group is not big, I have never thought of becoming someone else's subordinate, not even the 4 Emperor's subordinates, let alone you guys. Haven't reached the summit yet. Aokiji said lightly. It seems that your ambition is not small, but the most indispensable in this sea are the ambitious young people, but you must be self-aware. You should be very clear. If you refuse this invitation, what are you going to face? Kid suddenly laughed. He laughed and said, of course I know what to face, but from the moment I set off from the South Daxia Sea, I am ready to die anytime. Death is not terrible to me. The scary thing is that I abandoned my dreams and became a person who abandoned myself in order to survive. Huh. As soon as the voice fell, Aokiji suddenly moved, and he quickly came to the captain of the Kid Pirates. At the moment he landed on the pirate ship, a terrifying chill broke out, instantly destroying the Kid Pirates. All the people on the ship are frozen. Looking at the Kid Pirates that had become ice sculptures, Aokiji stood there with no expression on his face. After about 30 seconds, Kid's ice sculpture suddenly made a kaka sound, and then the ice flew around, and Kid's figure rushed out of the ice sculpture. Whirring. After breaking the ice, Kid kept panting. When he exhaled an astonishing wide breath. He looked at his companions who were surrounded by the ice, with great shock in his heart, and looked at Aokiji in amazement. You guy. Until now, Kid didn't know how naive he was. He thought that his strength was strong enough, even in New World, he was at the top, but now he understands that compared with a strong like Aokiji he was still too far away. Before he could react, he was frozen by Aokiji. Although he broke free, his body was cold now, his hands and feet were cold, and his combat effectiveness was drastically reduced. He was not Aokiji's opponent at all. While he was talking, another broken voice sounded, and the person who broke free of the ice sculpture was the second figure on the ship, the Killing Warrior, Kira, but his appearance was even more embarrassed than Kid, and his whole body was even more embarrassed than Kid. He shivered unconsciously, his face turned pale, and he knew that he was not lightly frozen. Kira, are you okay? Kid asked Kira. Kira clenched her double sword, staring at Aokiji, and said, Kid, he is too strong. Chapter 428. Strong. Kid is of course very clear, but he can't understand how strong Aokiji is. He only knows that for them, Aokiji is an invincible existence, powerful beyond their imagination. Marine Admiral, is this the power of Marine Admiral? How can it be so strong? Only when you really come into contact with real people can you feel how strong the Marine Admiral level is. Now Aokiji is standing in front of them, but Kid can't even think of hands-on. How powerful did that Straw Hat Boy dare to face them in the battle for the top? Kid has seen the scene when the Straw Hat Luffy faces Marine Admiral alone during the war on top. He thinks he is stronger than the Straw Hat Luffy, but at this time, facing Aokiji, he has no intention of resisting and can't make peace at all, compared to Straw Hat Luffy. How can I not compare to that guy? Kid was very unwilling, and suddenly he shouted, "Aw!" I saw the surrounding metal quickly gathered towards him, quickly forming 2 giant metal arms, and then facing the direction where Aokiji was, he shouted fiercely, "Reflection!" I saw that a huge number of metal objects and weapons swiftly shot towards Aokiji, no worse than bullets. If they were all hit, they would definitely tear a normal person to pieces. But what he was facing was the former Marine Admiral, the current captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group 0 Division, Aokiji. Before he could fly to Aokiji, the metal objects and weapons were all turned into ice sculptures, and then one by one from the air, fell down. Are you sure you want to do it with me? Aokiji asked Kid coldly. Kid. Kira on the side hurriedly said, Kid, calm down, we are not his opponents at all now. He didn't immediately kill us, which means that he didn't want to kill us. Wait a minute, let's listen to him. What? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kira has fully seen the gap between them and Aokiji. If they really fight, they will all die under Aokiji. It is impossible to escape, so he doesn't want to fight at all, and most importantly, he sees Aokiji didn't attack them immediately, indicating that the other party didn't want to kill them immediately, so there was still room for negotiation. Under Kira's persuasion, Kid calmed down. In fact, he also knew the gap between Aokiji and Aokiji, but he couldn't accept it. When Luffy faced Aokiji and the others, he dared to resist and went forward courageously. No, so he just chose to do it. Aokiji, what do you want to do? I said, I won't join you in the Whitebeard pirate group. If you want to fight or kill, I will accompany you. Kid shouted to Aokiji angrily. Aokiji said faintly, I am no longer marine, so naturally I have no grievances against you, but this is the captain's order. He asked me to invite you to join the pirate group. Since you are not willing, I will not force you, the captain said. If you don't want to join our pirate group, then I'll give you another choice. Kid asked. What choice? Aokiji said, we must be very clear about the battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates. Kid relaxed slightly and nodded. Of course we know that the battle between you Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates is the biggest incident in New World today. I'm afraid no one will not know, but what does this have to do with me? Relationship? Aokiji said, because we are about to start a battle with the Blackbeard Pirates, the captain must win, so we need to completely wipe out the Blackbeard Pirates, and you are the combat power that our captain looks at. Kid instantly understood what Aokiji meant, and he laughed. I didn't expect it, it turned out to be so. The laughter stopped and he asked, your captain wants us to help you deal with the Blackbeard Pirates, right? Aokiji asked, so, what's your answer? Kid did not answer immediately, but his complexion continued to change, and he was thinking about it. Looking at Aokiji's posture, if he refuses, he is likely to offend the other party. Then the fish will die and the net will be broken, and they must be the one who suffers. If they agree, they will face the Blackbeard Pirates, but the Blackbeard Pirates is not so easy to deal with, it is also a behemoth. It seems that there is a choice, but in fact there is no choice at all. If they disagree, they may not be able to leave here alive. If they agree, they will face the Blackbeard Pirates. Although Blackbeard is terrifying, the Whitebeard Pirates will definitely not let them face directly. Yes, the main force must still be the Whitebeard Pirates. In this case, they still have a great chance to survive. Kira, what do you think? Even if he had an idea in his mind, Kid didn't say it immediately, but asked Kira beside him. Kira replied without thinking about it. We seem to have no choice now, and to be honest, the battle between these two pirate groups will be sooner or later. I am more optimistic about Shinigami than that of Blackbeard, so we can agree. Kid nodded nonchalantly. Neither Shinigami nor Blackbeard can be in contact with them at the moment, so he doesn't comment on the better of these two, because in his eyes, no matter who the two are better, they will be in the future. The goal he wants to surpass. Then what do you want us to do? Kid asked. Aokiji said, it's very simple. When we were fighting with the Blackbeard Pirates, you attacked the Blackbeard Pirates from behind. It's that simple? Kid asked somewhat surprised. Aokiji said, otherwise, what do you think? With your current abilities, are you qualified to fight head-on with the Blackbeard Pirates? Kid's face suddenly became very ugly, although he also knew that his pirate group was far from the Blackbeard pirate group, but you can't be so blunt. Aren't you afraid that we can't work hard? Kid asked suddenly. Aokiji's expression suddenly became contemptuous, and he asked in a very ironic tone. Only you, dare you? Chapter 429. Dare you? A few simple words reflect Aokiji's amazing dominance. Although Aokiji always feels lazy and doesn't care about anything, he can get to the point where he is now, and he naturally possesses the arrogance and haughty that ordinary people can't imagine. But Aokiji's dominance was unbearable irony and anger for Kid and the others. He took a deep breath, and then said, you still need to borrow other people's power to deal with Blackbeard. It seems you, the Whitebeard pirate. The regiment is nothing more than that. Aokiji jumped off the boat abruptly, returned to his bike, and then turned his head and said, how about this is not your turn to evaluate? You just have to remember your decision. If you don't see you then if it appears, you should be very clear about the consequences. By the way, your subordinates will recover in a while, but they are probably going to suffer a bit. After saying this, Aokiji left on his bicycle. After he left, the ice surface was slowly melting. Kid. Seeing Kid who was in a daze, Kira suddenly shouted. Kid shook his head and said, I'm fine, but I didn't expect the people from the Whitebeard Pirates to come to us. Kira said, it looks strange, but it is actually understandable. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates have long been incompatible with each other. Although there has been no war for a long time, this day will come sooner or later. In order to be able to defeat each other and become the new four emperors, the two must use all means, so they will find us. Speaking of this, Kira suddenly laughed. He said, although it was a little unexpected, since Shinigami let Aokiji find us, it means that our pirate group has entered his vision, and he is equivalent to him. Recognizing our strength, Kid, this is not an easy task. This Shinigami is likely to be among the four emperors in the near future. Kid snorted coldly and said, 4 emperors. Hope, but he forced us to join the war. I will write down this grudge. One day, I will get it back from him. Although he was very upset in his heart, Kid also knew what he should do. In fact, he still has a choice, that is to stay away from the Whitebeard Pirates, or join the Blackbeard Pirates, but his impression of Blackbeard is not good, and Blackbeard is more unruly than Lingyun, so he never thought about helping Blackbeard. As for leaving, there is also a great risk. After all, if the Whitebeard Pirates win in the future, Shinigami is likely to take action against them because of this incident. At that time, with their strength, there is no chance to resist, so it is better, take a gamble now. Kira said, if we want to get rid of this situation, we have to make ourselves stronger. As long as we become stronger, this situation won't happen again. I know and believe that this day will not be too far away. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kid showed strong self-confidence. Although he agreed under pressure this time, it also aroused his fighting spirit. Lingyun didn't know the situation with Aokiji and Ace. He was looking for the whereabouts of Trafalgar Law alone. According to the information he received, Luo had not become 7 warlords of the sea at this time, but was only active in the New World. And for the time being, it's still relatively low-key, at least not like Kid in a short time to break the name, just a small reputation in New World. Trafalgar Law often moves, so it took Lingyun a long time to find him. When he found Luo happened to stop on an island to rest. Trafalgar Law, Luo Zheng and his companions were sitting together to rest. He suddenly heard someone calling his name, and his whole body was shocked. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "Who?" He glanced around, but no one was found. At the same time, the people around him also stood beside him, took out their weapons, and scanned the surroundings with vigilant eyes. "I'm here." The voice just sounded again. Luo turned his head and saw a man standing tens of meters away. Shinigami. Luo recognized the man at just a glance, but he was so shocked that he couldn't believe that Lingyun would actually appear in front of him. Why are you here?" In addition to shock, Luo didn't know what else he could express. The situation was so tense at this time. Lingyun should go all out to deal with Blackbeard and shouldn't be here. Lingyun looked at Luo and said, "Can you guess why I came?" Luo's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said, "You and I don't know each other, and I haven't had any contact, but you suddenly appear here. Are you trying to recruit me?" Lingyun said, "You are really smart, I am for this purpose, so what is your answer?" Luo Shen said, Why are you recruiting me? To you, I am just a small person, and it is not worthy of you, a famous person, to recruit me personally." Lingyun said, "I know the capabilities of Op Fruit very well, and I know your potential, Luo." Luo's face is constantly changing. Lingyun's solicitation is something he has never thought about, and he has never thought about joining other people's subordinates, because he has also been other people's subordinates and had a tragic ending, so he doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes. "If I don't want to accept your solicitation, what will you do? Kill me?" Luo asked. Lingyun smiled and said, "Am I a bad guy who kills without blinking? Whoever doesn't obey me, I will kill anyone. Wouldn't it be that I want to kill most of the people in this world?" Luo Dao. "Then what do you want to do?" Lingyun said. "Of course I want to convince you, Trafalgar Law, Trafalgar D. Vadiaro." Hearing Lingyun call out his full name, Luo's face instantly became very ugly. As soon as he grasped the sword in his hand, he looked at Lingyun in shock and asked, "How do you know my name?" Lingyun said, "I not only know your name, but also everything about you. You came from a country called the White Town, Frevens. Chapter 430. "How can you know so much?" Luo asked loudly. Lingyun ignored him and continued, "Because Frevens is rich in platinum lead minerals, it has developed an incurable platinum lead disease. You are also infected with the disease, and the reason why you can survive is because you eat it. Op Fruit, don't you know what I'm saying, right?" Luo looked gloomy and slowly said, "It seems that you know everything, but if you want to use these to threaten me, then you will think too much. Even if all of these are exposed now, for me, it's nothing." Lingyun chuckled, "Do you think I need to do that?" Luo didn't speak. Indeed, Lingyun didn't need to do that at all, and it didn't do any good for him. Luo asked, "You are to solicit me, so that's why you found out my origins?" Lingyun shook his head and said, "No, I have known your origins a long time ago. To be precise, more than 10 years ago, my goal was also Op Fruit. It was just that you got it first. It doesn't matter, I want Op Fruit's purpose to be different from Doflamingo, so you don't need to be hostile to me." Luo was very shocked. From what Lingyun said, he could hear it, as if the other party knew everything. Everything about him was transparent in front of Lingyun. He didn't understand why Lingyun knew everything. As far as he knew, Lingyun seems to have been locked up and impelled down for 10 years. No matter how strong the Whitebeard Pirates is, it is impossible to have such a good source of intelligence, right? With his brows frowning tightly together, Luo felt very uneasy. Shinigami, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate group, came to recruit him personally. This not only represents sincerity, but also self-confidence. If he refuses directly, he will not know what choice Lingyun would make. He didn't dare to gamble, and didn't want to gamble, because he still had a wish to realize, so he couldn't afford to gamble. Seeing Luo was still hesitating, Lingyun said again, "If you promise to join my pirate group, I can keep your pirate group, but let you merge into our Whitebeard Pirate Group alliance, and will not force you. Disband the pirate group, and even if you need it, you can use the power of our pirate group, for example, seek revenge from Doflamingo." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sure enough, you know everything. Luo took a deep breath. Although he knew Lingyun already knew everything about him, when Lingyun said it, he was still very shocked. Lingyun asked, "I have said everything I should say, now it is up to you to answer, whether you are willing to agree to my request." Luo was very entangled at this time. In fact, he was also an ambitious person and wanted to become a big figure like 4 emperors. However, he could see himself more clearly. He knew that it would be difficult to beat Doflamingo, let alone become 4. The existence of Emperor's level is just a trace of unwillingness in his heart. And if Lingyun can really help him get revenge, his heart is still very moved. "Are you really willing to help me deal with Doflamingo?" Luo asked. Lingyun replied affirmatively. Of course, as long as you are willing to agree to my request and join the Whitebeard Pirates, I can help you deal with Doflamingo. Luo Shen said. But Doflamingo is not as simple as you think. His identity is different, and there is Marine headquarters behind him. Are you really willing to deal with Doflamingo's Don Quixote family for my own hatred? Ji Lingyun smiled and said, you are talking about Doflamingo's celestial dragon's identity? Luo shocked. How did you know? Ji Lingyun said. I already knew that although he tried to hide, his flaws would always be revealed, and I have fought against Doflamingo several times, so I don't have the slightest affection for him. As for you, you're worried about whether I'm willing to help. You, or whether you can kill the Don Quixote family, I think you don't have to worry about it. Although the Don Quixote family controls Dressrosa, I, the Whitebeard Pirate Group, as the Four Emperors Pirate Group, are in terms of strength and influence much better than him. As for Doflamingo, with the strength of my pirate group, not to mention me, even anyone of Ace, Marco, or Aokiji is enough to defeat him. Also, the world government and marine headquarters you mentioned are even more nonsense. After the first battle, we have become enemies of life and death with him. There is no room for relaxation at all, so you think I will be cautious when acting. What are their thoughts? Luo agrees with what Ji Lingyun said. Indeed, in terms of power, even if Doflamingo develops well, it is still far behind the Whitebeard Pirates, and when it comes to personal strength, there are indeed many people in the Whitebeard Pirates. It is only stronger than Doflamingo. If the Whitebeard Pirates deal with Doflamingo, the odds of winning can reach 80 to 90%. However, the problem is that it is not only the world government that stands behind Doflamingo, but also other people, so Luo said. If it's just this, I don't have much doubts, but there are still two questions. If it is not resolved, I am afraid I will not agree to you. Ji Lingyun said, you said, as long as I can promise you, I will try my best to satisfy you. This is my sincerity. Luo said. According to my investigation, Doflamingo has already got online with the new 4.8 World Four Emperors. Kaido, the Four Emperors Kaido is the backstage. Are you still willing to deal with him? Ji Lingyun smiled and said, don't be afraid to tell you that Kaido and I were already on opposite sides. He killed a person in my pirate group who had left temporarily. He didn't give me face anymore. Why should I give he saves face, and I can use this to warn him and let him know that the Whitebeard Pirates are not that easy to mess with. Luo did not expect that Ji Lingyun and the others had already started to oppose Kaido, one of the Four Emperors. He was very surprised. He took a breath again and said, the last question, let's tell you, not long ago, people from Marine Headquarters once approached me, hoping that I would become 7 Warlords of the Sea. Chapter 431. Shichibukai? Ji Lingyun looked surprised. He knew about Trafalgar Law becoming Shichibukai in the original book, but he didn't know when Luo became Shichibukai in 2 years. It stands to reason that it is absolutely impossible to become Shichibukai so early, because although he has entered the new world now, he is still just a newcomer. How could Marine find him so quickly? Luo nodded and said, yes, Marine has contacted me, hoping that I can be the new Shichibukai. After all, Shichibukai's position has been vacated because of the departure of Blackbeard and Haishu Jinbei. Ji Lingyun's eyes flashed. He understood what Akainu meant. It was nothing more than Marine headquarters had just entered New World and the situation was unstable, so he wanted to complement Shichibukai's position and strengthen Marine's power, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Find Luo. Ji Lingyun asked, Shichibukai, it's a good choice, but I think you haven't agreed yet, otherwise you won't tell me something like this. Luo said, I really haven't agreed, but I have already agreed with Marine for 15. Just today, I will give them the answer. Oh? Ji Lingyun looked surprised and asked, today? You mean, you made an appointment with someone from Marine today? Luo nodded and said, yes, and I had already decided to join Shichibukai, but your reality is beyond my expectations, so I am a little hesitant now. Should I join Shichibukai? Or join the Whitebeard Pirates? Ji Lingyun asked, what about your thoughts? Luo didn't mean to entertain Ji Lingyun. He directly spoke out his thoughts. He said, actually, I am now wondering. I joined Shichibukai. As far as I am concerned, there is no need to send someone to the fence, but if I agree, I think you shouldn't let me off easily, right? But if I promised you, I'm not worried at the Marine headquarters. I believe you can protect me, but from then on, I will start to send people under the fence. This feeling it really doesn't feel good. Ji Lingyun said solemnly, I am the Whitebeard Pirates first. Although we are defeated in the first battle, the Reversible should have seen the live broadcast. Our Whitebeard Pirates will never abandon our companions, even if it is a battle. To the last moment. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Luo Zhangko was about to speak. Suddenly Ji Lingyun narrowed his eyes and looked towards the shore in the distance, only to see a huge marine battleship quickly docking to the shore. Marine warship. Seeing that the marine warship appeared, Ji Lingyun immediately understood that Luo did not lie, and that Marine had come to recruit him, and looking at the size of the marine warship, I am afraid that the person who came was still a big figure among Marine. The appearance of Marine made the atmosphere between Ji Lingyun and Luo a little weird. Of course, the most tense nature was the people in the Luo Pirates. For them, whether it was from Marine headquarters or in front of them. This Shinigami is a big man they can't afford to offend, but they are also very proud, because their captain can attract the pursuit of 2 big forces, which is enough to show Luo's potential. Da da, da da. A series of footsteps sounded, and dozens of Marine soldiers walked down from the Marine warship, and walked toward here quickly. When the group of Marines walked in, Ji Lingyun suddenly raised his brows, because the one walking in the front of Marine turned out to be a tall man with a cloak, but what surprised him was not because he hadn't seen this. People, it's not because even Lieutenant General Marine is walking behind him. What really surprised him was that the eyes that had been closed when this person walked were already the sword in his hand. Higher status than Lieutenant General Marine, and with his eyes closed, could it be that he is? In an instant, Ji Lingyun guessed the identity of this person and was very surprised. He never thought that this person would have joined Marine so early, and that the person who came to recruit Luo would actually oppose the Shichibukai forces from the heart. This man. Ji Lingyun recognized this person, but Trafalgar Law did not recognize him. He only recognized the Marine Lieutenant General behind this man, because this Marine Lieutenant General was the person who met him last time, too. But even Bastiero is following this person, which shows that this person is definitely not simple, and his status is higher than Bastier's, but he has never heard of such a person in Marine. Trafalgar Law, how are you thinking about it? Are you willing to join 7 warlords of the sea? Marine walked to the front of Luo and stopped. Marine Lieutenant General Bastio directly asked Luo, because he and Ji Lingyun were in different directions. Ji Lingyun was actually opposite, and Luo and others blocked him, so this person did not meet Ji Lingyun. Luo did not answer directly, but looked at the 670 men in front of Marine with their eyes closed and asked, "Who is this? Why have I never seen him? Is he going to talk to me?" Bastille said, "This is an exceptionally promoted admiral from our Marine headquarters, Mr. Fujitora smile." New Marine Admiral. Luo's expression suddenly changed. He guessed that the identity of Fujitora's smile was not easy, but he never thought that this person turned out to be the new Marine Admiral. He stared at Fujitora and smiled, and suddenly asked, "Is the new Marine Admiral? Is he blind?" Bastier's expression suddenly became angry. Although this was true, Luo's tone seemed to be ironic no matter how it sounded. But Fujitora smiled and said, "The old man is indeed blind, but the blind is only the eyes, not the heart. Moreover, it may not be a bad thing to be blind, because there are so many unbearable sordid things in the world. Dirty and dirty. Ha ha ha. That's really good. There are indeed many dirty and indecent people in this world, but there are also many pure and noble people who choose to never ignore the filth in order to not see the filth. Isn't it too sorry for this gift given by God?" Eyes. Chapter 432. The night gave me black eyes, but I used them to find light. What do you think of this sentence? Okay. The person who heard the words was not Trafalgar Law, but someone else, and what he said could touch his heart. Fujitora smiled and suddenly changed her expression, turned her head in the direction where Ji Lingyun was, and asked, "Yes. Who is your excellency to say this?" Fujitora didn't know people, but the rest of Marine were not blind. Luo had already let out his body when Ji Lingyun was talking, so that Marine could see Ji Lingyun. "It's you." Seeing Ji Lingyun, Lieutenant General Marine's face suddenly changed, showing a look of horror. At the same time, all the Marines behind him showed their weapons, staring at Ji Lingyun. Their faces were full of tension and fear. The color. Feeling the panic and fear of his subordinates, Fujitora was puzzled and asked Bastille, "What happened? Who is he? Why are you so flustered and nervous?" Bastille still fixed his eyes on Ji Lingyun, and said word by word, "Shinigami, Edward Ji Lingyun." When Fujitora heard the name, his face also became very solemn, and said solemnly, "The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Shinigami, Edward Ji Lingyun?" Bastille nodded and replied, "Yes, it is him, Mr. Fujitora." Fujitora's face recovered again, and toward Ji Lingyun's location, she said, "I've heard about your name for a long time, Shinigami." Ji Lingyun smiled slightly and also looked at Fujitora and said, "I've heard of your name, Fujitora." Now Fujitora was a little confused. He asked, "I'm just an unfamiliar little countryman. How could your excellency have heard of my name?" Of course, Ji Lingyun would not tell him that he had known his existence in his previous life. Instead, he said, "If you were just a small countryman, how could that guy Akainu promote you to Marine Admiral?" Ha ha. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Fujitora smiled and said, "That's just Mr. Akainu's love. When we first met, the old man smiled." Smile is the name of Fujitora, and Fujitora is his code name for Marine Admiral. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, "I didn't expect we would meet here, Fujitora." Fujitora said, "The old man didn't expect to see you here. Shouldn't you be in the Whitebeard Pirates? I heard that the Blackbeard Pirates is ready to move, and your pirates are not idle. They must go to war. Now, as the captain, you will actually appear here?" Ji Lingyun said, "It seems that Marine really pays attention to us, but I am also very surprised. It's just soliciting as 7 warlords of the sea, and he wants Mr. Yishao to go out in person. Why? Is it because Mr. Yishao is concerned about this Shichibukai system? Is it optimistic? But how do I feel that Mr. Yishao doesn't seem to be such a person?" Fujitora's face remained unchanged and asked, "Then what kind of person do you think the old man is?" He was very strange. It was the first time meeting with Ji Lingyun, but the other party seemed to know him very well, and although he and Ji Lingyun had only said a few words, whether it was in a conversation or from Ji Lingyun's tone, he could feel that Ji Lingyun is probably not like the wicked person spreading in the world, otherwise he would not say the same things as before. When Fujitora and Ji Lingyun were talking, whether it was those Marines or Trafalgar Law, they were silent. One of the two was a world-famous pirate, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment, and the other was the new Marine Admiral. The man standing at the top of the ocean, they are still far away from the two of them, so they didn't even think about interrupting. Justice, good and evil are clear, Lingyun slowly said two words. In the One Piece comics, the character of Fujitora is indeed different. Although he hates evil like Akainu, it is only for evil, not people, even without eyes, but he can still distinguish between good and evil, so Lingyun does not hate Fujitora, but rather appreciates it. Ha ha ha. Fujitora laughed happily and said, I am really happy to be commented on by someone like you. Lingyun shrugged and said, I'm just telling the truth. Fujitora said, if it weren't for blindness, the old man really wants to see you. If the old man likes you very much, the night gave me black eyes, but I used them to find light. Mr. Yishao. When Bastille saw Fujitora talking and laughing with Lingyun, the big pirate, he couldn't help but reminded, he is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate group, and Marshal Sakazuki named the man to be arrested. The old man knows. Fujitora interrupted Bastille and said, although the old man has no eyes, it does not mean that he really can't see anything. The old man knows what to do, and he also knows his identity and position. When Fujitora said this, Bastille didn't dare to speak anymore. Although he knew that Fujitora had a good temper and got along well, he had seen Fujitora's power with his own eyes, so he didn't dare to resist at all. Lingyun said to Fujitora, if I can meet you sooner, I will sincerely invite you to join my pirate group. Fujitora said, the old man will never become a pirate, because the old man will never help a gangster. Lingyun shook his head and said, you said you use your heart to see people, but it seems that you haven't really seen it clearly. Who said the pirates must be evil and marine must be righteous? No real contact, never rely on imagination and hearing to judge a person's good and evil. Fujitora said, what you said makes sense, but the old man believes that the vast majority of marines are just, and the vast majority of the pirates are evil, so the old man joined marine not for his current position. It is to be able to deal with evil and carry out the justice in the heart. Listening to the conversation between Lingyun and Fujitora, Luo kept frowning. The realm of these two people had completely surpassed him, and he seemed to understand what he said. Chapter 433. I understand. Lingyun nodded and said, different ways, don't seek each other. Fujitora also said, that's it, the old man talks very happily with you, but after all, he is not the same person, so. The expression on Lingyun's face became serious and slowly said, I know the purpose of your coming here, but Trafalgar Law has agreed to join my pirate group, so I will bother you to run in vain. Hearing Lingyun said that he had agreed to join, Luo opened his mouth to speak, but Lingyun's icy gaze swept over. He had never seen such a ferocious and domineering gaze, even though he himself was not afraid of fear and fear. Human, but after seeing Lingyun's gaze, he couldn't help but frightened, so he didn't dare to speak anymore. Oh, is there such a thing? Fujitora said in surprise, but how did I get the order to give Trafalgar Law Shichibukai the identity? Lingyun said, of course there is no problem, he can join me in the Whitebeard Pirate League, and at the same time shoulder the identity of 7 warlords of the sea at 880. Isn't that the way Jinbei used to be? Fujitora said, it sounds good, but the old man feels that this is not a good thing. He can only be Shichibukai and cannot join the Whitebeard Pirates. Speaking of which, we can't talk about it anymore. Lingyun's tone became colder. Fujitora said, we can't decide this matter, it should be decided by the parties. Trafalgar Law, do you want to become 7 warlords of the sea or join the Whitebeard Pirates? Give us an answer. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Luo's body, which made him feel very depressed. To be precise, he could not afford to offend either of these two parties, but now they are forcing him to make a decision. As a pirate, Luo is actually a bit biased towards Lingyun, because his childhood experience has made him have no good feelings for the world government. Marine headquarters is a military force under the world government, so he naturally doesn't have a good feeling. Joining Shichibukai is right. He said it was just a current strategy, but it was convenient for him to act. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Without the appearance of Lingyun, he would basically agree to become Shichibukai, but now the appearance of Lingyun disrupts his plan. If he agrees to become Shichibukai, then he will offend Lingyun. He doesn't know about the Whitebeard Pirates who can win with the Blackbeard Pirates, but if the Whitebeard Pirates wins, Lingyun becomes the 4 emperors. If he wants to continue mixing in the new world, I am afraid it will be very difficult. He doesn't think Shichibukai's identity can make Marine protect him. It's just that if he joins the Whitebeard Pirates, he will lose his freedom relatively, after all, he will be under the fence. If he can choose not, he is absolutely unwilling to choose, but now both sides are forcing him to choose. He has to make a decision here, whether to join the Whitebeard Pirate League or become Shichibukai. He has no choice. Shirk. Luo looked back at the companions behind him. If he was alone, he could make decisions according to his own ideas, but now he has to worry about the life and death of his companions, so he can't tolerate the slightest wrong decision. Luo suddenly looked at Lingyun and asked, if I promised you, would you really agree to my terms? A smile appeared on the corner of Lingyun's mouth. He knew that Luo had made a decision, so he solemnly said, I always say things, and I promise you will never go back. It is good. Luo said loudly. In this case, I promise to join the alliance of the Whitebeard Pirates, but it is not I personally joining, but including my pirates, and I want to keep my own pirates. Lingyun said, there is no problem, so from today, your pirate group will be my subsidiary pirate group of Whitebeard Pirate Group. Although I don't know what conditions Luo and Lingyun have negotiated, Luo decided to join the Whitebeard Pirates, which is definitely not a good thing for Marine, especially for Fujitora who acted personally this time. He doesn't want to see such a situation, even if he doesn't like the Shichibukai system anymore, he is even more reluctant to join the Whitebeard Pirates. Trafalgar Law, have you really considered it? If you join the Whitebeard Pirates, then our Marine headquarters will never let you go. Marine Lieutenant General Bastiat saw Luo actually agreed to join the Whitebeard Pirates, and he roared angrily. Now that the decision is made, Luo naturally won't regret it. He said, 7 warlords of the sea, I am not rare, nor will I be afraid of you. It belongs to the Whitebeard Pirates. You. Bastille was very angry, but was stopped by Fujitora. Fujitora moved in Ji Lingyun's direction and said, it seems that you have won. Ji Lingyun said, there is no competition in the first place, so how can we talk about winning or losing? Fujitora said, this is my task. If you let him take him away so easily, then the old man must have no light on his face. Then what do you want to do? Ji Lingyun asked. Suddenly, Fujitora raised his hand, and saw that he put the standing cane in front of him, and said to Ji Lingyun, I heard that you have competed with the world's largest swordsman, Eagle Eye. The old man doesn't care about these, but the old man also wants to see your kendo. Ji Lingyun said, do you want to do it? But it is just what I want. It must be super strong to be promoted to Marine Admiral. Anyway, we will become opponents sooner or later. In that case, let's try you here first. The depth of it. With that said, Ji Lingyun also grasped the hilt behind his back and looked at Fujitora with cold eyes. No, Mr. Yishao is about to go to war with Shinigami. Mr. Yishao's attack range is too large, we retreat quickly. When the Marines saw that Fujitora was about to do something with Ji Lingyun, they were all startled, and quickly retreated, while Luo on the other side also took his own people back, avoiding the two of them far, and then looked again. Watching closely, the duel between Marine Admiral and the great pirate Shinigami is hard to see. Chapter 434. Ji Lingyun narrowed his eyes slightly. All the information he knew about Fujitora came from a previous life, but it was the first time he saw Fujitora, but all of this was far from what he had imagined. According to the plot in the One Piece comics, Fujitora should have joined Marine during the world conscription process not long before the plot started 2 years later, and was then exceptionally promoted to Marine Admiral. But now it's almost a year and a half before the plot 2 years later, Fujitora has actually joined Marine headquarters and has also become Marine Admiral, which makes Ji Lingyun feel very unusual. The situation in the world seems to be due to his appearance is very different from the original book. What will happen in the future is becoming more and more difficult to explain. I can't rely on my own understanding of the plot and start to take it lightly. After all, there are still many in the original book. The existence of has not been exposed, and the current 3 Emperors pirate group basically does not have much intelligence. Shinigami, the old man is going to FK. Fujitora held the handle of the sword and warned to Ji Lingyun. As he said, he pulled out abruptly, and at the moment the sword was pulled out, a purple light suddenly shot into the sky, and then the purple light disappeared, as if nothing had happened. What's the matter? What happened? After seeing Fujitora draw the sword, it emits a purple light, and then put the sword back in its sheath, but nothing happens. Luo and others are all at a loss. They don't understand what is going on with Fujitora. This is a war. But Luo knew what was going on soon, and saw Ji Lingyun slowly raised his head, and then Luo raised his head with Ji Lingyun's gaze with some doubts. In the next instant, his expression suddenly changed. Cried out in amazement. Impossible. Is that a meteorite? Under Luo's horrified gaze, a huge meteorite suddenly fell from the sky, and it fell towards their location at an extremely fast speed. If it fell, it would definitely smash this place into ruins. Unlike Luo and the others, when they saw the meteorite in shock, after seeing the meteorite falling rapidly in the sky, Ji Lingyun smiled excitedly and said, meteorite is indeed an extraordinary ability, ha ha. With that said, Ji Lingyun suddenly pulled out the Shinigami blade, and then swiftly swung his sword at the falling meteorite. The crescent moon rushes into the sky. I saw a few crescent-shaped sword lights flashing, all of them hit the meteorite, dividing the huge meteorite into several parts, and similarly, Fujitora also drew the sword again, and the purple light flashed, and the meteorite above his head was also affected. He split. As for Luo, the others and those Marines, they all retreated quickly in amazement, and they retreated several hundred meters away before stopping. Boom. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After the meteorite fell to the ground, a violent explosion sounded and a lot of smoke was set off. After all the smoke was gone, Luo and others saw Ji Lingyun and Fujitora again, but the result was very shocking for them. A huge deep crater appeared where the meteorite fell. But in this deep crater, I saw 2 places intact. One is where Ji Lingyun stood, and the other is where Fujitora stood. The meteorites or rubble that fell on both of them were all destroyed by them, so the place where they stood will be intact. Fujitora waved the sword in his hand again, and the huge gravel on the ground suddenly appeared around him, and then Fujitora waved his sword at the huge stones. The stones were controlled by Fujitora's ability and quickly smashed towards Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun also wielded the sword. The huge stones were all split apart by his slash, but after the huge stone, Fujitora's figure had quickly approached Ji Lingyun, and the sword in his hand slashed at Ji fiercely. Lingyun. Clang. A crisp collision sounded. At the moment when the 2 swords touched, Ji Lingyun only felt a huge force hitting him, and strong gravity from the blade of Fujitora made Ji Lingyun's body change. It has to be heavy. Feeling several times the gravity from his body, Lingyun just frowned, and then his body shook, bounced off the gravity attached to him, and the ground around him suddenly sank, only where he was standing was still intact. The one who can catch my sword head-on and is still intact, you are the first one, Shinigami. Although Fujitora did not have eyes, he could still feel his surprise in his words. Surprised, Lingyun blocked his attack. Controlling gravity is indeed a terrifying ability. Lingyun smiled and said, if I hadn't prepared for it, maybe I would suffer. Indeed, Fujitora's abilities are very weird. If he hadn't known it for a long time, if he ran against Fujitora, he would probably end up like Zoro in the original, but after he was prepared, it would be different. Fujitora said, I discovered my abilities so quickly, but it's just a legendary character. Then, clang. Zero Fujitora used force again, and the amazing gravity broke out again, but Lingyun was not ready to take it this time. Instead, at the moment Fujitora made the move, he quickly retreated and rushed out with a blow to the crescent sky. I also have a sword related to gravity, so please advise. Wabazuki. Shikai. I saw a sword with a right-angled fishhook in Lingyun's hand. Fujitora couldn't see it, but he felt something change, but Lingyun had already come to him. Clang. This time it was Lingyun who took the initiative to attack, but after Fujitora took the sword from Lingyun, he let out a whisper. What? But Lingyun did not give him a chance to react. He swung the sword again, looking at Fujitora's blade every time, which made Fujitora's expression more and more serious. After a few strokes, Lingyun quickly retreated. The two were separated again, and Lingyun didn't do it again, but valued the surprised Fujitora. How is it? Fujitora said, it's very interesting ability, which is somewhat similar to the old man's ability. Every time I hit my sword, it doubles the weight of the old man's sword, but this ability does not work for the old man. Chapter 435. Hearing what Fujitora said, Lingyun just smiled. Of course, he knew that Wabazuki's weighting ability was not effective for Fujitora. After all, Fujitora is a person who controls gravity. The reason why he used Wabazuki was purely to let Fujitora see it, its technical itch. Although Lingyun has unblocked Wabazuki from Bankai, he is not ready to use Wabazuki against Fujitora anymore, because that will only put him at a disadvantage and it is impossible to win Fujitora. If two people fight, if the ability is restrained, it will greatly affect the combat effectiveness. Putting Wabazuki into his scabbard, Lingyun pulled out Shinigami again, but this time he pulled out another Zanpakuto. Scourge. The momentum seems to have changed again. When Lingyun pulled out the Scourge, Fujitora keenly sensed that Lingyun's aura had changed, and he said, Shinigami, your intelligence has piled up in the marine headquarters, and the most described is your ability. Can use sword with multiple abilities, Shinigami's blade. Lingyun said, even you, a new marine admiral who has just joined the army, can know so much information about me. It seems that Marine's investigation and statistics on me are really detailed. Fujitora said, the man who may become the #1 enemy at Marine headquarters in the future will naturally have to make the most detailed investigation. Lingyun said, Marine is really worthy of me. Rumble. Heavenly Scourge. After Shikai, the Scourge has not changed. Only when he uses it, the Scourge will change. This time Fujitora took the lead in attacking again. Although he was tall and invisible, he was able to sense Lingyun's position extremely quickly and rushed past. Fujitora's attack did not have much characteristic, that is, the speed was fast enough. From the time he draws the sword to the swing of the sword, his people have already come to Lingyun's face, and from high to the bottom, the blade is approaching Lingyun. When Fujitora was still some distance away from him, Lingyun suddenly swung the sword. At that time, his blade was not completely aimed at Fujitora because from the trajectory of his swing, it was impossible to hit Fujitora. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. If you were someone else, you would be surprised, but Fujitora couldn't see, so he didn't know the specific situation of Lingyun, but the moment he approached Lingyun, he felt a heavy pressure. I saw a huge black arm emerging from behind Lingyun, and this arm was also holding a huge sword, and the sword slashed at Fujitora in the air, and slammed it in front of Fujitora. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and a strong storm erupted from between the two of them. Fujitora's face changed even more, he added gravity to the blade. As long as he touched the opponent's weapon, he could give the opponent huge gravity, but after his weapon touched the opponent, he felt a huge force from Lingyun's attack, and he actually shattered his gravity. What a powerful force! Fujitora exclaimed, and then quickly backed away. When he backed away, the huge black arm and big sword that appeared suddenly disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Fujitora landed, he said, although the old man can't see with his eyes, he can feel it. It is not you who came into contact with the old man just now, right, Shinigami? Lingyun said, forget it, that's one of my abilities and the ability of my sword. It can summon a black armor giant several times larger than me. Although just summoned a part of it just now, it is in power, but it far surpasses me. Fujitora said, it's no wonder that it can easily withstand my gravity. That's it, it's really a powerful ability. Lingyun said, it seems that your abilities are more interesting. Fujitora said, the old man's ability is not only interesting, it also has the power to defend justice. Lingyun said, if I heard the word justice from other people, I would definitely sneer, but hearing these words from your mouth, I actually admire a little. Fujitora, you want to use your ability, it's impossible to come and defeat me. Until the end, everything can happen. With that said, Fujitora struck the void in front of him abruptly, and then saw that the ground where Ji Lingyun was standing suddenly floated. Not only Ji Lingyun, but even the ground on which he was standing flew, and then Ji Lingyun and the ground off the ground quickly moved towards Fujitora. Similarly, Fujitora also floated, and the sword in his hand also stood up. Manipulate gravity. It's really powerful. Seeing Fujitora freely float him up to the ground, Ji Lingyun was very surprised. He still doesn't know what Fujitora's ability is, but it must be related to gravity. But Fujitora did not directly attack, but continued to control it. I saw Ji Lingyun floating in the air and the piece of land suddenly lost gravity, and suddenly fell towards the ground, because it was sudden, there was nowhere to focus. Ji Lingyun can only be forced to fall. Huh. At this moment, Fujitora moved, and he swiftly moved in the direction of Ji Lingyun's fall. He was going to attack when Ji Lingyun had lost gravity and had not had time to control his body. Clang. But Fujitora obviously thought too much, and underestimated Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun did fall to the ground, but at the moment of falling, he had already carried the scourge in his hand to Bankai, a huge 5.3 black rope scourge. King Ming appeared out of thin air, not only made Ji Lingyun fall to the ground unscathed, but also the black rope scourge King Ming also blocked Fujitora's attack. Can't be passively attacked by you all the time. Ji Lingyun smiled and punched suddenly, and the huge king of scourge Ming behind him also made the same movements as him, punching. The huge fist is larger than Fujitora's entire body. Fujitora's observation haki is always on, so when Ji Lingyun controls the attack of the king of scourge, he has already sensed it with observation haki, and suddenly uses gravity to block his giant. The sword were separated, and armament haki turned on at the same time. His staff suddenly turned black, and it smashed on the fist of King Scourge. Boom. Chapter 436. When Ji Lingyun and Fujitora were fighting, Luo, who was watching the battle from a distance, and his subordinates were all dumbfounded, because the fighting process of the two men was too amazing, and the resulting power was also very shocking. Is this the battle between Marine Admiral and the top pirate? It's horrible. All of Luo's subordinates screamed in shock. They followed Luo all the way into the New World. They were also very knowledgeable, but it was the first time to see the duel between two top powerhouses so close. The First World War also allowed them to see the horror of the sea's top powerhouses. The combined horror of these people is not enough for the other side. Luo also stared at the two in the battle. Although he had seen Ji Lingyun's battle on the big screen of the Chambord Islands before, it was only a live broadcast, and it was far from real. This new Marine Admiral is definitely not inferior to the previous Marine Admiral, and he doesn't have eyes yet. How many people with eyes can be as powerful as him? The scene where Fujitora summoned a meteorite out of thin air is still in Luo's mind. Now that he and Ji Lingyun are in contact with each other, it is even more shocking. After all, Ji Lingyun's strength is obvious to all around the world. At the time of the battle for the top, one person fought against two Marine Admiral, and almost saved so many pirates with his own power. Fujitora was able to fight him like this. It was beyond Luo's imagination. Fujitora is fine, and Shinigami seems to have become stronger. It can be seen that he hasn't gotten real yet. Although the scene of the two fighting is very amazing, Luo, who has seen Ji Lingyun fight, knows very well that Ji Lingyun is absolutely not true, because he has not seen Ji Lingyun use the same big tricks as in the top war. Luo and the others were shocked, and Marine who came with Fujitora was also very shocked. Only a few of them had participated in the war on the top, and the rest were soldiers who were later transferred to Marine headquarters from all over the world, so they too. It was the first time I saw Ji Lingyun do it, and it was also the first time I saw Fujitora do it. It's too strong, it's too strong. As a lieutenant general, Bastille is much stronger than the others, and his vision is naturally stronger. Both of them are far more powerful than him. He can only see that neither of them seems to have a real fire, but tempting each other. The fact is just as Luo and Bastille thought. Although Ji Lingyun and Fujitora had an amazing battle scene, they did not really use their full strength because they all knew that the current situation is not a duel between the two of them. At the time, and Fujitora and Akainu were different, they did not hate Ji Lingyun so much, but had some appreciation, so naturally it was impossible to fight with all strength. After about a dozen more strokes, Ji Lingyun and Fujitora stepped back at the same time, and both returned their swords to their sheaths. After the two stopped their hands, they stood quietly. None of them spoke first, as if they were still immersed in the battle just now. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I can't beat you. Suddenly, Fujitora was the first to speak. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingyun's face was calm, and he said faintly, "It's hard for me to beat you." Ji Lingyun is telling the truth. Fujitora is really strong, especially his ability to control gravity, which is really amazing. When fighting with him, you must guard against his ability at any time, because if you relax a little, you may suffer. And one more thing, Ji Lingyun found that Fujitora's swordsmanship is also very amazing. When watching anime before, he was attracted by Fujitora's abilities and completely ignored his sword skills. In fact, Fujitora's swordsmanship is absolutely top-notch. It was even stronger than Shiryu of Rain, who was killed by him, but his sword skills were completely concealed by his stronger ability. Because it is not a real duel or a battle of life and death, Ji Lingyun is not sure what Fujitora's limit is. Naturally, he can't be sure whether he can defeat Fujitora and become confident, but he is also uncertain. "The next time I meet, I'm afraid it won't be like this," Fujitora said. Ji Lingyun said, "The next time I meet, I am afraid it will be a long time later." Fujitora said, maybe I will never see each other. Oh, what do you say? Ji Lingyun asked. Fujitora said, the old man knows that you are about to go to war with the Blackbeard Pirates. Who on earth can you and Blackbeard get to the end? Ji Lingyun laughed and said, if you are talking about this, then I can tell you with certainty that the one who went to the end must be me. But you said that we will never be able to meet. Wrong, because you will never see me. Haha. Fujitora laughed and said, you're right. The old man really can't see you, but it doesn't matter whether you can see it or not. As long as you appear in front of the old man will be able to recognize you for the first time. That's really an honor for me, please. Ji Lingyun made a move to see off the guests, as if he was the host here. Fujitora beckoned to the distant Bastille and waiting for 777 Marine, and shouted, let's go. Bastille quickly came to Fujitora's side with someone. After taking a look at Ji Lingyun, he followed Fujitora and left. Ji Lingyun watched Fujitora and the others leave. Luo Yi led people to walk behind him and waited quietly. Until he got on the warship, Fujitora didn't say a word, or Bastille couldn't help asking. Mr. Yishao, shall we leave like this? What about Trafalgar Law? Fujitora sat down and said, if you don't leave, what do you want to do? As for the Trafalgar Law, he has already decided to join the Whitebeard Pirates, and naturally it is impossible to become Shichibukai again. Bastille said worriedly, but this is the task that Sakazuki Admiral explained. If we go back like this, it will be difficult to explain. You don't have to worry about this. Fujitora waved her hand and said, I'll tell him, go get the phone bug. Bastille didn't dare to violate Fujitora, and immediately went and took the phone worm. After Fujitora received the phone worm, he called the Marine headquarters. Moses, this is Marine headquarters, this is Marine Marshal Akainu, you are Fujitora. Chapter 437. Akainu's voice came from the phone worm, and Fujitora said, I'm the old man. Akainu asked over there, did you call me at this time because the task has been completed? Fujitora's answer obviously disappointed Akainu, only to hear him say, the mission failed. What? Hearing Fujitora's answer, Akainu's tone improved significantly, and he asked loudly, you said the mission failed? Did the kid from Trafalgar Law refuse to become Shichibukai? He wants to die? Akainu was very upset. Since he became Marine Marshal and took over this stall, many things have been very tricky. He finally moved the Marine headquarters to New World to show his determination. But this is just the first step. In order to rejuvenate Marine's reputation, he started recruiting from all over the world, and promoted Fujitora as the new Marine Admiral, replacing Aokiji's position. As for another green who took his place, Niu, haven't joined Marine yet. And the Marine headquarters lost in the Battle of the Top, under his leadership, slowly got out of the predicament. Now he has turned his attention to 7 warlords of the sea. After all, after the Battle of the Top, Blackbeard and Jinbei has all left Shichibukai's position one after another. Now Shichibukai's position is vacant, so he wants to make it up. Trafalgar Law is one of his goals. In order to be sure, Akainu even sent out the new Marine Admiral Fujitora this time. In his opinion, Fujitora's trust in a small pirate is not a matter of grasping. Even if Luo does not agree, the strength of pain is enough. Suppress him, but Akainu never expected that Fujitora would tell him that the mission failed. Fujitora replied, it's not Trafalgar Law's problem, but something happened in the process. Changes? What kind of change can make you fail? Akainu asked in a deep voice. Fujitora said, it's Shinigami, the Whitebeard Pirates, Shinigami, he appeared. Akainu exclaimed, what did you say, Shinigami? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake, really that man? Fujitora said, it's him. He found Trafalgar Law one step ahead of us, and didn't know what conditions were promised that made Trafalgar Law agree to join his pirate league. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Akainu roared, then you just watched him take away people? Fujitora said, of course not, the old man started with him, but I have to admit that even the old man is not sure to be able to keep him. If you have to fight hard, I am afraid that the old man and the people led by the old man will be wiped out, and I don't know if I can beat Shinigami, so the old man finally decided to give up. A-hole. Akainu roared furiously. Every time he faced Ji Lingyun's things, he would lose his composure. Even if he became Marshal Marine now, he remained unchanged. That B******** D is so arrogant, bad our good things over and over again, it's really damn it. Listening to Akainu's angry roar, Fujitora said with no change on his face. Actually, the old man thinks that we are not so anxious now. It can be seen from Shinigami's actions that he has decided to go to war with the Blackbeard Pirates. The old man thinks that there is no need to fight with him now, just wait quietly for him and Blackbeard to decide the victory or defeat. After all, it is hard to say which of them will reach the end. Akainu took a deep breath and said, okay, I see. Go find the next target. After speaking, Akainu hung up the phone, leaving Fujitora with a faint sigh, and said, 7 warlords of the sea, what an incompetent system, it will continue, alas. Over the years, Fujitora has seen a lot of damage caused by the 7 warlords of the sea system, so he rejected 7 warlords of the sea from the bottom of his heart, thinking that this system should be abolished, but unfortunately, he is not the decision-maker of Marine. Akainu still decided to continue to use 7 warlords of the sea to deal with the pirates with the power of the pirates, so all he can do is to minimize the danger. After Fujitora left, Luo asked Ji Lingyun, just let them go like this? Ji Lingyun looked at him and asked, then what else do you want? Fight to death with them? Luo Kankan smiled and said, I didn't mean that, I mean, aren't you afraid that he will spread today's events? Ji Lingyun said. What is there to be afraid of? Now I have everything ready, and the battle with the Blackbeard Pirates is about to start. Do you think I would care about these things being known by others? That's true. Luo nodded. He knew what Ji Lingyun meant. For him, perhaps he thought he was very strong, but in the eyes of these big guys in New World, he was nothing at all, and Blackbeard would never treat him in the eyes, so even if Ji Lingyun recruited him, he probably wouldn't care too much. Ji Lingyun said to Luo. Give you 3 days. After 3 days, you will come to the place I told you to meet. Then Ji Lingyun told Luo about the location and planned to start a battle with the Blackbeard Pirates. In fact, Ji Lingyun didn't have any amazing plans, because he and the Blackbeard Pirates knew very well how much power the Whitebeard Pirates had. Blackbeard could basically guess 7 or 8 points, so if you want to play any conspiracy, it's 90% of the time, so Ji Lingyun didn't want to play any conspiracy. He was going to fight Blackbeard upright. This battle is not only to destroy the Blackbeard Pirates, but also to everyone in New World. He wants to use it. This war established the status of the Whitebeard Pirates, so that after he defeated the Blackbeard Pirates, no one would dare to question his ascending to the Whitebeard position. After listening to Ji Lingyun's words, Luo's eyes flickered, and he suddenly asked Ji Lingyun, You tell me this. Are you not afraid that I will betray you and tell others what you know? Ji Lingyun looked at Luo calmly and asked, Will you? Luo laughed and said, No, that's not it. Finally Ji Lingyun told Luo. Remember, the battle with the Blackbeard Pirates is a battle of life and death. When you go, you must hold the consciousness of death, otherwise, it will not be used. Chapter 438. Captain, are we really going to join the Whitebeard Pirate League? Peebo, the bear man of the Red Heart Pirates, stood beside Luo and couldn't help but ask. Luo said, Do you still need to ask this now? The Whitebeard Pirates and Shinigami are not something we can afford. What's more, we have just rejected the invitation from Marine Headquarters, and they have been regarded as a thorn in their eyes. Promise, if you join the Whitebeard Pirate League, do you think we can still mix in New World? The current situation for him has reached the point where he cannot choose, and he is not the kind of double-faced person, since he has agreed to Ji Lingyun. If he violates it again, it is not his usual style. Jambaru, do you think it is right or wrong for us to join the Whitebeard Pirate League? Luo suddenly asked a very tall man. This pirate is the pirate he rescued from celestial dragons in the Chambord Islands. Not only is he powerful, but he is also more knowledgeable than them, compared to the Sea of Hearts. The other rookies of the thief group, Luo will ask him many times when encountering things. Jangbaru replied, Captain, if you ask me if I am right or wrong, I really can't answer you because I don't know, but I, 593, can take a step back and think about joining the Whitebeard Pirate League. What good do we have? Luo Xie asked respectfully. Then tell me, what are the benefits? Jangbaru said, Before Marine invited you to join Shichibukai, which is actually a good choice, but in that case, you will be controlled by Marine, and the captain will definitely do things that make Marine Headquarters dissatisfied, so becoming Shichibukai can only be delayed. The solution is not a long-term consideration. Hearing Kambaru's words, Luo Shen nodded in agreement. He and Doflamingo have feuds, and they will definitely turn their faces one day in the future. As Shichibukai, Doflamingo and Doflamingo turn their faces, which means turning faces with Marine Headquarters. Therefore, becoming Shichibukai is just like what Jambaru said, it is a postponement, not a long-term consideration. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Jangbalu continued. Although the New World is chaotic today, the major forces are actually relatively calm, and there are still a few top powerful forces. Needless to say, the pirate group of the 3 emperors ranks first. Below them are the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates. These 2 pirates are deadly enemies and must be determined. Now Shinigami has found us. I think it is better than Blackbeard to find us a little. Luo still thinks what Jambaru said is very reasonable. He said, What the guy Blackbeard did is indeed unreliable and credible. Although Shinigami's name has been discredited by Marine Headquarters, he has never heard of it. What a bad rumor. Exactly. Jangbaru nodded and said, I went to sea relatively early, but before I went to sea, this Shinigami had already earned the name of New Oda, and I had heard about him occasionally before. Say it in a few words, loyal, bold, crazy. It is said that Roger had instructed him back then, so he did that kind of earth-shattering thing at Roger's execution ceremony, just to snatch Roger's body, and later succeeded, which not only reflects his loyalty, it also showed his courage and Yamato madness. Later, he boarded Mary Joies and released countless slaves. Even the Holy Land of the World Government dared to break in. What else did he dare not to do? But he did. After so many major incidents, he was not caught, and he had a long hunting game with Marine. As for how he was caught and impelled down by Marine in the end, I think there must be an inside story. But in any case, the Whitebeard Pirate Group is still a loyal pirate group, and there is also Shinigami, a man with unlimited potential. If you join it, it is a good choice. The only bad thing is you, Captain. What we are worried about, we will lose a certain amount of freedom, and you, Captain, will have to succumb to others. After listening to what Jambaru said, Luo also fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said, I think too much. Now that we have made a decision, we can't regret it and just follow him. Take a look and see if he can really reach that peak. After separating from Luo and the others, Ji Lingyun rushed back to the gathering place of the Whitebeard Pirate Group as quickly as possible. Now the scattered pirates did not get Ji Lingyun's order and did not gather, but they all already knew that Ji Lingyun was about to take action, so they were all gearing up, waiting for a showdown with the Blackbeard Pirates. The movements of Lingyun and the three of them were not very small, so a few days later, Blackbeard also received the information. That little ghost Lingyun is really poor, so he sent someone to solicit those little ghosts. After Blackbeard received the information, his first reaction was to laugh contemptuously. Indeed, to him, Luo is just a fledgling kid. Lingyun actually wants to recruit them to deal with him. He was really funny. Captain, those little ghosts are newcomers from the same era as the Straw Hat Luffy. It is said that they have been rated as a very evil generation. Fighting champion Bashes also laughed loudly, revealing his disdain for them in his tone. Even Rafit, who has always been wise, said strangely, those little ghosts are good, but they are only good. Shinigami actually recruited them, and I heard that they had not succeeded. Firefist chased two newcomers and killed them. He didn't succeed. Why did he do this? Do you really think those newcomers can help him? Van Oka said, I think Shinigami has made up his mind to fight to the death with us, so he makes every effort to improve his combat effectiveness. Maybe he thinks those newcomers can help him, or maybe he really can't find him. Others who can help him, so in desperation, will make such a choice. Blackbeard laughed and said, for whatever reason, since he is going to fight, then I will accompany him to see who can be in that position. Chapter 439 Marine Headquarters. Since Akainu talked with Fujitora on the phone, he has had an unknown hunch in his heart. He knew that Fujitora was right. The Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates were about to go to war. If he can, he really wants to wipe out the two pirate groups, but he knows the situation at the Marine Headquarters. He just entered the Marine Headquarters of New World. It is already a thorn in the eyes of the New World Pirates, but now the big forces didn't act on them, and those small forces didn't dare to move, so they kept them temporarily calm. This kind of calm is hard-won. Akainu knows very well that once he makes any radical move, it is likely to attract the entire New World Pirate group to attack, just like this time the Whitebeard Pirate group and the Blackbeard Sea controversy between thieves. For the pirates of New World, the black and white battle is their battle in the pirate world. Both of them can win and lose can be accepted, but if the Marine Headquarters intervenes, then all the pirates will definitely not be able to sit back and watch. Ignore them, they will definitely aim at Marine Headquarters unanimously. Although the domineering Akainu has never feared any pirates, as the Marine Marshal, he has to consider the Marine Headquarters, not to mention that he is not alone in the Marine Headquarters. In this matter, the vast majority of Marine executives they are all opposed to participating in the war between the Blackbeard Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, and more is to watch them kill each other. Sometimes Akainu really wants to roar in anger. These people are right, but they don't know that it's best to maintain this two-tiger fighting situation. Once one side defeats the other, even if it is the loss was heavy, but the final beneficiary would never be the Marine Headquarters, but the pirate group that finally won. As long as it survives, it will definitely become the new four emperors, and this is the most terrifying. It's going to war. At this moment, the eyes of the entire New World are focused on the Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates, because these two pirates have been making big moves recently, and they have been constantly deploying troops, showing that their determination to go to war. The actions of these two pirate groups were naturally seen by other forces, so naturally they knew their thoughts very well and knew that they were about to go to war, so each one of them stared at them closely, thinking it depends on the outcome of this grand battle. Lingyun, are you really going to start a full-scale war? When things came to an end, even some forces like the Whitebeard Pirates were deeply disturbed. The person who asked Lingyun this sentence was the captain of the 15th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fosa. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Seeing all eyes shifting to him, Fosa quickly waved his hand and said, don't look at me. I am not afraid, but worried. Now so many forces are staring at us. If we defeat Blackbeard, then guys, but what about other forces taking advantage of the fire? After all, we must have suffered heavy losses at that time. Fosa's words made a lot of people's expressions dignified, because Fosa is right, New World does not lack such people who take advantage of the fire, especially the Whitebeard Pirates. Once let them see when it comes to hope that the Whitebeard Pirates can be wiped out, there will probably be a lot of people taking advantage of the fire. What are you afraid of? If anyone dares to do this, I will kill him. The captain of the 8th Division, Namur the Shark Murloc shouted with great momentum, we are the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace and others also followed and shouted, yes, we are not even afraid of the Marine Headquarters. We are still afraid of the villains who take advantage of the fire. Listening to everyone's comments, 3 people did not respond. One was Lingyun, one was and the other was Aokiji sitting in the corner. Marco opened his mouth and asked Lingyun, what do you think? Hearing Marco's words, the captains suddenly stopped talking. They all looked at Lingyun and waited for his answer. Even Aokiji was no exception. He wanted to see what Lingyun had. Lingyun said, I don't have any opinion. Now, do you think we still need to use any conspiracy? This battle is not only the battle between us and Blackbeard, but also the key to our re-entry as the 4 emperors. In war, we have to defeat Blackbeard with upright strength. Only in this way can we be able to regain the throne and be worthy of the old man. Lingyun's words made all the captains and pirate captains show solemn expressions, and they were approved by most people. Yes, since the establishment of the Whitebeard Pirates, when will they rely on conspiracy to win? Although they have lost their father now, it does not mean that they are really not as good as before. Well said, Lingyun, I agree with your decision, but many people started to praise. After hearing Lingyun's decision, Aokiji closed his eyes. Ji Lingyun's decision was not the best decision, but he had to admit that it was the most correct decision. It was not easy to defeat the Blackbeard Pirates. But ascending to the throne of the four emperors is even more difficult. More importantly, Ji Lingyun made such a decision, showing how big his ambitions are. He is already considering the following matters before defeating Blackbeard. I am afraid that the four emperors are not Ji Lingyun's ultimate goal. Aokiji knew very well in his heart that if Ji Lingyun defeated Blackbeard, then no one in New World would be able to hold him down, even the other three emperors, so his heart is very complicated. If he really is the heart, it would be fine to the Whitebeard pirate group, and there is no need to be as entangled as it is now, but the problem is that he doesn't want to see such a result at all, but he has to help Ji Lingyun.
Kuzan, you need your help this time, you shouldn't refuse, right?
While Aokiji was thinking about it, Ji Lingyun suddenly turned his head and asked him. Ji Lingyun's words made all the captains and pirate captains of the Whitebeard pirate group look at Aokiji. They have always ignored the existence of Aokiji. Apart from Ji Lingyun, most of the others would not come into contact with him because they all felt that Aokiji would betray them one day, and was not their partner at all. Chapter 440. Aokiji is naturally very aware of his embarrassing situation in the Whitebeard Pirates, but he doesn't care. Anyway, he himself did not really integrate himself into the Whitebeard Pirates. He is now in the relationship with the Whitebeard Pirates. It is equivalent to an employment relationship, and only Ji Lingyun can direct him. Faced with Ji Lingyun's problem, Aokiji said lightly, I know what to do. What if Marine Headquarters suddenly intervened? Ji Lingyun suddenly asked another sharp question. Aokiji raised his head and looked into Ji Lingyun's eyes. After a long time, he replied, I am a pirate now, the pirate of the Whitebeard pirate group, not Marine, so I know what I should do. Ji Lingyun laughed and said, Don't worry, even if Marine is really involved, I won't let you face them. After all, it's the former club. I understand your complicated feelings, but I think a Kainu should not be so dumb, making such unwise decisions at this time. After saying this, Ji Lingyun stopped saying anything, but said to everyone, just as we said before, everyone should lead their own team, and they must pay attention to close cooperation with each other. Blackbeard, that guy, recruited a lot of pirates. In terms of the number, they are only a lot more than us. However, his people are just some improvised pieces. They are not at the same level as our elite, so as long as we are methodical, defeating them is not too big a problem. In order to be able to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates, Blackbeard is indeed frantically recruiting pirates from all walks of life. Those notorious pirates who were not seen by the four Emperor's pirates before have joined the Blackbeard camp one after another, so there are more and more of them, but again, the level of complexity is also the messiest in New World. Even if Blackbeard knew this, he didn't care, because he still has to rely on these people to deal with Ji Lingyun, as long as he defeats Whitebeard. The pirates just adjust how they want to be when the time comes. However, Ji Lingyun sneered at Blackbeard's approach. He always felt that the army is more expensive than the more expensive, especially in the power of the pirate world, where the elite troops are much stronger than the messy troops. Unless it reaches a number of tens or hundreds of times, it is impossible to win by number. Therefore, no matter how many people in the Blackbeard Pirates group, he has never expanded his team, just let them continue to strengthen training and cooperation. He thinks this is the most important. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After receiving Ji Lingyun's order, everyone left, leaving only Marco and Ace. After everyone was gone, Marco asked Ji Lingyun, Lingyun, can Aokiji really be trusted? You know this is a crucial battle for us. If something goes wrong, I can't even imagine it. What will be the consequences? Ji Lingyun smiled and said, Don't worry, if our opponent is Marine, I dare not say yet, but our opponent is Blackbeard, I can make sure that he will not betray us, because betraying us will not do him any good.
He also stayed with us for a long time, and he can see that these sites are controlled by us, far better than those controlled by Blackbeard, so he will only help us with all his strength instead of betraying us, because he is one in his bones.
Very righteous and kind man. Well, everything you say is right. Although Marco is very disdainful of Ji Lingyun's praise of Aokiji, he also believes that Ji Lingyun's vision is such an important battle. Ji Lingyun will never be messed up. Ace. Ji Lingyun looked at Ace and asked, looking at you, it seems a bit reluctant to make arrangements for you. Ace is a straight temper. After hearing what Ji Lingyun said, he nodded and said, well, why don't you let me play? Instead, let me take someone to guard behind. The guy Blackbeard killed my father, and I want to kill myself. It turns out that Ji Lingyun did not put the second division led by Ace on the front battlefield in terms of the combat layout. Instead, he let him stay in the rear, and without his order, Ace was not allowed to do it. This is a belligerent for Ace. Molecules and the character who desperately wants revenge is really unacceptable. Marco said, Lingyun, you are not worried about something accidental? I have to say that Marco's vision is very strong. He is indeed an old man who has been in New World for decades. He saw Ji Lingyun's concerns at a glance. Ji Lingyun nodded and said, yes, I'm just a little worried. This guy Blackbeard always likes to engage in conspiracies and tricks. For such an important battle, I think he will definitely not think the same as us. In an upright battle, he must have invisible means, so I will let Ace take it. People guarding the rear, with Ace's current strength, unless it is an opponent like the Four Emperors pirate group, otherwise it should be able to cope with most accidents. Is this a bit conservative? I think we should push the Blackbeard pirates head on. As long as Blackbeard is defeated, There is no need to worry about other conspiracies. Ace said his thoughts, and he couldn't help not letting him participate in the war for the first time. Looking at Ace, Lingyun said solemnly, Ace, I know you are very anxious, but now is the critical moment. You can't just mess around with 1.7. You are talented, but your personality is too impulsive. In Pirates in the regiment, your strength is second only to me. If you can, I don't want to put your strength in the rear, but Marco needs to lead the whole situation and command the battle, and I have to fight Blackbeard with all my strength, although Aokiji's strong, but unpopular, so only you can take on the important task. Me. Seeing Lingyun's dignified face, Ace didn't know what to say either. Marco patted Ace on the shoulder and said, Ace, Lingyun is right. It is of great significance to sit behind you. It's okay if there is an accident. Once an accident happens, it's up to you whether we can win or not. Therefore, you are the most important part of all arrangements. Chapter 441. This is not Marco comforting Ace, but it is true. No matter what kind of war, the most feared is the fire in the backyard. Although wars like the Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates, the rear is not so important. But once something goes wrong, it may also change the entire battle. Lingyun said, Ace, as Marco said, you have to know your importance and see the situation clearly. Seeing that both Lingyun and Marco made what he said was so important, Ace said in a spirited voice, I see. Then he left here and went to discuss with his team members boldly. Lingyun, you put Ace behind. I'm afraid it's not just for this, right? Marco is Lingyun's best partner. He knows Lingyun's character very well. How can Ace's combat effectiveness be so important that it can be placed in the rear so casually? Wouldn't it be better to replace them with Joe's or Saki with a more stable personality? Lingyun's gaze became serious. He said, I have carefully thought out Ace to guard the rear. He is very strong, but he is still a little impulsive when he sees Blackbeard. The fellow Blackbeard has gained the daddy's ability. Ace is no longer his opponent, even if it is me. I have to do my best. I don't know if I can kill him. After the top battle, Ace's impulsive personality has been reduced a lot. I think even if he hates Blackbeard, he won't be messed up in this situation. Marco said good things to Ace. He can see the changes in Ace in the past few months. Lingyun said, not only that, as time goes by, I feel more and more uneasy in my heart. I always feel that something unexpected will happen. Marco, you should be very clear about how strong my hockey is. Armament hockey may be a little bit worse, but I can guarantee you that even red hair is not necessarily strong for me, especially observation hockey, which gave me a hunch, so just in case, I want to keep a squad with the strongest combat effectiveness. Ace's second squad happens to be the strongest. Even if something happens, I believe he can handle it well. Although the Whitebeard Pirates currently has more than a dozen divisions, among the dozen divisions, Ace's second division is the strongest one, because although Marco is the captain of the first division, he is basically as a deputy captain, helping Lingyun manage the entire Whitebeard Pirates, so although his first team is not bad, it is not as good as the second team led by the young and energetic Ace. The second division of Ace is the one with the most young pirates. Their captain, Ace, is a militant. Therefore, the strength of this division is particularly strong, much stronger than other divisions. It is precisely because of this, before Ace heard that Lingyun would not let him face the Blackbeard Pirates, he was so anxious. Marco doesn't speak anymore. Observation hockey is a very strange hockey. It's completely different from armed colors. Roger claimed to be able to listen to everything. He didn't know if it was true or not, but Lingyun now says he has a premonition of anxiety. He has no doubts, because he knows how strong Lingyun's observation hockey is. Even Whitebeard is far behind Lingyun. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Since this is the case, it is necessary to be a safeguard just in case. When Lingyun and the others were preparing to go to war, Smoker, who had been in contact with Aokiji before, took people back to Marine headquarters and met Akainu directly, saying that they had important information. As Marshal Marine, Akainu is very busy, but when he heard that Smoker has important information, he still met him. In fact, he doesn't have a good impression of Smoker in his heart, because Smoker was once a subordinate of Aokiji, and now he is in charge of a group of reputations. The messy Marine, but now he has become the Marine Marshal. No matter how he doesn't like it, he won't show it. He still has this in the city palace. What do you want to see me? Akainu asked Smoker directly when he saw Smoker. Akainu has no affection for Smoker. Similarly, Smoker has no affection for Akainu. He even hopes that Aokiji will become Marine Marshal, but when the matter is over, he will naturally not express his dissatisfaction. Marshal, this is what happened. We ran into it while pursuing the Kid Pirates. Smoker recounted the process of encountering Aokiji from beginning to end, without any additions during that period. Akainu heard the words, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, and said coldly, "Have you met that traitor?" When Akainu said that Aokiji was a traitor, Smoker was very upset and said, "Marshal, Kuzan Admiral, he." "Shut up, he is no longer Marine's Admiral, but a pirate. I don't want to hear you say this, understand?" Akainu interrupted Smoker roughly, staring at Smoker coldly, and shouted. Aokiji joined the Whitebeard Pirates in front of Akainu 977. This is the most unacceptable thing for Akainu, so he doesn't like other people mentioning Aokiji's name in front of him, let alone continuing to call Aokiji Admiral. Smoker said blankly, "I see, but he asked me to tell you that the war between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates is inevitable." I hope you don't participate in it, otherwise it will cause turmoil, and he also said that it might be better for Shinigami to defeat Blackbeard than Blackbeard to defeat Shinigami. Akainu said angrily. I don't need him as a traitor to teach me to do things. I can leave it alone this time, but if you meet him next time, you must treat him like an enemy. I know what to do. If nothing happens, then I will retire first. With that, Smoker left in front of Akainu. If Aokiji hadn't asked him to speak, he would really not want to come here. Humph. Akainu snorted displeased when he saw that Smoker was so ignorant. He also knew that some people in Marine were dissatisfied with his position as Marshal of Marine, but as long as he didn't make trouble for Marine, he didn't bother to take care of it. Chapter 442 in New World. In the middle of the site of the original Whitebeard Pirates, there is a more famous strait, the Sable Strait. This strait connects two huge sea areas. I don't know if it is the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates. The two sides deliberately did it, and the dividing point between the two pirate groups was this strait. Splitting from this strait, one side is the territory currently occupied by the Whitebeard Pirates, and the other side is the territory defeated by the Blackbeard Pirates. The Sable Strait was not originally a very important place, but with the rise of the Blackbeard Pirates, it competed with the Whitebeard Pirates, which made this strait famous, and today, this strait is destined to be famous all over the world, because the decisive battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates is in this sea area. There is almost no need to notify. When the Whitebeard Pirates were in action, the Blackbeard Pirates were led by Blackbeard, and they all mobilized and swiftly moved towards the Sable Strait, because he knew that place would be where he and Lingyun decided the winner. He also knew that Lingyun must think so too. War is on, Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates are going to war. As soon as the two pirate groups started to act, all the forces in New World concerned about the two pirate groups had immediately received news. Countless people focused their attention on the Sable Strait in New World because there will be the final king of New World, and it will also be the biggest war in New World in more than 10 years. Marshal Sakazuki, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates have all leaned towards the Sable Strait. It seems that they are preparing for a decisive battle today. Marine headquarters, several people. Marine high-level people gathered in Akainu's office. These people are all Akainu's direct descendants. Akainu squinted and said coldly, is it finally going to start? Shinigami, Blackbeard, these two guys are damned. It's best if the two of them can die together. A Marine lieutenant could not help cursing, although he also knew that the possibility was not very high. Akainu ordered, send me someone to keep an eye on the Sable Strait. Everything that happens there must be reported to me as quickly as possible. Yes, Marshal Sakazuki. Master Kaido, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates are going to war. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the station of Beasts Pirates, a group of pirates eagerly informed Kaido of the beasts. Kaido exclaimed, is it finally going to fight? The kid and the guy named Blackbeard are fighting for the territory left by the old guy Whitebeard. Who can come to the end? Kaido-sama, Shinigami and Blackbeard are very arrogant, especially that Shinigami, who has saved the person who was designated to kill by Kaido-sama. I don't think we can kill them both. Some of the Beasts Pirates were very haughty suggested to Kaido. After all, if the Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates can be eliminated, they can directly occupy so much territory, which is also a huge temptation for them. Kaido said loudly, it's not the time yet. Our plan has not been completed, and if we do, the red-haired guy won't sit idly by. At the time of the battle for the top, Kaido wanted to seize Whitebeard's territory, but because of the appearance of the red-haired Shanks, his plan was ruined. He knew that Shanks was against the Whitebeard Pirates, so at this time the Whitebeard Pirates during the decisive battle with the Blackbeard Pirates, although he didn't do anything, he would certainly not sit idly by if other forces intervened. Although Kaido is overbearing and arrogant, but being able to become one of the four emperors means that he is not a fool. At this time, he will only set up the red-haired Shanks as an enemy, and most importantly, the plan he has prepared has not yet been completed. The power is not enough to disregard the whole world. Seeing that Kaido didn't mean to do anything, his subordinates stopped talking about it. Mommy. In the New World Cake Island Castle, Big Mom listened to the pirate in front of him telling her about the Whitebeard Pirate group. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates have gone to war, shall we do something? Charlotte Linlin called too strangely, and it sounded like a, mom, tone. The reason why he is called Big Mom is not only because he has so many pirates, but also her frequent voices. One of the reasons. What does it have to do with me when they beat them? Charlotte Linlin is definitely a weird person. To be precise, none of the four emperors is normal. Shanks is normal. Kaido is very ambitious. Charlotte Linlin likes desserts and gathers all races in the world. He wanted to make them all as tall as her, sitting together to eat and talk, so he really didn't have any interest in the black and white dispute. Dessert. I want delicious desserts. Tell me, where are their delicious desserts? At this time, one of Charlotte Linlin's sons said, Mom, I heard that a place can make very delicious desserts. Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up suddenly, and he asked, where? Mom, it is the Fishmen Island. I heard that the desserts of the Fishmen Island are famous in the world, her son replied. The Fishmen Island? Charlotte Linlin thought for a while, and then asked, is it the Fishmen Island that Whitebeard used to cover? Yes, mother. Charlotte Linlin said immediately. What are you waiting for? Take the Fishmen Island to me immediately and let them make desserts for me. Hearing Charlotte Linlin's words, a man suddenly came out and said, Mom, the Fishmen Island belongs to the Whitebeard Pirate Group. Although Whitebeard is now dead, it is the Sun Sea led by the Fishman Island Jinbei. The thief group is still attached to the Whitebeard Pirate group. If we are to snatch the Fishman Island, we must first conquer the Sun Pirate group and face the Whitebeard Pirate group. Chapter 443. Isn't it just a pirate group led by an imp? Now Whitebeard is dead, just by that imp, what is he? The man who spoke before was Charlotte Katakuri, the head of the 3 stars of the desert of the Big Mom Pirates, and the man who refuted him was the eldest son of Charlotte Lingyun, the Big Mom Pirates. Parasparrow, but he was not facing Charlotte Katakuri, but looked down upon the Whitebeard Pirates led by Lingyun. Who cares, I want delicious desserts, the Fishman Island, who can take me the Fishman Island? Charlotte Lingyun doesn't care so much. If Whitebeard is still there, she would naturally not dare to mess around like this, but now that Whitebeard is dead, as for Lingyun, she didn't care about it at all, so naturally she would not care about the Whitebeard Pirate group. Hearing what Charlotte Lingyun said, several people suddenly came out, saying that they wanted to take down the Fishman Island. Boss, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates are about to go to war. They are all on their way to Sables. It is estimated that it will not take long to reach their destination. This battle is very likely to be their life and death. War, do we want to help? In Red Hair Pirates 603, everyone is paying more attention to the war between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates, because this is not only a battle between the 2 pirates, but also the next king. The key to the birth of the battle, and more importantly, their captain Red-Haired Shanks and the Whitebeard Pirates have a good relationship, especially Shinigami are very good friends. Ha ha ha. Shanks laughed loudly when he heard the words, and said, this kind of thing is not our turn to help. This is a war between them. All we can do is to wait and see. Since Lingyun dares to make such a decision, it shows that he is in his heart, still sure. Although he said that, Shanks was not as calm as he showed, but rather worried, because the strength of the Blackbeard Pirate group was not weak, and with his understanding of Lingyun was definitely a crazy person. Once he was confident about something, he would dare to fight it desperately, so he didn't know how much Lingyun had the chance to win this time. Beckman, what do you think? Shanks couldn't help but ask Beckman, who was the brains of their pirates. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Beckman said faintly, it's too early to say who wins and loses. You played against the guy Blackbeard. At that time, he was already difficult to deal with. Now he has got 2 very strong fruits. It is even more unfathomable. But his opponents are not simple. Shinigami is known to the whole world. As far as his current bounty, how many in the world? But if you have to ask me, I still say that Shinigami is more kingly style than Blackbeard. Shanks laughed and said, Beckman, I knew you were going to say that, and I hope things are really as you expected. Regardless of the reason, Shanks certainly hoped that Lingyun can win. The Whitebeard Pirate Group becomes the 4 Emperors Pirate Group, which is far more beneficial to the world situation than the Blackbeard Pirate Group becomes the 4 Emperors Pirate Group. Let the brothers be ready to go to the Sable Strait. Although they cannot directly help Lingyun and them, they must not be allowed to disturb the battle by other forces. Shanks ordered the people under him. In Dressrosa, a large group of pirate gods unconsciously set off from the country and headed towards the Sable Strait. The leader is naturally Doflamingo. He has reached a consensus with Blackbeard, and now the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment and the Blackbeard Pirate Regiment are about to go to war. He naturally can't stand by, so he quickly rushed to the Sable Strait with his men. The Fishman Island. Jinbei's expression looked a little gloomy. Now the Fishman Island and the Pirates of the Sun are still the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, but with the death of Whitebeard, many pirates no longer care about the Whitebeard Pirates, and start the continuous aggression against the Fishman Island and the continuous capture and sale of murlocs, so the Sun Pirates led by Jinbei became the savior of the Fishman Island. They have been stationed in the Fishman Island for so long for protection the Fishman Island is safe, so even if he knows that the Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates are about to go to war, he has no way to help Lingyun and them, he can only pray in his heart. Lingyun, Marco, Ace, I believe you will be able to defeat the Blackbeard Pirates. The Holy Land of World Government, Mary Joie, Master 5 Elders, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates have gathered in the Sable Strait. It seems that today they are about to fight the final battle. In a wide room, 5 Elders, the top leader of the world government, gathered together and listened to the reports of the soldiers at hand. Is there a war? The old man with white curly hair suddenly opened his eyes in the black suit with his eyes closed all the time. There was a long scar on his left face, and his eyes exuded an astonishing cold light. The other 4 old people also have different expressions. These 5 people are the top leader of the world government, 5 elders, who have lived in the Holy Land Mary Joie for decades, and are world-class figures that everyone fears and fears. The Whitebeard Pirates is that kid called Shinigami. 10 years ago, he stepped heavily on the world government, but he did not expect to grow to this point now. The old man wearing a red suit and a blonde and golden beard said slowly that he remembered the Mary Joie slave incident more than 10 years ago. Not only him, but the other 4 people would also not forget it, because it was the first time. Someone can mark the Holy Land of the world government and do such a earth-shattering thing. The old man wearing a white robe, bald head and eyes, holding a sword very similar to 2nd generation Ghost and 3rd generation Ghost in his hand, he said, the 2 people in the Holy Land of the Brain, one of them was called Fisher Tiger's Murloc is dead. This kid was also captured by Marine 10 years ago, but Sengoku didn't kill him. That's why he got the situation right now. Chapter 444. They also knew about Ji Lingyun's arrest 10 years ago, but at the time they felt that since they had been arrested, they didn't need to pay attention anymore, so they didn't care about Ji Lingyun and Impel Down. But 5 elders never imagined that such a forgotten person could escape from Impel Down and also took away most of the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Group from the battle on the top. You must know the top in World War I, they were preparing to wipe out the Whitebeard Pirates. It was because of the appearance of Ji Lingyun and later the appearance of Blackbeard and the red-haired Shanks that their plan completely failed. Naturally, their hearts were very unhappy. This kid has become a climate, and it is not so easy to deal with him in New World, and the guy named Blackbeard is also a gloomy B*******. Fortunately, these 2 men are fighting now to take the position of the 4 emperors. No matter what, who wins and who loses has no impact on us, only benefits. Wearing a dark green suit, the bald old man with a birthmark on his forehead spoke. The old man with a sword said, "It can't be counted like that. For us, the battle between Shinigami and Blackbeard is a slaughter of pirates, but if they don't lose both but one of them wins, the result may be exactly what we imagined, different." "Are you talking about the position of the last 4 emperors?" the old man in the red suit said solemnly. The old man with the sword said, "Yes, if any one of them becomes the new 4 emperors, then a huge storm will inevitably be set off. At that time, New World will become the same as before. Akainu and the others want to fight against the sea. The thieves will inevitably be more difficult." Akainu and the others did not act, but this is also the best choice. Now that the revolutionary army is uprising everywhere, we no longer have extra troops to invest in a large scale, so we can only leave it to Akainu to solve it. Being powerful is not enough to shake the rule of our world government, but the revolutionary army is different, so they are the enemy we need to pay attention to most now. The old man in the black suit said in a deep voice. His words made the other 4 nodded uncontrollably. Indeed, although the pirates are powerful, the problem is that they are not unified. A single 4 emperor can only be found in New World. Looking at it horizontally, it cannot pose much threat to the world government, but the revolutionary army is different. They are united under the leadership of the dragon. Perhaps their combat effectiveness is not as good as the New World 4 emperors, but their cohesion and threat are far more powerful than 4. Emperors are much more powerful. That's it. Leave the pirates' problem to Akainu, and he should be able to handle it. For 5 elders, although Ji Lingyun and Blackbeard are both very threatening, as long as they are not joined together, or the other 4 emperors join forces, they will not be a deadly threat. Ji Lingyun led the large-scale troops of the Whitebeard Pirate Group and quickly moved towards the Sable Strait, and soon came to the entrance of the strait. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This time, the Whitebeard Pirate Group can be described as an entire army attack. There are tens of thousands of pirates in total. Although it is a bit worse than when it attacked the marine headquarters, the momentum is extremely amazing, especially these pirates are elite. Those slightly weaker pirates, Ji Lingyun did not take them with them. Almost at about the same time, the Blackbeard Pirate Group led by Blackbeard also came to Ji Lingyun and the others, standing on both sides of the strait, looking at each other in the distance. Compared with the Whitebeard Pirate Group, the Blackbeard Pirate Group has a larger number of people, almost 20,000. This is because Blackbeard has brought all his subordinates and is ready to fight with Ji Lingyun. Thief, ha ha ha. A sharp loud laughter came from the peak of the strait. With the sound of the wind, the sound became very obvious. Even Ji Lingyun, who was a long distance away, heard the laughter. Lingyun, the fellow Blackbeard is here. When they heard this, Ji Lingyun knew that Blackbeard had arrived, and Marco said to Ji Lingyun with a serious face. Ji Lingyun nodded and said, "It seems that he is really confident. Let's go up and meet him for a while." The Sable Strait is not too big, there are several taller peaks. Blackbeard is standing on one of the peaks, while Ji Lingyun and Marco are on this side of the mountain. Because this mountain is not only the highest, but also the closest to the mountain where Blackbeard is located, probably a few tens of feet away. As soon as Ji Lingyun reached the top of the mountain, they saw Blackbeard and Raffi standing on the opposite side. After Blackbeard saw Ji Lingyun, he laughed and said, "Thieves, ha ha ha, Lingyun, it's been a long time, I heard have you had a good time recently?" Ji Lingyun said coldly, "It's naturally much better than you." "Thief, ha ha ha, it really hasn't changed at all, it's still so arrogant." Blackbeard laughed and said, "But even if it was you, I wouldn't have thought that there would be such a day." Huh. Ji Lingyun just snorted coldly, and then watched Blackbeard perform there indifferently. Blackbeard said, "Although I have said it many times, I still want to say that neither you nor Whitebeard would have thought that the Whitebeard Pirates would be destroyed in my hands. It's not ashamed." Ji Lingyun said coldly, "In my eyes, it is nothing more than a villain's will. The Whitebeard Pirates will be destroyed in your hands? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard." "Okay, Teach, stop talking nonsense, let me see where your confidence comes from." Ji Lingyun doesn't want to talk nonsense with Blackbeard, but Blackbeard wants to show off. He has been an ordinary pirate in the Whitebeard Pirates for more than 20 years. Now he has grown to the point where he can fight against the Whitebeard Pirates. It's something to be proud of. Just like Whitebeard said, he is the kind of conceited and hypocritical person, and like Ji Lingyun said, he is the kind of villainous person. Chapter 445. Blackbeard said loudly, "I can solve even Whitebeard, don't you call yourself Shinigami? Then today I will make you the real Shinigami, go and reunite with Whitebeard." Marco. Ji Lingyun gave a low voice, and Marco immediately nodded to express his understanding, and then saw him suddenly raise his right hand. In an instant, dozens of pirate ships leaned neatly against the gap in the Sable Strait. Seeing the movements of the Whitebeard pirate group, Blackbeard's expression changed, but he didn't mean to flinch at all. It also brought his pirates together, and there was a straight gap between the two sides. Lingyun, give you one more chance. As long as you submit to me, I can still keep your Whitebeard pirates, but if you refuse, I can guarantee that you will all die here today. Blackbeard-faced Lingyun shouted. Lingyun sneered disdainfully and said, but I never thought about letting you go. As he said, his eyes burst into sharp light, and he pulled out the Shinigami blade behind him, and pointed the blade in the direction of the Blackbeard pirates. At the moment when Lingyun made the action, all the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates Alliance issued an amazing roar, and then drove the boat and rushed towards the Blackbeard pirates madly. Kill. There is no nonsense between each other. The Whitebeard pirates all regard the Blackbeard pirates as their mortal enemies and can't wait to wipe them out. Although the Blackbeard pirates does not have such strong hatred against the Whitebeard pirates, they all know that as long as the Whitebeard pirate group is defeated, they will become the new kings of New World, and all of them will do their best. Kill. The distance between the two sides is not too far, so the two sides quickly collided together. When the forces of the two pirate groups collided, an astonishing shock erupted. There were 20,000 or 30,000 people, and there were dozens of pirate ships. The movement was not much worse than the battle at the top, and it was still a pure naval battle. At the beginning, the two sides fought through pirate ships, and the surrounding sea became chaotic, with explosions, roars, and fighting sounds everywhere. Lingyun divided the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates League into more than a dozen teams, each of which is led by the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and has been led by each captain, so one by one is just like a troop. Similarly, this is also the greatest achievement that Lingyun has allowed them to practice during this period, which has made the combat effectiveness of the entire alliance improved by at least 2 or 3 levels. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In comparison, although the number of Blackbeard pirates and the number of pirate ships are more than Whitebeard pirates, the first collision between the two sides turned out to be the Whitebeard pirates even better. When the people below were fighting, Lingyun and Marco stood on the mountain and did not move. Similarly, Blackbeard was also standing on the opposite mountain. For them, the battle of the pirates below was shaking, but it was finally decided. It was them who won or lost, so they did not act rashly. It's worthy of being the heir chosen by Whitebeard. It's amazing. Seeing that his side clearly has an advantage in numbers, but there are some small disadvantages after the real fight, which makes Blackbeard very surprised. Although he doesn't care about the life and death of his gang, but he wants to become 4 emperors, these people are also indispensable. So naturally he couldn't just let them be killed by the Whitebeard pirates. Let everyone go. Blackbeard gave orders to Rafid beside him. At this time, if the main force of the Blackbeard pirates did not act, the dragons under them would be headless, so he let Rafid do it. Understood, Captain. Rafid's face was very solemn at this time. He always thought that he had looked at Lingyun and the Whitebeard pirates more highly, but when the real decisive battle came, he realized that he still underestimated them, as the Whitebeard pirates showed. The fighting strength and momentum of the battle are not at all like the mobs who were defeated and fled in the Battle of the Top a few months ago. On the contrary, they are not much better than before. Bashes, let everyone go together. After Rafid descended the mountain, he immediately found the main force of the Blackbeard pirate group led by Bashes. Van Oka asked in surprise, "Are you going now?" According to the original plan, they were going to use the pirate forces under their command to fight with the Whitebeard pirates for a while, and then their Blackbeard pirates would join the main force again, but they didn't expect that it was only 10 minutes away. Let them attack. However, although they were surprised, Van Oka did not say much, but quickly gathered his men and headed towards the place where the two sides were fighting. Lingyun, they seem to have started to act, because it is standing on the highest mountain peak, so you can clearly see the movement under the strait. Seeing Bashes and other Blackbeard pirate captains all started to act, they immediately said to Lingyun. Lingyun said, "It's okay, you also let Joes and the others meet." At this point, the two sides are fighting as soon as they come up, and they know each other 8 to 9 points, so there is no need to hide combat power at all, just to see who is stronger and who cooperates best. Lingyun, then I will go down to command the battle, and Blackbeard will leave it to you, Marco said to Lingyun. Lingyun nodded and said, "Well, I am afraid it will be difficult for Blackbeard and I to win in a short time 2.5, so if you can defeat the Blackbeard pirates, we will win this battle by 9 points. Although he also knows that the key to this war is the battle between him and Blackbeard, but if the people below also decide the victory, then it can also help them indirectly. After all, Blackbeard is strong alone, seeing his own after the army is annihilated, it will also collapse." Marco quickly descended from the mountain, and only Lingyun and Blackbeard were left looking at each other on the 2 peaks. It seems that there are only 2 of us left. Blackbeard's eyes were all focused on Lingyun's body, and he didn't care at all about the battle below. Chapter 446. Zanjetsu. Lingyun did not speak, and pulled out the Shinigami blade, and quickly shouted, "Bankai." In an instant, he turned into the appearance of that Black Death tyrant. He has carefully thought about it. The easiest way to deal with Blackbeard is to break it with force, so he chose Tensa Zanjetsu, who can maximize his strength. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Although the two were separated by a long distance, Lingyun still faced Blackbeard's location and swiped abruptly. In an instant, a crescent-shaped sword beam with a black body and red light shot out from Tensa Zanjetsu, and it zoomed in quickly, heading towards Blackbeard at an extremely fast speed, and it was in front of him in the blink of an eye. Drink! Blackbeard yelled and slammed a punch. The void in front of his fist had cracks, as if the void had been blasted apart. Then there was a strong vibration in the air, and the vibration force gathered in together. We met Lingyun's crescent moon. Boom! A strong roar sounded, and Blackbeard laughed and said, "Lingyun, you must be the one who loses today. It must be you who died." Lingyun's eyes were a masterpiece, and then he suddenly jumped high and soared into the sky. The distance of several tens of feet did not form any obstacle in front of him. He leapt into the sky and quickly rushed to Blackbeard in a gliding posture. On top of the mountain. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Boom! Tensa Zangetsu's blade slashed down fiercely. Blackbeard raised his right hand, just blocking the sword edge. Naturally, an ordinary flesh body could not block Tensa Zangetsu's blade, because Blackbeard used armament haki and still used Shock Fruit's ability to block it. With a part of the attack power, Lingyun was able to drop from the sky now, carrying a powerful sword. Blackbeard's face was grim, his eyes fixed on Lingyun, and he said, "You seem to be stronger than the last time I met." The last time he played against Lingyun's power was not that strong yet. How long has it passed before he has made such a big improvement? But Blackbeard is not nervous, but is more excited, because it is not just Lingyun has made progress, and he has also made great progress. He has completely controlled the power of Shock Fruit and Dark Fruit. Everything is to kill you. Lingyun suddenly screamed and used his power again. The powerful force pressed Blackbeard's body directly to the ground, and his feet sank several inches into the ground. Thief, ha ha ha. Although suppressed by Lingyun, instead of showing fear, Blackbeard laughed in excitement. Then he saw his eyes widened, and also an angry roar. The force of vibration came from his arm, and it was shocked. Lingyun's Tensa Zangetsu trembled. What's more terrifying was that with Lingyun and Blackbeard as the center, the entire mountain shook, as if it could not bear the strength of the two, trembling. Lingyun frowned slightly. Blackbeard's power was indeed beyond his expectations. He was able to counteract him with the power of shaking the fruit. This was something that Blackbeard could not do before. What made him even more concerned was that Blackbeard's shock the use of fruit is more handy. It can be seen that he has been paying attention to the use of abilities of Daddy Whitebeard a long time ago, otherwise it would definitely not be able to use it so smoothly in a short time. Kill, kill, kill. When Lingyun fought with Blackbeard, the battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates below became more intense and chaotic. The battle of 20,000 to 30,000 people cannot imagine how intense it is, and these 2 or 3 10,000 people are all powerful people who count 1 as 10. Boom! The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division and the Blackbeard Pirates Captain 1, the fighting champion bashes slammed into each other. Both of them are body-shaped. This is not the first time they have played against each other. In several battles, the two of them fought each other, so they were familiar with each other. This time the decisive battle naturally found each other. Diamond Joe's is the strongest defensive of the Whitebeard Pirates, so he is the best choice to deal with Bashes, who has the strongest fighting ability, because both of them know that this time may be the last battle between their two sides, so they all tried their best. At the beginning, the two of them couldn't see anything when they fought, but as time went on, the differences between the two became apparent. Joe's is not only strong in physical skills, but also has the ability of Diamond Fruit. In terms of resistance, it can be said that he has completely exploded Bashes, so gradually Joe's took the initiative and forced Bashes into a very embarrassed situation. If no one intervenes, Joe's must be the winner. There are still a few powerful members of the Blackbeard pirate group, such as Catalina 600 Na Deepung, who was released from Impelled Down. As a pirate before the Great Pirate Era, her strength is also very amazing. The Whitebeard pirate in the regiment, it was Foil Beasta, the captain of the 5th Division, who worked with her. Beasta's strength is naturally beyond doubt, but his opponent, the Crescent Moon Hunter Catalina Deepung, is also very strong. She uses a long spear. It's hard to imagine that a female pirate would be able to take the weapon used by the man is so handy, whether it is attack or defense, they are actually very strong. There is no weak point in the fight with Beasta. On the contrary, the two are like rivals, and no one can do anything for a while. After all, Catalina Deepung was the big criminal released by Blackbeard from the 6th floor of Impelled Down. She was already a famous big pirate before the era of the big pirate, so she was locked up on the 6th floor of Impelled Down, Eternal Hell. At the beginning, Blackbeard brought out several people from the 6th layer of Eternal Hell to become his direct subordinates and captains. This Catalina Deepung is one of the more powerful. As for Beasta, let alone, the well-known great swordsman can fight Hawkeye for a short period of time without losing the wind, so against this kind of older generation of big pirates, the fight between the two is considered to be a battle. It's more eye-catching in the melee. Chapter 447 The captains of the Whitebeard Pirate Group have all found the captains of the Blackbeard Pirate Group. I have to say that Blackbeard is indeed very powerful. He has released many of the most sinister prisoners in Impelled Down. The strength of these people, they may not necessarily be top-notch, but they are more fierce than the other, and some have been locked up for decades, and their psychology has been distorted, so they are even more crazy. However, judging from the current situation of the battle, the two sides have only been fighting for tens of minutes. Although many people on both sides have died, it is still not clear which side has the advantage. It can only be said that they are facing each other and want to fight this war. When the winner is determined, the key depends on the top combat power. Either the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates will suppress and defeat the captains of the Blackbeard Pirates, then the Whitebeard Pirates will be able to win. Otherwise, let Blackbeard the captains of the pirates suppress the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, then the Whitebeard Pirates are in danger. In a sea area not far from the Sable Strait, it is quiet, but there is a team of people ambushing here. It is the second team led by the Fire Fist Ace ordered by Lingyun before. As the most powerful squad in the Whitebeard Pirates, the second division has a relatively large number of people. There are thousands of people. They all lie in ambush here and did not go to participate in the war. Captain, are we just lying in ambush here? Everyone is fighting in the front. Not being sent to the frontal battlefield is not only uncomfortable for Ace, but his militant subordinates are even more depressed. Now the companions of the Whitebeard Pirates are fighting bloody battles in front, but they are lying in ambush here with nothing. They were just waiting for unexpected changes that they didn't know if they existed, which made them really hard to accept. They would rather bleed on the front lines than wait here. What's the noise? Do you think I don't want to fight on the front line? Who wants to stay here to watch the scenery? But this is an order from the captain. He said that in order to prevent accidents, we must be in our hands. This is not just for us. For myself, it is for the brothers on the front line. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, the captain's order must be followed. Seeing the excited and eager expressions of his subordinates, Ace was also helpless, but he still reprimanded them severely. Although he was unwilling in his heart, since it was Lingyun's order, he would firmly implement it, not just because Lingyun is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, and even more so because Lingyun is his lifesaver. He believes and looks forward to this man. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hearing what Ace said, everyone stopped talking. Lingyun was in his early 30s. Although he was not old, he still had a lot of prestige among the Whitebeard Pirates, because he showed amazing power in the first battle. Many people were convinced. More importantly, under his leadership, the Whitebeard Pirates did not decline due to the death of Whitebeard. Instead, they gradually stabilized. Now they are fighting for the position of 4 emperors. Struggle. So whether it is the old generation of pirates or the new generation of pirates, they are very convinced of Lingyun. I think the captain's order is very reasonable. Although we are not on the front line now, it is very important. The position we are guarding is the only way to Sables. If there is an accident, we will be surrounded by the enemy. Road, the consequences would be unthinkable. The captain was thoughtful, and he must have thought of all the possibilities, so he let us stay here. There is no shortage of wise people in the second division. Many people can understand what Lingyun means, so although there are people who are eager, they still keep quiet and stay here. Ace said in a deep voice. Everyone stayed vigilant. I have sent people to the front line and stared at the battle. If there is any accident, I will be notified immediately, and we shouldn't think so much at that time. Ace has made up his mind. If occupation is still stable, he will listen to Lingyun's words and continue to stay here, but once Occupy has a situation that is difficult to control, even if he violates the order, he will save his companions. Captain, we all listen to you, everyone said to Ace one after another. Ace nodded and said, well, then we will continue to guard here now. I have received the news that the captain has already fought against the Guy Teach, but the battle between the two of them is too fierce, no one dared to come close. The Guy Teach will definitely not be the captain's opponent. Captain Marco has already said that the captain's current strength is not much worse than that of the old man. Although the B***** D Teach has gained the ability of the old man, it is more than the old man. It's too far, the captain will definitely be able to beat him. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates have a blind worship of Whitebeard. Even though Whitebeard is dead, they still have not changed. Since Marco said that Lingyun's strength is almost the same as that of Whitebeard, then Blackbeard is definitely not an opponent. Although Ace also has confidence in Lingyun, he has played against Blackbeard, and Blackbeard, who did not get shock fruit, has already defeated him. Now Blackbeard is stronger. He really doesn't know whether Lingyun can defeat Blackbeard. The fighting in the Sable Strait was still fierce, and it did not calm down because of the passage of time. The shouting and killing still reverberated throughout the strait, and the seawater had been dyed red with blood. Some people sent by other forces originally wanted to watch the battle between the two pirate groups, but at this time no one from the force dared to approach. All the ships were far away from the Sable Strait, because the battle was too much. Fierce, they are afraid of being affected. Beasts Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, New World's 3 emperors have all sent their own people, and they have been watching the battlefield. In addition to the forces of the pirates, the Marine headquarters also sent people, but they are farther away, far. Marco stood on the bow of the mobile and scanned the entire battle. When Lingyun fought Blackbeard, he was the commander-in-chief of the Whitebeard Pirates, so he did not participate in the battle, but observed the situation. It is precisely because of his command that the Whitebeard Pirates can gain a slight advantage. Chapter 448. Before coming to the Sable Strait, Lingyun told Marco that in this war, because he is going to fight Blackbeard, his role is very important. You cannot directly participate in the battle, but you must do it. Good command before the battle. After all, Lingyun is a person who has experienced 2 lives, especially before he crossed it, and it was the era of the information explosion. He knew very well that there was a huge gap between commanded and no one in such a large-scale war. Marco has experience, and everyone will listen to him. He will command the Whitebeard Pirates to fight in accordance with the tactics and formations. Therefore, although the Whitebeard Pirates have an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, they really fought. It was the counter-suppression that restrained the Blackbeard Pirates, especially the formation, more than twice as strong as the chaotic Blackbeard Pirates without a formation. When Marco commanded and occupied, there were still a few people on the mobile, a few guards and Aokiji guarding around Marco. This war is very important to the Whitebeard Pirates. Lingyun asked Aokiji before and asked him to participate in the battle. Aokiji also agreed. However, since the start of the war, Aokiji has not done anything, but it's not because Aokiji doesn't want to do it, but because Marco hasn't let him do it yet. Aokiji also looked at the battlefield with a serious face. Speaking of it, although the scale of this War 107 was not as magnificent as the Battle of the Top, it was more dangerous than ever, because one side wanted revenge, and the other side was full of villains, so they are all very murderous. Compared with the War on the Top, there are more scruples. This war is far more tragic. In the past, Aokiji led Marine to fight against the pirates, and only had coldness in his heart, but now that the fight between the pirates is so tragic, his heart is very shocked. As the former Marine Admiral, he actually looked down on the pirates in his heart, but as he joined the Whitebeard Pirates, he found too many things that he could not see before, especially now. These pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates are in the performance in the battle, the kind of swearing to protect his companions, fighting side by side, and the Blackbeard Pirates using any means to kill the enemy, only shocked in my heart. Does it feel incredible? When Aokiji was shocked, Marco suddenly asked. Aokiji's face remained unchanged, and he slowly said, "It was shocking and fierce. I didn't expect the battle between the pirates to be like this." Marco said, "Although you are the former Marine Admiral, you have not seen the real battle between the pirates, and we have started fighting long ago. Roger, Golden Lion, we have encountered too many powerful the enemy, but I have to admit that, apart from the last battle on the top, this time the battle is the most tragic." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marco followed Whitebeard in the New World for decades, experienced countless battles, and fought against various powerful enemies, but the existence of Whitebeard before, coupled with the fighting between the Shanghai thieves, did not completely tear off his face. Fighting with big people like Roger and Golden Lion is just a fight, not a battle of life and death. But this time the war with the Blackbeard Pirates was definitely the most tragic, because from the moment the war broke out, it meant that there was no turning back. Only one of the two sides could survive, and there was no second choice. "Is it?" Aokiji said. "Then what do you want to say?" Marco said, "What I want to say is, it's time for you to be dispatched. Although I don't believe you, Lingyun believes in you. He said that you are the key to determining the situation of this battle. That's why I started from the beginning, did not let you participate in the war." The light in Aokiji's eyes flashed. He didn't expect Lingyun to value him so much. Although his own strength is very strong, his strength is not strong enough to pull the waves in this huge battle. But Lingyun, but I still said that, more or less, that is that Lingyun has confidence in him. "I know what to do," Aokiji replied to Marco, then walked to the front, watching the tragic fight in the blood-stained water. Although these people are all pirates, but watching the lives disappear in front of him, his heart still very touching. "Although it is not what I want to take the road of Shanghai thieves, at least I can choose what to do." Although he has become a pirate, Lingyun has never restricted Aokiji. Aokiji also knows this very well, so he has no two hearts. Now the Whitebeard pirate group needs his power, he naturally will not hesitate. "Huh." I saw Aokiji suddenly rushed out of the Moby DK. Marco clenched his fists, and his heart was also very nervous. This battle was so important to the Whitebeard Pirates, even if it was a man of his kind, it was also uneasy. Aokiji's speed was very fast. After rushing out of the mobile, the whole person flew into the air, and then quickly fell above the sea. Many of the pirates fighting on the pirate boats around saw Aokiji. "It's Aokiji, former Marine Admiral Aokiji." Seeing Aokiji, whether it is the Blackbeard Pirates or the Whitebeard Pirates, they all exclaimed. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates are better. They all know that Aokiji is theirs now, but they are from the Blackbeard Pirates. People were shocked, because Aokiji's name was so big that such a character also participated in the war. Ice Age. Falling on the surface of the sea, Aokiji's feet have already appeared with icy debris. With him as the center, the entire surface of the sea is quickly frozen, and the area is getting larger and larger. Just a few seconds the sea surface of the Rice Strait is all turned into ice. No, it is Aokiji's ability to use it, and the pirate ship cannot be used anymore. The people of the two pirate groups all screamed, because no matter which side, the sea was frozen, they couldn't use the boat. But this is better. Fighting on the ice is more convenient than on a boat. After being surprised, the people on both sides quickly reacted. Many people gave up driving the pirate boat, jumped off the pirate boat, and then rushed towards the other side, shouting more and more. Chapter 449. Aokiji is our captain's person, his own person. Don't be afraid, quickly kill the bastards of the Blackbeard Pirates. Although the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Group do not have a good impression of Aokiji, the former Marine Admiral, they also know how important it is to them now, so now they have also let go of their opinions on Aokiji and accept with Aokiji's help. He followed the ice surface created by Aokiji and quickly killed the people of the Blackbeard Pirate Group. With the addition of Aokiji, an admiral-level powerhouse, the morale of the Whitebeard Pirates Group has been greatly strengthened, and although Aokiji did not directly kill people, few of the pirates of the Blackbeard Pirates Group can resist him. Freezing ability. All those who were stared at by him turned into ice sculptures, so that the pirates of the Blackbeard Pirates Group fled everywhere in fear when they saw him. But after all, this is a great war of tens of thousands. Although Aokiji's ability is strong, he can't change the situation of the battle by himself. What's more, in the Blackbeard Pirates, except for the captains of Blackbeard's direct line, it is not without masters. Many of them are criminals brought out by Blackbeard from impelled down. They are extraordinary in strength. One can't beat Aokiji, 10, dozens of them are different. In short, Aokiji was quickly surrounded by many people. Live. Captain Marco, that guy Aokiji is blocked, what shall we do next? The only thing left on the Moby DK is Marco and a few pirates guarding him. They are all a group of people who follow Marco. At this time, they saw Aokiji being blocked, and they were all against Marco. Asked. Marco said in a deep voice. The strength of that guy Aokiji is definitely not only that, he hasn't used his full strength yet, otherwise even those people would definitely not be able to stop him. Aokiji is the former Marine Admiral. Marco is very clear about his strength. He is definitely not weaker than himself, it is also Logia demon fruit power. He has a great advantage in battle. Although the pirates besieging him are not weak, but if Aokiji tried his best, he would definitely win, but the current situation is that he can fight equally, so it can only be said that Aokiji didn't make a full shot. Hearing Marco's words, several people around him suddenly said, I knew that this guy must not really submit to us. This war is very important to us. Everyone is desperate. He can't give his all. Yes, if it wasn't for the captain to order us not to embarrass him, he wouldn't have the right to stay in our Whitebeard Pirates. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's just a former admiral abandoned by Marine. It's not a pirate yet. If it wasn't for the kindness of the captain to take him in, he wouldn't be able to get along in New World. Marco frowned and listened to the complaints at hand. He did have the same idea as these people before. He felt that Aokiji had joined the Whitebeard Pirates, but did not try his best, which was very disgusting. But when he hears these discussions now, he suddenly feels a little uncomfortable. Aokiji was previously the admired Marine Admiral among Marines. Now he joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Not only was Marine spurned, but also received companions spurned. This kind of inside and outside is not a human. If it's him, he can't bear it, but Aokiji endured it abruptly and never complained. From this we can see Aokiji's psychology. The quality is amazing. Marco thought secretly in his heart. Aokiji, although I know you are not easy, but if you are really willing to join our pirate group and work out everything for it, I will also treat you as a companion, but unfortunately. Marco is very clear that this is probably difficult to achieve. Although Lingyun made Aokiji the captain of the Zero Division, there has been no Zero Division so far. I am afraid that is the same idea. After all, no one wants to place one under his own at any time. A bomb that may explode. Don't worry about Aokiji. He can shoot and block so many enemies for us. For us, it is already considered good. After all, it is not only that he did not regard us as companions, but we also did not regard him as ourselves. A part of it. Marco stopped the discussion of his subordinates and said, the battle has now reached a critical moment. This fellow Blackbeard is indeed capable of recruiting so many people in a short period of time. If we hadn't followed Lingyun's orders, if you want to train, it's impossible to gain an advantage in this war. Previously, Marco still had some doubts that Lingyun had spent several months rectifying the Whitebeard Pirates, but with the beginning of the war, he discovered how correct everything he had done in the past period of time, without Lingyun's persistence. In this war with very different numbers of people, it is impossible to gain an advantage at all. So now Marco also agrees more and more with what Lingyun said. It's more expensive and not too expensive. Only the real elite can have an advantage in this life and death battle. Otherwise, he only knows the number of people accumulated, not at all, like it is now. Although the Whitebeard Pirates has gained a bit of advantage, Marco also knows that it hasn't been long since the beginning. If this continues, this war will definitely go on for a long time, and who will win and lose? It's hard to tell, and he doesn't know if Blackbeard has any hole cards. After all, Blackbeard is too deep. It's not good, Captain Marco. Several pirate ships suddenly rushed out of the bottom of the sea. All of them were pirates from the Blackbeard pirate group. They appeared from the bottom of the sea and disrupted our formation, causing heavy casualties. At this moment, an unfavorable news came, and after Marco heard it, his face changed drastically. What are you talking about? The people from the Blackbeard Pirates rushed out from the bottom of the sea, and right on the battlefield. It was one of Marco's confidants who came to inform him. He said eagerly, yes, Captain Marco, these guys are all the notorious pirates of New World. I didn't expect that they would be surrendered to the Blackbeard Pirates. Attack us at this time. Chapter 450. Teach that B********. D. Marco's face became very ugly, not only because of being attacked by the Blackbeard Pirates, but also because of the methods used by the Blackbeard Pirates. As we all know, the Whitebeard Pirates used them during the Battle of the Top. The undersea tactics entered the Marine headquarters and disrupted the layout of the Marine headquarters at once, and didn't fall into a passive position at the beginning. This is a tactic developed by the Whitebeard Pirates, but Marco Van never thought that Blackbeard would use this trick to deal with them. This is simply humiliating the Whitebeard Pirates. When did Blackbeard recruit these villains? No, these guys are extremely wicked people, and they can't be easily subdued by the Blackbeard guy. It seems that Blackbeard bought them by some means. After thinking about it, Marco guessed the reason, because the pirate group that suddenly appeared were all the well-known pirate groups from New World. Not only were these people very strong, they were basically lunatics, and they never surrendered to any forces. Sometimes, even if they face the Four Emperors pirate group, they will not be afraid. Blackbeard is not the four emperors yet, and it is absolutely impossible to subdue these pirate groups, so it must have used some profit to buy them. These guys are all villains among the villains. I don't know how many lives are in their hands, and they have rich combat experience and troublesome. Originally, the Whitebeard pirate group had already occupied a certain advantage, but after the appearance of this group of pirate groups, the situation immediately changed. Although it did not suppress the Whitebeard pirate group, it also gave the Blackbeard pirate group a respite. A counterattack began, and the battlefield suddenly became evenly divided. Although Marco muttered in his mouth, he did not show any anxiety on his face. All this did not exceed his and Lingyun's expectations. Since Blackbeard dared to decide to fight this battle with them, it was naturally impossible to miss his cards. How can you defeat the Blackbeard pirates if you don't even have this reaction? I saw Marco took out a phone worm and said, "It's time for you to enter." After Marco finished speaking, 7 or 8 pirate ships emerged from several directions. 2 of them were the Kid Pirates and the Red Heart Pirates. In addition to the 2 of them, there were several others. New World's more well-known pirates, these are the forces that secretly submit to the Whitebeard Pirates. They have always been secretive before, in order to fight the Blackbeard Pirates by surprise. Not Blackbeard has an idea. Lingyun is also not stupid, naturally knows to use full force. The pirate groups that appeared after that were all fresh forces. After they appeared, they immediately attacked the Blackbeard pirate groups from several directions. The momentum was very shocking. For a while, the Blackbeard pirate groups were beaten up and reoccupied. Advantage. Sure enough, it's still not that easy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rafit killed the enemy in front of the Blackbeard pirates. Seeing that the Whitebeard pirates also had ambushes, there was not much surprise on his face, but rather what he had expected. But this should be all of you, but it's not all of us. Rafit's eyes were brilliant and proud. He and Blackbeard had planned everything a long time ago. They also knew the manpower of Lingyun and the Whitebeard pirate group. They had counted the manpower they could think of, so he thought these people now it should be the last of the Whitebeard pirates, but they still have reinforcements. That bunch of guys should be coming soon. The group of guys Rafit said was naturally the Don Quixote family that was allied with them. Before the war, they had already passed the anger with Doflamingo. They were in charge of the main force of the Whitebeard pirates. A sneak attack from the rear will surely be able to give the Whitebeard pirates a fatal blow. The current situation is similar to what they expected, and it's also the point where Doflamingo is taking the lead. Rafit guessed right. Doflamingo did lead the Don Quixote family to the Sable Strait and was preparing to launch a raid directly behind the Whitebeard pirates. When they were about to act, someone blocked their way. The person who stopped Doflamingo naturally had not participated in the battle and was guarding the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates. Originally, Ace had been watching the situation on the frontal battlefield and saw that the Whitebeard pirate group was not at a disadvantage, so he was not prepared to take action immediately, but at this moment, suddenly some of his men told him that there were several huge warships facing him. Come with them. You didn't see that it was a strange pirate ship? And it was still coming towards the Sable Strait? Although the Whitebeard pirates were fighting with the Blackbeard pirates, the 2nd Division did not participate. A few of them were even arranged by Ace to investigate around. I didn't expect it to be effective at this time. The pirate who came to report immediately said, "It is not unfamiliar to say that it is strange, because this group of people are also more famous in New World, that is, the Don Quixote family of Doflamingo." Doflamingo? Ace's face changed all of a sudden. Doflamingo is quite famous in the New World. 7 warlords of the sea, the king of a country, and more importantly, Doflamingo and their captain Lingyun have a lot of hatred. At the time of the War of 2.9, it was already seen by the Whitebeard pirates. How dare he did it this time? Is he really ready to tear our skin apart? Doing it at this time, it is not a simple enmity, but a vengeance of life and death, so Ace's face has changed. Although I don't know what's going on, but obviously, this Doflamingo must be united with the fellow Blackbeard. A few people gathered around Ace, and they all nodded one after another. At this time, it was useless to care about these, but to find a way to deal with it. Ace said in a deep voice, "I thought it was the captain who was cautious. It seems that all this is in his expectation. Someone really dared to kill us." Chapter 451. Although Ace had persuaded his subordinates that there might be accidents, in fact he had no confidence in himself, because anyway, the Whitebeard pirates are now the top power in New World, except for New Worlds. Apart from the 3 kings, only the Blackbeard pirates can compete with them. Under such a powerful force, no one dares to provoke even those self-esteemed pirate forces, especially when the war breaks out. After all, now the war fortune has begun. If it is over, people may fall into trouble, but at the very beginning, if someone participates with the mentality of picking up the bargain, it is definitely a poor vision. Of course, this is the idea in Ace's own heart. He never expected that there would really be a large force from New World participating. Doflamingo is not going to die. In the eyes of the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, Doflamingo is just a 7 warlords of the sea, but they are the 4 emperors pirates of the past. Now as long as they defeat the Blackbeard pirates, they are still the 4 emperors pirates. Mission: Doflamingo and Shichibukai dared to provoke them, it's just looking for death. Many people were very angry, but some others said calmly, Doflamingo must have joined forces with Blackbeard. Otherwise it will not be possible to pinch the time so accurately. At this time, we are fighting with the Blackbeard pirates. If we enter, it will indeed bring us a big blow. The comparison is 7 warlords of the sea, and it is also the strongest among Shichibukai. Everyone can't understand him, but it doesn't mean that he will be completely ignored. Doflamingo is rarely seen in Shichibukai that can stand firm in the new world. People in the footsteps, and they all know that Doflamingo is good at mixing in the underground world. Fortunately, the captain had anticipated that, and sent us to guard here, otherwise it would definitely be very troublesome if Doflamingo is allowed to disrupt our deployment. Before, many people questioned Ji Lingyun's prudence, but now when Doflamingo led a large army to appear, everyone agrees with Ji Lingyun's foresight. Ace waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Let the brothers cheer up, we will meet this Tien Yacha for a while." What is said now is imaginary, only blocking Doflamingo is the most important thing. Although seeing a lot of people from Don Quixote family, Ace is not afraid. He leads the strongest combat power among the Whitebeard Pirates. Although the number of the 2nd Division team is not as good, the combat effectiveness is extremely strong. As for Doflamingo, he is not afraid. No matter how strong Doflamingo is, can it be better than Marine Admiral? He is not even afraid of Marine Admiral, but is he still afraid of you as a Shichibukai? The sudden appearance of Doflamingo surprised many of the surrounding forces watching the battle, because Doflamingo is also a great figure in New World, and now he has brought a large group to the black and white decisive sables silently. Straight, its purpose and ambition are self-evident. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. More importantly, the place where Doflamingo appeared is behind the Whitebeard Pirates, so you don't have to think about it. The Whitebeard Pirates that Doflamingo wants to deal with must be the Whitebeard Pirates, and there are also conflicts between Doflamingo and the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ji Lingyun. Many people know, but what they didn't expect is that Doflamingo really has the guts to get in. This is interesting. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates were already very difficult to distinguish between the winners and losers. Now that a Don Quixote family has been added, the Blackbeard Pirates has a great chance of winning. However, it's hard to say who wins and loses, who can kill each other, Shinigami and Blackbeard. The battle is really unexpected, but it's getting more and more exciting. Those who watched the battle from a distance could barely see the battle that erupted in sables, but they couldn't see the details because the distance was too far, and everyone basically didn't dare to approach it, but the appearance of Doflamingo was closer to them, they can see clearly. Doflamingo personally went out this time, but he didn't bring all his subordinates, because Dressrosa still needs someone to control. Compare where is his base camp, and he also knows that the original royal family did not give up, so someone must suppress it. Because someone stayed behind, Doflamingo brought only one top cadre this time, and the rest were grassroots cadres. However, the 4 major armies under him all came to the centaur, so he also paid much attention to his attack this time. 60% of the troops. Little Lord. Doflamingo stood at the bow of the ship, and a pirate walked up to him and told him, "Our front is blocked." Oh. Doflamingo looked forward and saw a few pirate boats appearing in front of them. They hadn't seen it before because of the light problem on the sea surface. After getting closer, they discovered that someone was blocking the entrance to the Sables Strait. Who is it? The pirate naturally saw the people clearly, so he came to report. He said, "Young master, look at the people with the banner of the Whitebeard Pirate Group." Doflamingo asked in astonishment. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates? It seems that there should be a lot of people. They are now at war with the Blackbeard guy. How can so many people stay here? Naturally, it is impossible for anyone to answer him, but he has already seen him soon. The Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the 2nd Division, Fire Fist, Ace. At a glance, Doflamingo saw the man at the front of the pirate ship on the opposite side, who he knew very well. Ace looked at Doflamingo. At this time, the two sides were separated by a few hundred meters. With their eyesight, they could see each other clearly. Doflamingo is a celebrity. Of course, it is impossible for Ace not to know him. Doflamingo, this is the battlefield where our Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates are fighting. We will not let them go. Fur. Hearing Ace's words, Doflamingo laughed loudly, his expression very exaggerated. Chapter 452. Fur. Doflamingo laughed for a while, and said with a look of arrogance and disdain. Huoquan, you are really naive. What do you think I brought people here for? Don't let it go, Fur, you have this ability. Ace's gaze became cold, his icy gaze fixed on Doflamingo, and he said coldly, "You mean, I want to go to war?" Doflamingo smiled and said, "Whitebeard is already dead. There is no need for the Whitebeard Pirate Group to exist. It's not up to you to decide." Ace snorted coldly. All the 2nd Division players behind him took up their weapons and stared at the Don Quixote family warily. Doflamingo said, "But it seems that you are not so stupid. You know that you are sending someone to guard here, and it is still you, Fire Fist, Ace, but do you think you can stop me only with you people?" Ace said coldly, "Then you can give it a try, kill." Doflamingo and Ace shouted almost at the same time, and then both sides fired at the same time. Doflamingo has more pirate ships than Ace, but although Ace has a small number of them, the combat effectiveness is very amazing. Fire punch. Ace took the lead, turning his fist into flames, and aimed at the pirate ship where Doflamingo was, and slammed his fist in the past. Fur. Doflamingo laughed, and then saw him shaking his hands. Huge lines formed a huge net of lines. Ace's giant flame fist hit the net, but the flames could not penetrate the net, let alone hit the hull. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ace's whole body suddenly rose into the sky, turned into a flame, and rushed towards Doflamingo's location. "Ace, don't be impulsive." Seeing that Ace was so impulsive, his subordinates couldn't help but exclaim. Ace was the strongest among them. but all the members of the ship were members of the Zanpakuto family. Ace rushed over by himself. It was too reckless. Up. It just happened to be Fire Fist, Ace. If you kill you, it's equivalent to breaking one of the guy's arms. Seeing Ace rushing over, Doflamingo not only didn't feel nervous, but laughed excitedly, and then jumped up likewise. His body continuously ejected, and even flew into the air, and hit Ace fiercely. Ace is a Logia-capable person. Although Doflamingo's string fruit is powerful, it keeps controlling the line of fingers to attack Ace, but it can't hurt Ace by half. At most, it cuts Ace's body into several parts, but it is useless. When Doflamingo and Ace started their hands, the Zanpakuto family also fought with Ace's men. Kill, Captain Marco, it's not good. A team of people came out from behind us. On the Moby DK, Marco heard the report from his subordinates. His face changed drastically, and he asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" It is the Zanpakuto family of Dressrosa, led by their captain Doflamingo himself, and now they have played against the second division team of Ace opponents, but their number is very large. I don't know if Captain Ace can withstand them. Hearing this, Marco roared angrily. Doflamingo, is that B******D? He dared to do it at this time. During the Battle of the Top, Doflamingo fought against the members of the Whitebeard Pirates many times. He and Lingyun had an enemy, and Marco knew about it, but he never thought that Doflamingo would dare to fight the Whitebeard Sea at this time. The band of thieves did it, either to get into trouble, or to unite with the Blackbeard band of thieves. He believed it was the latter. Do you need assistance to Captain Ace and the others? His men asked Marco. Marco opened his mouth to speak, and suddenly saw a submarine on the battlefield quickly leave the battlefield, heading towards the location where the exit of the Sable Strait was located, and that location happened to be where Ace and Doflamingo fought. Aren't those Trafalgar Law people recruited by Lingyun? Marco asked. Trafalgar Law is a rookie pirate that Lingyun recruited not long ago. Others may not know it, but Marco is very clear. He saw Luo actually want to leave the battlefield, and his face suddenly became difficult to look. Didn't Lingyun say that this guy can be trusted? Actually want to escape at this critical moment? But the next moment, his face changed again, and he cried out in surprise. No, the direction he left is Ace. It turns out that Trafalgar Law didn't mean to leave. He was on the edge of the battlefield. By chance, he saw Doflamingo bring people and fought with Ace. He had no intention of fighting with the Blackbeard Pirates, immediately took his own people towards Doflamingo where they were. After a while, Marco heard that Trafalgar Law did not run away, but went to fight Doflamingo's people, so he let go. He said to the people under his hands, Ace, and they should be able to withstand it. Now the key is it's the Blackbeard Pirates. As long as the Blackbeard Pirates is solved, Doflamingo shouldn't worry about it. Although the appearance of Doflamingo made him very surprised, he knew that he couldn't make sense at this time. Their biggest opponent now is the Blackbeard Pirates, not Doflamingo. Although Ace over there may not be able to defeat Doflamingo, but he drags it. He shouldn't be a problem, so what they need to do most now is to defeat the Blackbeard Pirates with all their strength. When Doflamingo and the others were blocked, Rafid of the Blackbeard Pirates also received the news, and his face was very ugly. He didn't expect that when the Whitebeard Pirates was fighting with them at full force, they would still have enough energy to deal with Doflamingo. No wonder he hasn't seen Fire Fist, Ace all the time. It turns out he had been prepared long ago. Originally Rafid thought that bringing together a large number of New World's notorious pirates, plus Zanpakuto family, would definitely be able to defeat the Whitebeard Pirates, but he didn't expect the Whitebeard Pirates to be so strong. They suppressed them instead. Chapter 453. The war is still going on fiercely, and the cards that both sides should play have already appeared. The next step is to rely on their respective strengths. Who can win the final victory depends on who can survive to the end. Marco has never participated in the battle. Although his eyes are focused on the battlefield, his heart has already flown to the two highest peaks. Now the battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates, it's hard to tell the winner. As long as the two sides don't back down, and the fight continues like this, at least a few hours can't tell the winner. So now the final thing is the battle between Lingyun and Blackbeard. If Lingyun wins, then the morale of the Whitebeard Pirates will inevitably increase. It will not be a problem to defeat the Blackbeard Pirates in one fell swoop. But once Blackbeard wins, then the result will become another. Lingyun, everyone is fighting desperately now, but it's up to you in the end to tell the winner. It's not that Marco didn't want to help Lingyun in the past, but he knew very well that this was undesirable. Although his combat effectiveness was not weak, it did not mean that he and Lingyun were as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. After all, he and Lingyun's fighting methods are different. If they join forces, they may not be able to exert their respective strengths. When the time comes, he will not help Lingyun, so he did not help Lingyun, but watched from the side. The battle between Lingyun and Blackbeard is still going on. The two of them have been fighting for a while. Originally, the two were fighting on the mountain where Blackbeard is. Because of the battle between the two, a mess has been destroyed on the mountain, everywhere. The gravel fragments, the potholes one after another are even more terrifying. Drink. Blackbeard yelled and hit Lingyun's sword with his fist. The shock burst out. The terrifying force forced Lingyun and his sword to keep backing, and he backed tens of meters before stopping. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Lingyun hadn't waited for her to stand still, and her backhand was a stab. The black and red crescent blade pierced the spot where Blackbeard was standing, sending out a shocking explosion, blowing Blackbeard's body into the air. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Thief hahaha. Blackbeard laughed weakly. The battle between him and Lingyun had lasted for more than an hour. At the beginning, the two of them fought with all their strength and wanted to defeat each other as quickly as possible. Both Lingyun and Blackbeard were full of confidence before the battle and felt that they would be able to defeat the opponent, but after playing for so long, they both found that defeating the opponent was far more simple than they thought. Lingyun, you are really powerful and terrifying, you can even fight me with 2 abilities, thief hahaha. No matter how dark and cunning Blackbeard is, but at this moment, he sincerely admires Lingyun. He has obtained shock fruit and dark fruit, 2 of the strongest devil fruits, and he believes that he has developed to the extreme, but he still cannot defeat it. Lingyun was too far from his expectation. He felt that even if Whitebeard was resurrected, he would be able to beat him, but why he couldn't beat Lingyun. Lingyun is also panting. His mood is similar to that of Blackbeard. He would never underestimate Blackbeard before, but Blackbeard is still a bit beyond his expectations. How long has it been before shock fruit is revealed in his hands? The power of Blackbeard is almost the same as that in the hands of Whitebeard. Although a large part of the reason is that Blackbeard has been with Whitebeard for so long and knows how to use shock fruit, it is a theory after all, and shock fruit will be perfect in a few months. The use of Blackbeard's talent is really terrifying. I think there are more than 2 abilities. Blackbeard, you have been hunting abilities in New World during this time. I don't believe you have only 2 abilities. Blackbeard's hunt for capable people in New World. Lingyun knew very well that at least a dozen capable people were killed by him. Blackbeard suddenly snorted in disdain, and said, how can the abilities of those wastes be compared with the abilities of shock fruit and dark fruit? Although I killed them, I still disdain to swallow their abilities, especially my opponent is you. If you use some garbage abilities, I'm afraid you will get the chance instead. Blackbeard's words surprised Lingyun. He thought that Blackbeard had already collected a lot of abilities. Who knew that this guy couldn't even look down on those abilities? That is to say, Blackbeard still has only 2 abilities at present. It's really beyond my expectation. I thought you would do everything to deal with me, Lingyun said coldly. Blackbeard said, when dealing with people like you, I will naturally not care, even if it is possible, I will not mess around, because in my eyes, you are the biggest obstacle to my path to the top, beasts. Kaido, Red Hair, Big Mom, 4 emperors, although they are very strong, but the threat to me is far less than you. As long as I defeat you, I can become the king of this world. You really can count on me. Lingyun squeezed Tensa Zangetsu, but he didn't feel sorry for Blackbeard. I don't have your ambitions. I only have one idea, which is to kill you and avenge my father and his dead brothers. Blackbeard suddenly snorted and said disdainfully, Lingyun, don't say it is so high-sounding. In my opinion, you are like me. Ambition is greater than everything. The death of the father, the defeat of the Whitebeard Pirates, you have to it's a great responsibility. If you didn't exclude me, maybe I would really stay aboard the Moby DK for the rest of my life, but your exclusion kept me from being able to integrate into it. So I swear, I must prove myself. Now that I have done most of it, as long as I kill you again, I will be able to completely release my grievances for more than 20 years. Maybe. Lingyun said faintly. Maybe there is my reason, but if you don't have any intentions, it's useless for others to force you. Also, do you think I don't know the purpose of your boarding? Isn't it because of our Whitebeard Pirates it's strong enough to give you a greater chance of getting dark fruit? From the moment you get on the boat, you have a ghost in your heart. How can you truly become our companion, Blackbeard? You will never be qualified to be our companion. Chapter 454. You don't want me to be your companion, and I don't want to be your companion either. Lingyun, come on, either you die or I die today. Blackbeard yelled angrily. You die, not me. Lingyun also roared. He was also a bit irritable after playing with Blackbeard for so long. Since his debut, he has never fought such a difficult battle, because in the past, his opponents were either much better than him. Either he is much weaker than him, is equally matched, and the only fight between him and Hawkeye is the battle between you and me. Blackbeard's strength is much stronger than the original Hawkeye. What's more terrifying is that Blackbeard is more resistant to attack than Hawkeye. Although the attack power may not be as good as the Hawkeye's black sword, the attack range is as good as the Hawkeye's. The impact is much stronger. Choke. Suddenly, Lingyun inserted Tensa Zangetsu back into the scabbard, and then quickly pulled it out to become Ryūjin Jakka. He used Tensa Zangetsu and Blackbeard in close combat for so long, and he could not defeat Blackbeard, so he had to change strategy. Surroundings, everything is ashes. Ryūjin Jakka. After Shikai, Lingyun shook Ryūjin Jakka abruptly, and a terrifying flame rose into the sky, turning into a tornado-shaped flame, rushing towards Blackbeard, enclosing Blackbeard. What? Facing the tornado-shaped flame, Blackbeard yelled, and a terrifying black smoke emerged from his body. After the black smoke came into contact with the flame, it slowly swallowed. Although the speed was not fast, the flame could not get close to Blackbeard's body. Drink. After using dark fruit to protect himself, Blackbeard slammed a punch, and the power of the shock burst out, blasting the flames in front of him into a big hole, because shock fruit's ability to attack is straight, so it can't attack the rest, but the black smoke continues to erode the flames, and it won't be long before it disappears completely. Hot hell. Lingyun's expression remained unchanged, and once again used a trick. Dozens of sky-reaching fire pillars suddenly popped up on the mountain peak. Even from a long distance, you can see the huge pillar of flame that soars into the sky, like flames falling from the sky. In general, All the observers who were waiting for the end of the war in the distance were all showing a sense of horror. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What a terrifying ability is that Ace, the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Because they saw the huge pillar of flames in the sky, many people thought it was Ace with the Mara fruit ability, but some people saw Ace fighting Doflamingo with a telescope, so the people on the mountain must not it will be Ace. It's not Ace, it's the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Shinigami, Edward G. Lingyun. Yes, he used this ability before in the top war. It must be him, and he can't be wrong. It's terrible. Is this the strength of the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group? Of course. Anyway, they're the heirs appointed by Whitebeard. If they don't have enough strength, how can they suppress this sea area? But it is not simply Blackbeard. Shinigami is scary enough, but Blackbeard he is still able to fight him up to now, and it seems that he has not yet decided the victory or defeat, and his strength is also very strong. It also means that Blackbeard has gained Whitebeard's shock fruit ability, coupled with his own dark fruit ability. Isn't it normal to have such strength? These two people are both men who stood at the top of the world. I am afraid that they will not be much worse than the other 3 emperors. No matter who wins, they must be the next 4 emperors. The surrounding debate kept sounding. Although these people didn't know each other before and were still enemies alive, they all became spectators when facing the battle of Black and White, and they were all talking about the war because of this. The war is more or less related to them, and may even change the situation in New World. Boom boom boom. Among the mountain peaks, the explosion sounded constantly. If you get closer, you will see the whole mountain start to tremble, countless rubble falling from the mountain peak, leaning against the 2 pirates fighting under the peak. Pirates, many people have suffered from unsuspecting disasters, being hit by rocks falling from the sky, and there are even many fireballs falling, in short, making everyone flee in shock. Has the critical time been reached? The huge changes caused by the mountain peaks made the faces of the 2 high-level pirate groups below become dignified. Although the 2 people above were fighting fiercely before, there was not such a big movement, but the current movement is so quiet. Big, obviously has reached a critical moment. Not only the 2 above them, but also the people below them have become even more crazy because of their movements. Kill, kill, kill. The irritable roar kept sounding, and the whole battlefield was filled with the smell of blood. Everyone was going to kill each other with red eyes. Even the high-level leaders of both sides began to desperate, even if the injury was changed. Desperately with each other. Although the pirates of the Blackbeard Pirates are all wicked people, when it comes to desperation, they are actually inferior to the people of the Whitebeard Pirates, because the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates have more faith than them. They trust their companions more than they do, so it is completely desperate to work hard. In comparison, many pirates in the Blackbeard pirate group are a little scared and trembling at this critical moment of life and death. No retreat, kill, no retreat. Rafid and other senior officials of the Blackbeard Pirates saw that someone backed up, and they all roared in anger. Rafid even killed several backing pirates in succession, and then took the heads of those people and roared. If anyone dares to retreat, this is the end, kill me. Kill all the bastards of the Whitebeard Pirates, kill, kill. Seeing Rafid's decisiveness and cruelty, the pirates of the Blackbeard Pirates were angry and frightened at the same time. Under the threat of death, no one dared to retreat and turned all fear and anger into strength, and killed the pirates facing the Whitebeard pirate group. Kill. Chapter 455. While holding the phone, Marco said in a cold tone. The order is passed on and everyone is determined to die. Before Lingyun and Blackbeard have determined the victory or defeat, the people of the Blackbeard Pirates must not be allowed to step on the road. Price Strait 1 step. The 2 sides are fighting in the Sable Strait. Because the location is narrow and it is not so convenient for the 2 sides to fight, they both want to rush over. Once they rush to the other side's position, they will be able to gain an advantage. The Blackbeard pirate group has a large number of people, Whitebeard only in this narrow position. Using Aokiji's frozen fruit ability, can the pirate group be able to suppress the Blackbeard pirate group's group attacks? Once the army of the Blackbeard Pirates rushes through the strait, the advantage of the Whitebeard Pirates will be wiped out. At that time, it is very likely that the Blackbeard Pirates will counterattack, or even be defeated, so Marco will issue it. Such an order. Understand. Roger that, to understanding. Don't worry, Marco, leave it to us. If these black boys rush over, I will have no face to meet the old man. I see, Marco. The captains of each team all answered Marco, and then all commanded their men and horses, desperately blocking the Blackbeard Pirates' impact, which is different from the chaos of the Blackbeard Pirates. Although the Whitebeard Pirates was also dead and injured. It's tragic, but until now, they still maintain and need formation. If someone dies in a place, there will be newcomers to make up. Therefore, the defense line of the Whitebeard Pirates is very strong. No matter how the Blackbeard Pirates hits, they cannot break through. At this level, everyone is trying their best. If there is someone who hasn't used their best, then it must be Aokiji. The pirates who besieged Aokiji had already been solved by him for most of the time, but there were still new people besieging him. Even though Aokiji was besieged, he still didn't appear to be anxious. Instead, he kept looking around the battlefield. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Judging from the battlefield situation, at present, the 2 sides can't help anyone, but Aokiji can also see that the 2 sides are obviously the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates who have stronger fighting spirit and confidence, and those of the Blackbeard Pirates. Although people are also desperate, they are not like the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates, who are willing to die and will drag you to bury you with the madness. The light in Aokiji's eyes slowly became firmer. He knew that if he kept fighting like this, even if one side wins in the end, there will definitely not be many people left, so he decided to shoot. Ice cube storm Pheasant's mouth. I saw Aokiji's right hand turn into a block of ice, and then the cold air quickly gathered in front of him, forming a huge ice bird. The ice bird fanned its wings and slammed into the pirates attacking Aokiji. What? The screams screamed, but they stopped abruptly in the next moment, because the body of any pirate hit by an ice bird burst open, but the next moment it was instantly frozen, forming blocks of ice. Down, directly killed a dozen pirates in seconds. Aokiji is the former Marine Admiral. Under the full attack, no one in the Blackbeard Pirates will be his opponent. Perhaps the captains can be his opponents, but the captains of the Blackbeard Pirates are basically the Whitebeard Pirates. The captains stopped it, which directly caused Aokiji to run wild on the battlefield. Damn Aokiji. Rafet saw Aokiji burst out suddenly, his expression became very ugly, he glanced quickly, the captain of the number 1 ship Bashes was still fighting Diamond Joes, but gradually he was suppressed by Joes, and it was no longer possible to protect himself. Easy, there is no spare capacity to support others. Deepung, the Crescent Moon Hunter who fought with Beasta, was a bit better, but he was also inextricably fought with Beasta. Van Oka, Poison Q, Bark Bacchus Chode and others were also unable to vacate their lives. They were all stopped by the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. What's worse, most of them were at a disadvantage. How could it be like this? In Rafet's calculations, although the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates are powerful, the members of the Blackbeard Pirates are definitely not weak. Even if they fight head-on, they won't fall under the wind, but the current situation is completely different. But Rafet soon figured out the reason. He remembered the evil king and Shiryu of Rain who were killed by Lingyun not long ago. Both of them are the top combat power in the Blackbeard Pirate group, especially Rain Shiryu. If these two people are still there, the Blackbeard Pirates will definitely not be as embarrassed as it is now, and will not let Aokiji behave arrogantly on the battlefield alone. Does that guy have anticipated this scene a long time ago, so he secretly killed Shiryu and the others? In addition to this, Rafet really couldn't think of other reasons. Although he was anxious, he did not lose his square inch. After all, although the high-level battle is at a disadvantage, the overall battle has not retreated. The ordinary pirates are still with the Whitebeard Sea. The band of thieves fought back and forth, and the only trouble was Aokiji. Rafet could only allow a large number of pirates to besiege Aokiji, and he also went towards Aokiji himself, trying to stop Aokiji by his own strength. As expected of Marine Admiral, although he lost to Akainu, his strength is still terrifying. Lingyun's choice is correct. At least at this time, his role is very powerful. Marco's expression became rare and delighted. In 5.8, the outbreak of Aokiji gave the Whitebeard Pirates a big advantage. As long as this continues, not to mention defeating the Blackbeard Pirates, but they can definitely maintain a certain advantage. After Lingyun defeats Blackbeard, the Whitebeard Pirates can defeat the Blackbeard Pirates in one fell swoop and achieve the final victory. Marco promptly ordered. The order is passed on, and the 4th and 5th squads will quickly lean towards Aokiji's position and cover Aokiji. Although Aokiji's position in the Whitebeard Pirate group was embarrassing, Marco can no longer take care of that much now. These annoying things will still be discussed after the war is over, otherwise, if the war is defeated, this will not be considered an annoyance. Chapter 456. After receiving Marco's order, the pirates of the 4th and 5th squadrons quickly approached the battlefield where Aokiji was located. When they moved, they naturally drove part of the Blackbeard Pirates' forces, which directly led to many people. They all swarmed towards Aokiji. Today, in the entire Sable Strait, except for Marco alone, the rest are all involved in the battle, and Marco does not want to do it. He is waiting for Lingyun. He has an absolute sense of Lingyun. Confidence. As long as Lingyun defeats Blackbeard, he will swallow the entire Blackbeard pirate group in one fell swoop, and it is not the time yet. On the other hand, the 2nd division led by Ace is also fighting Don Quixote family. Originally, Ace was playing against Doflamingo alone, but Trafalgar Law suddenly appeared and it turned into a 2-person siege of Doflamingo. The problem is that Ace and Luo have no cooperation at all. In short, even if the two of them played against Doflamingo, they did not win, but fell into anxiety. The elites of Don Quixote family brought by Doflamingo are indeed very powerful. Even the members of the 2nd division are very fierce, but facing enemies several times their own, they are slowly falling into a disadvantage. Fortunately, Luo's subordinates are not weak either, and they can barely resist the Don Quixote family when they work together, but if it continues like this, the second team will definitely be unable to stop it after a long time. Rumble. Among the mountain peaks, a huge roar sounded continuously, and the flames raged into the sky. At the center of the flame explosion, Blackbeard let out a scream. Although black smoke was constantly coming out of his body, but in front of the endless flames, it was still impossible to do everything. Block. The violent explosion continued for several minutes. After it stopped, the entire mountain became a mess, blackened, and sparks fluttered everywhere. It was horrible. Lingyun stood in place. The entire mountain was only within the range of his location that was not affected by the flames, and the rest were all targets of the flames, and Blackbeard's appearance at this time was much ugly. I saw Blackbeard lying on the ground in embarrassment with black smoke coming out of his back. The previous flame attack was too fierce and he had no way of avoiding it, so he could only protect his body and lay on the ground, revealing his back. But even if Blackbeard escaped most of the attack, his whole person was still dark, especially sad. All his clothes were burned, revealing his bloody back. If he got close, he could still smell the flesh. Shang asked. The sharp pain coming from his back made Blackbeard sweat all over. He only felt that his body was numb. Although the black smoke continued to recover his body, twice the pain was still unbearable for him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The screams kept coming out of Blackbeard's mouth, and he couldn't stand it anymore. Only painful wailing could alleviate his pain, but while he was screaming and screaming, his eyes were still fixed on Lingyun. As long as Lingyun, as soon as there is movement, he will immediately endure the pain to move or fight back. You seem to be in pain. Lingyun did not attack at this time, because he knew that although Blackbeard was injured, he did not lose his combat effectiveness. Even if he attacked immediately, it would be difficult for him to take advantage. And more importantly, Lingyun wants to defeat Blackbeard in a fair manner. In the previous battles he has experienced, except for the stunning showdown with Hawkeye, he has no scruples about the rest of the battles. As long as he can win, whether it's a sneak attack or other, any means is fine. But this time is different. The battle between him and Blackbeard is to avenge Whitebeard on the one hand, and to avenge the rank of 4 emperors on the second. So no matter which point you look at, it is decided that he must be honest and upright. The method completely defeated Blackbeard, leaving everyone speechless. The emperor must have the aura of the emperor. Although Lingyun has not yet become a 4 emperors, he has begun to cultivate his own aura. He is very clear that when he defeats Blackbeard, it is when he goes further. His spirit will be greatly improved. Blackbeard panted and said with difficulty, the more I fight with you, the more terrifying you are. Lingyun, you are indeed my destined opponent. I am also more and more convinced that as long as I defeat you, there will be no people can stop me, even with red hair. Before Lingyun grew up before, Blackbeard's biggest enemy was the red-haired Shanks, but now, he has to admit that even in the face of the red-haired Shanks, he is unwilling to face Lingyun, because in his eyes, Lingyun is more terrifying and unfathomable than red hair. Bankai. The answer was Lingyun's cold drink, and Ryūjin Jakka changed again and became even more hot. 657. Lingyun held Ryūjin Jakka, pointed at Blackbeard, and moved suddenly, the sword of fierce fire. I saw all the flames on the blade was sucked into the sword, and then Lingyun rushed to Blackbeard's face extremely fast, and swung the sword. Laugh. When Lingyun's sword was about to stab Blackbeard, Blackbeard unexpectedly rolled quickly on the ground, avoiding Lingyun's sword dangerously, making Lingyun's attack fall on the ground. The sword slashed into the ground, as if cutting tofu, and the blade body burst out with astonishing heat instantly, and all the ground that was touched by the blade body burned to ashes. Even the ground can be burned. Blackbeard looked at the burned ground in amazement, his face was full of horror, it was too horrible, if he was smashed, even if he had the ability of dark fruit, he didn't know whether he could stand it. Ranhuo Taito Dong Sunblade. Lingyun turned back and slashed again with the tip of the sword pointed at Blackbeard. Because Blackbeard's just tumbling only moved a short distance, there was no time for the second dodge. Lingyun's tip came to him in the blink of an eye. Chapter 457. Drink. Blackbeard roared and shook his fist. The powerful vibration force burst out. The extremely fast sword was hit by the vibration force, and the speed weakened rapidly, but it slowly moved towards Blackbeard, and at the same time, a large amount of the black smoke quickly hit Lingyun. If Lingyun does not back away, it will inevitably be shrouded in black smoke. Lingyun's face changed slightly. After playing with Blackbeard for so long, he already knew a lot about dark fruit's attack methods. This black smoke is indeed a very criminal. If it is covered, it will not only weaken his speed, but also absorbing his physical strength caused him great trouble. The vibrating force withstood the residual fire too much, unable to stab Blackbeard all at once. Lingyun measured it in his heart, but made a decision. He retreated quickly, withdrew from the black smoke's attack range, and gave up this attack. But Blackbeard had obviously resisted the severe pain at this time. He actually gave up the defense. Seeing Lingyun retreat, he rushed up. A large amount of black smoke followed his movement and quickly attacked Lingyun. And he waved his fist, and the force of the shock blasted out. However, Blackbeard's attack turned out to be not at Lingyun, but at the mountain wall behind Lingyun. The mountain wall was hit by Blackbeard's shaking force and collapsed, and a large number of rocks hit the backing Lingyun. Lingyun has seen the changes in the rear, so many rocks fall. If they are hit, it will be very troublesome, and if he has to deal with those falling rocks, he will inevitably be attacked by Blackbeard. The speed of black smoke is really not slow. Kenhuo Taito Shi can Sun prison shirt. Lingyun stopped retreating abruptly and stood on the ground. Blackbeard yelled in excitement. The black smoke engulfed Lingyun, then he made a fist with his right hand and threw a fist. The power of darkness, coupled with the impact of shock fruit, you have nowhere to escape, Lingyun. But just when Blackbeard was very excited, after his black smoke approached Lingyun's body suddenly burst into an astonishing flame, and the hot temperature burned the black smoke in an instant. In Blackbeard's eyes, Lingyun is like a blazing sun. Whether it's black smoke or gravel, all turned into fly ash after getting close to Lingyun. Even if the force of vibration hits Lingyun, it's just asking Lingyun to step back a few steps did not cause any harm to Lingyun. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You should feel fortunate that if it hadn't been for the rules of this world to limit Zanpakuto's power, you would have been reduced to ashes by the burning fire. In the flames, Lingyun looked at Blackbeard with cold eyes. He is now like the sun, emitting strong light and heat. Blackbeard can't stand the temperature at all and keeps moving back. After living in Pirate World for more than 20 years, Lingyun has already adapted to everything here. Zanpakuto's power is extremely powerful in Shinigami, but after all, this is Pirate World, which is restricted by the system and world rules. Lingyun can use Zanpakuto physically, but it also limits the power of Zanpakuto. Like Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai attack, the temperature in Shinigami can reach tens of millions of degrees, but in the world of pirates, it's not easy to reach tens of thousands of degrees. After all, the body and soul can withstand differently, and there is a big difference. Kan huo taito nan huo 10 trillion deaths burial array. After saying a word, Lingyun didn't waste time, and attacked here. Under his observation haki, he had already discovered how fierce the battle is underneath, so he must strike as fast as possible. Killing Blackbeard can reduce the casualties of his companions. Lingyun inserted the blade of Kanhuo Taito into the ground, and the intense high temperature quickly awakened the ashes of all the people who died under the Lingyun sword in the past, and turned into a scorched skeleton army, and madly killed Blackbeard. What monsters are these? Seeing Lingyun summon hundreds of skeletons, Blackbeard looked shocked, because he had never seen this move. Under tension, Blackbeard didn't panic, but kicked the skeleton that was close to him, but he found that the skeleton he kicked into the air staggered to stand up again, as if it hadn't suffered much damage. Good resistance to fights. Blackbeard knew very well how much strength he had just used, but he still didn't get rid of the skeletons, which surprised him very much, but the countless skeletons would not give him time to be surprised. One by one they madly killed him. Although the speed is not fast, it can't hold up too many numbers, and all of them are unconscious, only knowing to kill. Blackbeard, who was besieged by the Skeleton Legion, beat the skeletons frantically, but no matter how he attacked, it was useless, because he destroyed one, and a new one would appear, as if it was impossible to kill. Damn it! Blackbeard roared angrily. Although these skeletons were not very powerful, they were extremely troublesome and consumed his energy too much. If he kept fighting like this, sooner or later he would be exhausted. Suddenly, Blackbeard stood in front of him with his hands like claws, and then slowly bent and held it, but he didn't hold it tightly, as if he had grasped something, while Lingyun saw Blackbeard's movement. The pupil shrank. Thief, ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed, then pulled his hands down suddenly, as if pulling something. With Blackbeard's grasp, the whole mountain shook in an instant. Not only the mountain, but the entire Sable Strait also shook, so the people in the battle were unable to stabilize their bodies and were shocked. Looked towards the top of the mountain. This is Dad's trick, Blackbeard. Marco looked at the direction on the mountain, and his heart became nervous. He knew how powerful Whitebeard's shock fruit was. He was very clear about how powerful Whitebeard's shock fruit was. After Blackbeard used this trick, it seemed that he was also driven to a desperate situation, so Marco was Lingyun. Worried. Chapter 458. The trick Whitebeard developed was indeed shocking. Half of the mountain was actually collapsed by Blackbeard, and the skeleton army that besieged Blackbeard was also torn apart by the force of the shaking. Seeing that the Skeleton Legion was completely destroyed by Blackbeard's move, Lingyun's face also became difficult to look. Blackbeard's blow not only destroyed the Skeleton Legion, but also caused a lot of damage to the Whitebeard pirate group below. Lingyun wouldn't be too angry if he only killed the Skeleton Legion, but even the pirates who wounded the Whitebeard Pirates would fill Lingyun with anger and make his murderous intentions more and more serious. Before the vibration stopped, Lingyun quickly rushed towards Blackbeard, because Lingyun and Whitebeard have been together for so many years and are naturally very familiar with the power of vibration. Even if the earth is turned upside down, he will not be affected in any way. Thief, ha ha ha. Seeing Lingyun rushing forward, Blackbeard was not afraid, but laughed and greeted him like this. The two of you came and went. Although they didn't touch each other again, whether it was Lingyun's flames, or Blackbeard's black smoke and vibrating power, they were full of danger, and the mountain had been fragmented. The two of them moved from the broken mountain to another mountain. Kan huo taedao north heaven and earth ashes. Lingyun suddenly yelled and swung out a sword, and saw a tyrannical light flashing. Blackbeard, who was not far away, had not yet reacted. The light had already split across the entire mountain, and the huge mountain was born. Divided into two halves. I saw a huge mountain fall and smashed straight towards the mouth of the strait below. The place where the huge mountain fell was the place where the two sides fought. All the pirates gave a shocked exclamation. They continued to fight, all madly arbitrating towards the distance. Fortunately, Aokiji used the ability to freeze the sea before, so the pirates can run on the sea. The huge mountain smashed the ice on the sea. Many pirates were born before they had time to escape. Smashed to death. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What? After a brief silence, Blackbeard uttered a terrifying scream, and then he saw his left arm was broken, and the broken arm was evaporated in an instant with no ashes. How dare you? How dare you? Blackbeard was horrified and looked at Lingyun in amazement with his superiority. He is a person with the dark fruit ability. The injury can be offset by pain, but Lingyun's cut was too fast and too urgent, and his fruit power was not available. His arm was already broken, and what's more terrifying is that the broken arm was evaporated instantly. However, Lingyun was a little regretful. The sword didn't kill Blackbeard, but just broke his arm. At this time, Lingyun had put away Ryūjin Jakka, and pulled out another Zanpakuto, which was the same Zanjetsu before. After pulling out Zanjetsu, he said, since Ryūjin Jakka can't be killed, that's the only trick. This is the last resort, and it is an honor for you to die under this trick. Since the battle, the two have already played their cards and their physical strength is almost at the limit, so Lingyun is not going to waste time, and is ready to use the last move to determine the victory or defeat. It is also a life and death decision. Blackbeard endured the severe pain of the broken arm, staring at Lingyun with hatred and ferocious expression on his face, and roared. I will kill you, I must kill you, Shinigami, you are dead today. Lingyun ignored Blackbeard's words and directly changed Zangetsu Bankai into Tensa Zangetsu. He stood Tensa Zangetsu in front of him and fixed his eyes on Tensa Zangetsu. At this moment, he seemed to lose consciousness, except for sword, there is nothing else. Blackbeard didn't know what Lingyun was doing, but he ignored his injury and concentrated his remaining power. He raised the remaining hand, and a white light appeared on his fist. It was the power of shock fruit, the power of shaking. After it appeared, black smoke appeared immediately, forming a black and white appearance. The abilities of shock fruit and dark fruit are two completely different abilities. Under normal circumstances, they cannot be used at the same time, but at this time it has reached the critical point of life and death. Blackbeard Ishin wanted to kill Lingyun. These forces merge together, and although there will definitely be a strong backlash later, as long as Lingyun can be killed, all this is worth it. What? Combining the power of vibration and the power of darkness, Blackbeard's attack became swollen. With his body as the center, a huge black and white circle appeared in a radius of tens of meters, just like a Tai Chi picture. Because the power that Blackbeard exploded was too terrifying, and the astonishing pressure erupted from the mountain peak. At this moment, many people couldn't help but look towards the highest mountain. Marco's face changed frantically. He picked up the phone bug and shouted loudly. Listen, let everyone stay away from that mountain immediately, let everyone stay away immediately, fast, fast. Although he didn't know what kind of moves Lingyun and Blackbeard used, he knew very well that once it broke out, it would definitely destroy the entire mountain. By then, none of the people near the mountain would survive. Quick retreat. Rafid also shouted at the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. After Aokiji had all the pirates around him ice-covered, he looked up at the top of the mountain and said with complicated eyes, Is it finally the end, Shinigami, Blackbeard? Whoever of you can laugh to the end, Shinigami, can you still continue? Do miracles? Aokiji is also looking forward to it at this time. Although he is also more optimistic about Lingyun in his heart, Blackbeard is very human. He can turn from a small person to become the Blackbeard who shocked the world. He seized the power of Whitebeard and killed Whitebeard and Lingyun divides the world equally, no matter from which aspect, it is not much different from Lingyun, so Aokiji does not dare to determine which of the two will be the final winner. Chapter 459. No month. In Lingyun's low groan, Tensa Zangetsu suddenly disappeared, but he himself has undergone a huge change. The black-red light is emitted around him, violent and strong, his hair becomes longer, and his body is covered with white cloth strips. Wrapped, a very thin line-like thing appeared in the hand. What? Blackbeard let out a crazy yell, and the two powers slammed into Lingyun, and at that moment, Lingyun turned into a sword. At an unclear speed, he rushed into Blackbeard's, in strength. Boom! There was a loud noise, and everyone on the battlefield was deafened and stopped fighting involuntarily. Everyone's eyes were gathered on the mountain. Even Ace in the distance stopped fighting, and the two sides separated, all facing each other. Look there. Fur. Doflamingo laughed and said, It's such a big movement. It's worthy of being two monsters. It seems that the winner is about to be separated. You say, who can win, who fist? Ace said coldly. It's all nonsense, of course our captain won. That's not necessarily true. Doflamingo smiled disapprovingly and said, but no matter who wins, we don't seem to have to fight anymore. If Lingyun wins, Doflamingo will naturally retreat immediately. He doesn't want to be buried with Blackbeard, because without the Blackbeard Pirates, his people alone are not the opponents of the Whitebeard Pirates. And if Blackbeard wins, it will be even simpler. Everything else will be handed over to the Blackbeard Pirates. He doesn't have to waste his troops, or even save his strength for greater benefits. Doflamingo didn't want to fight anymore, and Ace naturally wouldn't pester him to fight, his eyes fixed on the position of the Sable's Strait. Rumble. With a sound like thunder, I saw the tall Sable's Strait swayed, starting from the upper mountain peak to the islands on both sides, all began to vibrate, and collapsed from top to bottom. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. No, it's going to collapse here. Seeing this scene, Marco was shocked and quickly ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. The people of the two pirate groups realized that it was not good, so they didn't have the mind to continue fighting. They all fled frantically. Because the sea was sealed by Aokiji ice, the ship was useless at all and could only use two legs, run wild. The entire strait collapsed bit by bit, and even those who watched the battle from a long distance were shocked. How strong it would take this attack to collapse the entire strait. It can almost be compared to the original top. The previous battles are on the same level, and even worse. Is this the power that humans can possess? Everyone who saw this scene involuntarily came up with such an idea in their hearts. This kind of power can be called the power of gods and demons. The pirates of the two pirate regiments all evacuated far away. Only a few of the pirates were too slow to escape. They were crushed to death by the collapsed rocks, and a large pirate ship was also overwhelmed. The collapse did not last for a long time. The ice on the sea surface was also smashed. All the rubble fell to the bottom of the sea. In the end, only a small piece of land remained, that is, the only remaining land in the entire strait. Besides, nothing was left, and the entire Sable Strait was completely destroyed by Lingyun and Blackbeard's attacks. Everyone's eyes widened and looked at the only remaining piece of land, wanting to see who had won this shocking battle, but they did not see a single figure if they let their eyes widen. What's the matter? What about the captain and others? The members of the two pirate groups all questioned, because they neither saw Lingyun nor Blackbeard. Lingyun. Marco and a group of captains of the Whitebeard Pirates gathered together, looking nervously at the remaining straight land, looking forward to the appearance of Lingyun, as did the Blackbeard Pirates on the other side. For everyone, as long as they can see their captain, it means who the final victor in this war is. About a few minutes later, there was a sudden explosion, and then a figure rose to the sky, and then landed on the land again. It's Lingyun. After that figure fell on the ground, he staggered and almost fell to the ground, but he quickly stabilized his body, and saw that he was of medium build, topless, with wounds on his body, which looked very miserable. Others couldn't see the specific situation, but Marco and the others were so familiar with Lingyun. They recognized the figure as Lingyun at a glance. They all shouted in surprise, and then all the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group also did. It was howling excitedly. Their captain appeared first, and it was obvious that he was the one who won. How is it possible? Impossible. Captain, how about the captain? The members of the Blackbeard pirate group saw Lingyun screaming in disbelief, and then they couldn't accept it. The pirates in Blackbeard's group were the most excited. They witnessed the growth of Blackbeard. Up to now, they're the ones who can't accept Blackbeard's defeat. Marco. Just when everyone was shocked, Lingyun suddenly yelled, and then suddenly threw something at the location of Marco, and that thing flew towards Marco at a very fast speed. Marco froze for a moment, then jumped and grabbed the flying object, but when he saw what was in his hand after he fell, his pupils suddenly widened, and he screamed in incredible surprise. Blackbeard. That's right, the thing in Marco's hand is Blackbeard, but it's not, but Blackbeard's head, and it's still revealed in the ice. The reveal in the ice is vivid, with wide-eyed eyes, and it's still bloody, looks like. Marco's scream also made the Whitebeard pirates see the Blackbeard head in his hand, and all of them suddenly screamed in excitement. It's Blackbeard, Blackbeard is dead, Blackbeard is killed by the captain. Chapter 460. Blackbeard is dead. The entire Whitebeard pirates roared loudly, but not many people actually saw Blackbeard's head, but this did not delay their excitement. Everyone knew what Blackbeard's death meant. And Whitebeard's loud voice was naturally heard by all the pirates of the Blackbeard pirate group, especially the few with good eyesight, and even saw the head of Blackbeard. How can it be? Rafit looked at the head of Blackbeard in Marco's hand in disbelief. If he could not see the head of Blackbeard, he could still use his own words to arouse the desire of others to fight, but now Blackbeard's head is right in front of him. Even if you want to conceal it, it is impossible. The captain is dead, the captain is dead. The vast majority of the pirates on the Blackbeard pirate regiment screamed in amazement, and then they showed horror. The death of their captain meant that the war had been defeated. Their belief in battle was won. Disappeared instantly. The people of the Blackbeard pirates were still a little at a loss, but those pirates who were persuaded by Blackbeard by means did not have their scruples. They saw that Blackbeard was already dead, and the conditions promised to them were naturally impossible to complete, so immediately made a decision. Blackbeard is dead, little ones, let's withdraw. A few people in the pirates didn't care about the remaining pirates of the Blackbeard pirates, and left directly. Their departure made the people of the Blackbeard pirates more flustered, and many people couldn't help but retreat. Go with. Don't retreat, don't retreat. Lousy tells you not to retreat, there is only one dead end. Seeing the turmoil of the human heart, the remaining captains such as Rafid were also shocked. If the human heart was broken at this time, then there would be no need to fight, so he tried hard to save, but even if he killed several people who escaped, but still can't calm the fear in everyone's hearts, and even make them escape more resolutely. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although he killed Blackbeard, Lingyun's condition at this time is also very bad. Wu Yu is the most powerful one he has at present. Although the sequelae are not as serious as Shinigami, he used this after the move, his physical strength almost disappeared. It was not easy to stand up alone, and it was impossible to continue fighting. However, he saw that the members of the Blackbeard pirates began to disintegrate. Lingyun knew this was a very good opportunity, so he immediately shouted at Marco. Marco, go all out to wipe out the Blackbeard pirates, come on. Hearing Lingyun's words, Marco immediately reacted and shouted, brothers, don't let the Blackbeard pirates run away, chase them, and kill them all. The people of the Whitebeard pirates screamed in excitement, and then separated dozens of people and killed them towards the people of the Blackbeard pirates. The momentum was even more shocking than before, because they had no advantage before, and this time it was pursued with the determination and advantage to win, so both morale and other things were extremely high. Kill. Thousands of Whitebeard pirates chased tens of thousands of Blackbeard pirates, but the results were completely different. The larger number of Blackbeard pirates could only flee in embarrassment and did not dare to escape. Fight with the Whitebeard pirates. When the Whitebeard pirates were chasing the Blackbeard pirates, the faces of Ace and Doflamingo, who had stopped fighting on the other side, were constantly changing at this time. The difference is that Ace was full of surprises and excitement, while Doflamingo's face was gloomy. The exclamation of the Whitebeard pirates was naturally heard by Doflamingo. The death of Blackbeard was of great significance to them. They were in alliance with Blackbeard and agreed to kill Lingyun, and after the Whitebeard pirates were destroyed, they would divide Whitebeard. The pirate group's territory and all the wealth, but I didn't expect Blackbeard to be so useless. He was killed by Lingyun on the spot. Young master, Blackbeard is dead, and the people of the Blackbeard Pirates have been completely defeated. We don't need to entangle with the Whitebeard Pirates anymore, we don't have the slightest advantage. Pika, the only highest cadre in the Don Quixote family who came here with Doflamingo, persuaded in a sharp voice. Doflamingo's face was extremely gloomy, looking at the ace in front of him and the Whitebeard Pirates chasing the Blackbeard Pirates in the distance. Fire Fist. Ace has been so difficult to deal with, not to mention the entire Whitebeard Pirates. In short, they have no chance at all this time. Withdraw. Doflamingo didn't say any more nonsense and directly took people to evacuate. Although they were not defeated, their goal was not achieved and it was equivalent to failure. This trip was really a big loss, not only completely offended the Whitebeard Pirates, but also did not take over. In terms of benefits, the next thing he has to worry about is the revenge of the Whitebeard Pirates, because he knows Lingyun better, and this person must be reported. And many more. Seeing Doflamingo retreat, Trafalgar Law, who had blood and blood feuds with him, of course didn't want him to leave, and was about to catch up with him immediately, but Ace caught Luo. Ace said to Luo, "Don't chase the poor. The top priority now is to hunt down the Blackbeard Pirates. I know you and Doflamingo have a deep vengeance, but it's not the time yet. When the Blackbeard Pirates is destroyed, the captain will definitely help you get revenge." But, seeing the enemy go away, Luo felt anxious, but 2.7 was thinking of his current identity, and he could only endure it. After all, he is now a member of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, and he has to abide by Lingyun's orders. Seeing that Luo didn't mess up anymore, Ace was relieved. He was not familiar with Luo, but Luo was more clear-headed. Ace said to those under him, "The captain has killed Blackbeard. Marco and the others are now leading the army to hunt down the Blackbeard Pirates. The thieves are destroyed." "It is good." The pirates of the 2nd Division all responded, and then swiftly chased in the direction where the Blackbeard Pirates had fled. Luo was taken aback, but he also chased after him quickly. Chapter 461, Blackbeard lost. And he died? How could it be so fast? It's amazing. Blackbeard died. Then, wouldn't Shinigami of the Whitebeard Pirates win? When Blackbeard dies, the Blackbeard Pirates will surely fall apart, and the Whitebeard Pirates will regain control of the previous territory. The Whitebeard Pirates will still be the former Whitebeard Pirates. It's really amazing. Whitebeard is dead, and he is still able to defend his turf. This Shinigami is worthy of the heir of Whitebeard, and will soon become the new 4 emperors, and will be the youngest among the 4 emperors. The sky of New World is about to change. I am afraid that many people did not expect that the young Shinigami would be able to defeat Blackbeard in one fell swoop. I just don't know if the other 3 kings will let him easily climb to the top. I am afraid that neither will Marine Headquarters so easily let him become the 4 emperors. After all, they paid such a high price to kill Whitebeard in the last battle to clear the Whitebeard Pirates, but they did not expect that although Whitebeard was killed in the end, it was not destroyed. Losing the Whitebeard Pirates, 18 can be said to have fallen short. Although I am a little surprised, I have to admit that Shinigami does have the ability to climb to the top. The blow just now is so amazing that it is more than Whitebeard in the top battle. Let's go, this battle is a foregone conclusion. From now on there will be no Blackbeard Pirates, only Whitebeard Pirates. Let it go, let it go. Blackbeard is dead, and those who watched the battle and watched the excitement are also preparing to leave. Although the war is still going on, the ending is set. How could the Blackbeard Pirate Group without a leader be the morale opponent of the Whitebeard Pirate Group? Lingyun, how are you? Okay. When the Whitebeard Pirates were chasing the Blackbeard Pirates, Marco came to Lingyun. When he saw Lingyun, his face became very ugly, because Lingyun looked very embarrassed, not only red. His upper body was full of scars, and even his face was wounded. What made Marco even more nervous was that it was the first time he saw Lingyun's face so pale and ugly. Fortunately, I can't die. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun waved his hand. As soon as he made a move, his face became even more ugly, and then his body shook. Marco rushed to him, held Lingyun, and said nervously, "You see you were hurt. What it looks like, still so capable." Lingyun sat down with Marco's support. Although he was very embarrassed, he knew very well that his injury was not a big obstacle. As long as he had time to recuperate, he would soon get better. The other members of the Blackbeard Pirates shouldn't worry about it, but they must be wiped out. As long as they are resolved, the Blackbeard Pirates will naturally disappear. Marco said, "Joes and Sachi have taken people to chase and kill them, so they shouldn't be allowed to run away." Lingyun nodded and said, "That's good." After speaking, he didn't say anything more. Although what he said was very important, he didn't care too much. Blackbeard was dead. Although the rest of Rafid and others were not weak, they would be successful without Blackbeard. Not the climate. It has been 2 or 3 hours since the beginning of the war, but this hunting battle lasted for most of the day. The entire Blackbeard pirate group was defeated. Most of all the pirates died, and the remaining few captains also died, and in the end only 2 or 3 people escaped. It can be said that the entire Blackbeard pirate group has been completely destroyed. Although the Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy damage in this war, they were finally victorious. Not only were they victorious, but they also defeated their only opponent. Then no one could stop them from reaching the top again. The moment the Whitebeard Pirates defeated the Blackbeard Pirates and Lingyun killed Blackbeard, this incident spread throughout the entire New World, and then spread throughout the entire world. To put it bluntly, almost everyone in the New World all staring here, at least more than 50% of the forces in the world are watching this war. Master Kaido, the battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates has been decided. In the place where Beast's Pirates was, Kaido's pirates immediately went to Kaido to report when they received the news. Kaido laughed loudly when he heard the words, and said loudly, "I didn't expect that Little Devil would really have 2 tricks, but that Blackbeard is too useless. He can't even beat a Little Devil. At this level, he still wants to become 4 emperors." Whether it's Lingyun or Blackbeard, Kaido doesn't care about the beasts. In his opinion, the battle between Lingyun and Blackbeard is nothing more than a child's play, because he can be admired in this world. There are too few people. Kaido-sama, that Shinigami is not easy. It is said that he split 807 across the Sable Strait with a single sword. He is extremely powerful, and he is very ambitious. We must guard against him, the pirate under him suggested. But when Kaido heard this, his eyes suddenly glared, and he shouted, "I said they are little ghosts. Then they are little ghosts. When is your turn to teach?" After the roar, Kaido picked up the huge mace and swiped the pirate who had just spoken directly into the air, only to see the person flying into the air at a very fast speed, and then he couldn't see clearly. Seeing Kaido knocking people into the air, all the pirates at the scene did not dare to speak. Kaido was notoriously grumpy, and no one was allowed to question him, so whoever dared to speak at this time would be the end of the game. That kid shouldn't worry about it. The most important thing is to find out the meaning of the text of the history and find the treasure of One Piece. Although I don't care about the treasure, since Roger and Whitebeard have said it, it means there is definitely there. There is something important, I would like to see what is there. Kaido went to Wano country with great fanfare and grabbed Kazuki Oden for the treasure of One Piece, but in the end only received a little news and nothing else, so he was so unhappy. Chapter 462. Mom, the dispute between Black and White has come to an end. On Cake Island, the Big Mom pirate group has also received the news. Naturally, such a big matter must be reported to Big Mom. Mommy. Charlotte Linlin yelled his catchphrase, and then yelled, "I don't care about them, I just want to know, is the dessert I want here?" Seeing Charlotte Linlin go crazy, her children were all trembling. As the eldest son, Charlotte Perisparrow said, "Mom, Cracker has taken people to the Fishmen Island, and now the Fishmen Island only depends on under the protection of the Pirates of the Sun led by Jinbei. Cracker will definitely be able to catch them, but the only troublesome thing is the pirates of Whitebeard. They defeated the pirates of Blackbeard this time, and pointed the finger at the last 4 emperors' throne. The Fishmen Island was once the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, so if the Whitebeard Pirates intervenes, I'm afraid." "I'm afraid of what?" Hearing the hesitation of the eldest son, Charlotte Linlin was immediately furious. Although Charlotte Perisparrow is her eldest son, in her eyes, nothing counts, not to mention some of her best children. Among them, Charlotte Perisparrow is not yet ranked. Whitebeard Pirates? If the old fellow Whitebeard is still there, the old lady will still give him a bit of face, but now the Whitebeard Pirates is led by a kid called Shinigami, a junior who has no hair. He dared to fight against my old mother. The members of the Charlotte family present heard Charlotte Linlin call Lingyun a younger generation with no full hair. All of them looked at each other. Lingyun has been in the company for more than 20 years. Although he was very young, he still counts now. He is in his early 30s, who hasn't gotten chi in his 30s. More importantly, Shinigami is not an ordinary junior. At the time of the top battle, he has already shown the world's power. Even Marine Admiral can't beat him, now he has won the Whitebeard ability. Blackbeard's strength is bound to be even more terrifying. I am afraid that there are not many people in the world today that can be an enemy. Such a person is simply better than when the red-haired Shanks swept the New World and boarded the throne of the 4 emperors. Nothing less. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, but they naturally dare not refute their mother, and from another point of view, Charlotte Linlin is indeed qualified to call Lingyun a junior. Although they all think Lingyun is a bit powerful, they are still far from their mother, in. Charlotte Katakuri, the head of the Desert 4 Stars, suggested, "Mom, although Whitebeard is dead, the Whitebeard Pirates are not weak after all, and the Sun Pirates led by Jinbei is not famous. Little Cracker alone may not be able to handle it. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that it is a sin to delay the dessert that my mother wants." Charlotte Linlin raised her brow. She still values Charlotte Katakuri, the strongest son under her, so she asked, "Katakuri, what do you mean?" Charlotte Katakuri said, "Mom, I mean, for safety's sake, someone should be sent to pick up the cracker." Charlotte Linlin thought for a while and then said, "Okay, let Smokey and Snug lead someone to pick up cracker, so that they must bring back the desserts I want, and include the Fishmen Island in us. The site, let them provide me with the desserts I want every year, do you understand?" "Yes, mother." Charlotte Smokey and Charlotte Snug stood up at the same time, and the other people's faces became dignified, and they sent out 3 of the 4 dessert stars. You can imagine them. How much her mother attaches great importance to this task. Because the weird monk of Sky Island was killed by Lingyun, Luffy and their generation of supernova only had 10 people. Charlotte Snug, one of the 4 dessert stars in the original work, was defeated by the monk G. Now that Yerky is dead, he will naturally not be defeated. Ha ha ha, as expected of Lingyun, he ended the war so soon. The red-haired Shanks originally went towards the Sable Strait, just wanting to help Lingyun indirectly, but he didn't expect that the war would be over before he arrived, and even Blackbeard died on the spot. Everything exceeded his expectations. After all, although he had thought about this possibility before, he was only half sure. Better than I thought, this guy. Listening to Shanks' laughs and words, the others at Red Hair Pirates also laughed, but they were more shocked. Even if they were knowledgeable, they didn't expect Lingyun to be defeated so quickly. Blackbeard, but also beheaded on the spot. For Blackbeard, they knew better. The scar on the corner of their captain's eye was left by Blackbeard, and it was left before Blackbeard didn't get shock fruit. They knew how much Shanks was afraid of Blackbeard. But such a powerful opponent was killed on the spot by Lingyun. Although they didn't see that shocking duel with their own eyes, they knew it was amazing when they thought about it, but they were shocked and shocked. Then they didn't need to. Quickly rushed to support the Whitebeard Pirates. The big fat Reiki Lu nodded on the drumsticks and said, "Boss, that Shinigami is really amazing. Thinking back to when we parted with him a few months ago, he didn't seem to be so good. I didn't expect to see him in a few months. Kill Blackbeard." Yasop also said with emotion. "I thought that Whitebeard was dead. The Whitebeard Pirates must be precarious, but I didn't expect to be taken to another world by Shinigami. Once Blackbeard died, I am afraid that no one in New World would be able to stop him from reaching the top." However, Beckman, the wise man of Red Hair Pirates, said in a deep voice, "Killing Blackbeard does not mean that you will be able to ascend the position of 4 emperors. There are too many people in New World who don't want to see the re-emergence of the Whitebeard Pirates, and this battle caused heavy losses for the Whitebeard Pirates. Only after this period of time will it be accepted by the major forces." Chapter 463. "You mean, Marine Headquarters?" Shanks heard Beckman's words and couldn't help but ask questions, but he quickly said, "Marine Headquarters is new to New World, and his feet have just been firmly established. It is difficult for them to shake the status of the Whitebeard Pirates." Beckman said, "The Marine Headquarters should not be underestimated. The guy Akainu wants to kill Shinigami, but the Marine Headquarters may not be the biggest threat. The biggest threat should be the other two." "Beast Kaido and Big Mom?" Shanks asked. Beckman nodded and said, "These two talents are the biggest enemy of the Whitebeard Pirates. I heard that Kaido only killed the former 2nd Division Captain Kazuki Oden of the Whitebeard Pirates not long ago. Shinigami saved Kazuki Oden's people. There is already a gap between the two sides. As long as a war will start immediately. Don't forget the previous incident between us and Kaido, the Beast." Shanks naturally knows what Beckman is talking about. Last time, in order to prevent Kaido from taking action against the Whitebeard Pirates, he had an agreement with Kaido. He naturally knew Kaido's greatness and ambition, so now he is also worried about Lingyun 697 and the others. Beckman continued. "Besides Kaido, Big Mom is also a big threat, even more threatening than Kaido, because she has already started on the Fishmen Island, Jinbei of the Fishmen Island, the Pirates of the Sun and the Whitebeard Sea. What is the relationship between the thieves? I don't need to say more. Although Big Mom is a woman, but it is terrifying. Coupled with the character of Shinigami, the two sides will probably fight each other soon. Listening to you, it's really possible, but we really have no way to help him with this kind of thing." Shanks knows very well that he cannot help, nor can he help with this kind of thing. Once he leans towards the Whitebeard Pirates, then the layout of New World will change drastically. At that time, the 4 emperors will fight each other, which is in line with what he has in mind, quite different. Beckman suddenly smiled. "In fact, we don't need to worry about others. After all of this is our guess, and Shinigami is a man who can often perform miracles. Maybe he can balance everything." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. "Yes, we really think too much. Even if we want to help, I'm afraid that Kid won't want us to help." Shanks still knows Lingyun's character very well. Lingyun is a very arrogant person. Even if he has lived for so many years, he has never seen someone as arrogant as Lingyun in his bones. Trash. B******D. Trash. Blackbeard's trash. In the New World Marine Headquarters in the Marshal's office, Akainu roared angrily, and walked around angrily. Since receiving the result of the black and white battle, Akainu has been very angry. Lingyun is the pirate he wants to kill the most, but he is such a pirate who grows under his nose and is about to board 4. As emperors, he, Marine Marshal, simply can't eat well and sleep well. He can't wait to lead people to destroy the Whitebeard Pirates and Lingyun. I thought that the Blackbeard Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates must be both losers. I didn't expect that the Blackbeard idiot was so useless. He was killed on the spot. After his death, the Blackbeard Pirates fell apart. The destruction of the pirate group, on the contrary, made the Shinigami's reputation greatly increased, and contributed to the opponent's aura. No, you can't continue like this. If you don't care about anything, the kid will get stronger and stronger, and the threat will be much greater than the others. Thinking of this, Akainu wanted to immediately take action against Lingyun and the Whitebeard Pirates, but when he called Marine's senior management, no one was willing to support his decision. Even his most loyal subordinates disagreed, and the reasons given are the same. That is, now that the Marine Headquarters has just established itself in New World, it is really not suitable to deal with the morale of the Whitebeard Pirates. Let's not say whether Lingyun can be killed. Even if there is a chance to succeed, it will definitely arouse hostility from the rest of the pirates. At that time, I am afraid that the same thing as 2 decades ago will happen, and the Marine Headquarters cannot continue to exist in New World. Although Akainu was extremely angry, he couldn't completely ignore everyone's suggestions, the final result was to stand still. Ji Lingyun naturally didn't know the movements of the other forces at this time. After the Battle of the Sable Strait, his name once again caused a sensation in the world. Even in the Four Seas, many people knew him. His existence and his name, and in New World, his name is even more the same. Because of the victory of this battle, not only defeated the biggest enemy of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Blackbeard Pirates, but also killed Blackbeard. Many pirates even regarded him as the new king. Of course, this one has not yet approved by the entire New World pirates. At this time, 3 days have passed since the Battle of the Sable Strait. Under the pursuit of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Blackbeard Pirates has been completely destroyed, and most of the pirates who survived by chance escaped from the Whitebeard Sea. The territory of the thief group either hid in other corners of New World, or left New World altogether. In short, no one dared to show up again, and in 3 days, Ji Lingyun, who had a lot of sequelae after using Wuyue, recovered a lot. Although he did not fully recover, there was no major problem. In the past few days when Ji Lingyun was recovering from his injuries, the Whitebeard Pirate group was naturally managed by Marco. Because Ji Lingyun was so powerful, no one dared to disobey the Whitebeard Pirate group in the Whitebeard Pirate group. Lingyun, how is your injury? For these 3 days, Marco came to see Ji Lingyun almost every day, not only to care about Ji Lingyun's injuries, but also to tell the Whitebeard Pirates about the situation at this time. Ji Lingyun smiled, and said, "It hasn't fully recovered yet, but it's not much worse. It's not a big problem." "What? Marco, seeing you hesitating, there seems to be something unspeakable. Could it be that something big has happened?" Chapter 464. After hearing Ji Lingyun's words, Marco did not hesitate anymore, and said directly, "It is indeed an accident, but it is not our Whitebeard Pirates group. Now our Whitebeard Pirates group is in full swing. Blackbeard is dead. No one can be us enemy, but Jinbei was the one who had the problem." Jinbei? Ji Lingyun's expression changed. The relationship between him and Jinbei is still very good. At the beginning, he led people to save the Fishmen Island. Later, he went to the Holy Land Mary Joie with Fisher Tiger and saved countless people. Slave and Jinbei has the best relationship with him, and Jinbei is also a member of the Whitebeard Pirate League, so he was a little nervous when he heard that Jinbei had an accident. Marco said, "It's not just Jinbei, but the Pirates of the Sun and the Fishmen Island. Make it clear." Ji Lingyun's face changed, and he had some guesses in his heart, but he was still not sure. Marco said, "It was 4 Emperor's Big Mom who sent troops to the Fishmen Island. Seeing their posture, they wanted to bring the Fishmen Island under their command." Big Mom? Did she do anything to the Fishmen Island? Ji Lingyun didn't have much surprise in his eyes, because in the original work, the Whitebeard Pirates had fallen into the hands of Big Mom since the death of Whitebeard, and was later liberated under Luffy's hands. Today's Whitebeard Pirates is much stronger in Ji Lingyun's hands than in the original, so before Ji Lingyun died, other forces dare not be too unscrupulous in the Fishmen Island. But Big Mom is different. He is New World's strongest 4 emperors. In this New World, only a few people can be his opponents. Ji Lingyun will naturally not be regarded by her. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marco said eagerly, "Lingyun, I have received news that Big Mom sent 3 of her 4 desert stars to the Fishmen Island. Seeing her posture, it is inevitable. With the Fishmen Island it's impossible to stop the Big Mom pirates with the strength of Jinbei's Sun Pirates and Jinbei's pirates. Jinbei didn't ask for help when we fought with the Blackbeard Pirates. You can't let Big Mom accept the Fishmen Island, and immediately send people to support the Fishmen Island," Ji Lingyun said decisively. Marco said suspiciously, "Lingyun, it's not that I don't want to help, but that our situation is not so good now. Although we defeated the Blackbeard Pirates, we have suffered a lot of damage. No one dared to do anything to us, but this is not absolute. Once we show signs of decline, I think many people will fall into trouble with us, so we must not let others have a chance to take advantage of." Although Ji Lingyun is anxious, his current attainments are not what he used to be, so he naturally knows what is more important, so he calmly said, "Then you mean, at this time, we should not make a big effort to support the Fishmen Island?" Marco shook his head and said, "Of course not. Let's not say that the Fishmen Island is the site of our Whitebeard Pirate group. This is a well-known thing. Of course we can't help but save it, and Jinbei is our brother, let alone ignore it. But we have to think for the brothers of the entire Whitebeard Pirate group. It is not suitable for a full-scale battle with 4 Emperors Big Mom at this time. Don't forget that there is another beast beside us, Kaido, who has been watching." Ji Lingyun's eyes flashed, and said, "I understand what you mean. You want to rescue the Fishmen Island with a small amount of force, and that person is me, right?" Marco smiled and said, "You still know me, Lingyun. I haven't said anything yet. You know what I want to say, but you really have to do this." Ji Lingyun also smiled and said, "You guy, I'm also the captain anyway. How come I feel that you were here, but I still have to be directed by you, and I'm still talking about it?" Marco smiled and said, "You are ashamed to say that you are the captain of the pirate group? Since your father appointed you as the captain, when have you been in charge? Leave everything to me. I didn't complain. You actually told me complain. Do you think I want to do so many things? I would rather be just like Joe's and others, only responsible for obeying orders and doing things. This kind of brainstorming really bothers me too much." Haha. Ji Lingyun laughed. He immediately changed the subject and asked, "Don't talk about this. Why do you still have to go? I think you must have a very important reason, although I guessed a bit, but to save some brain cells, it's up to you to say it." "Brain cells? What is that?" Marco muttered, but he didn't care too much, but continued. The reason why you were allowed to go is because you were the captain of our Whitebeard Pirates. Only you can represent the Whitebeard Pirates, plus you were strong, and I believe it is enough to deal with the desert 4 stars of the Big Mom Pirates. More importantly, you can use this battle to announce to other forces in New World that we, the Whitebeard Pirates, will not fear anyone. Any force. 0. The idea is good. Lingyun smiled and said, although I have not fully recovered from my injury, the old lady Big Mom wants to take the Fishman Island from me and hurt my brother. I will never let her succeed. The people of the Big Mom Pirate Group are about to arrive at the Fishman Island. You should leave early. I have arranged the boat for you. Marco said to Lingyun. Lingyun's eyes widened and he found that Marco was really a chicken thief. Why didn't he find it before? But he also had to admit that Marco's methods were indeed very clever, and Marco helped him to command the Whitebeard Sea. The thief group did save him too much trouble, whether it was internally or externally, Marco handled it perfectly. Lingyun left alone. After he got on the boat, he realized that Marco had arranged manpower for him. Not only was Fire Fist, Ace here, but even Aokiji was also on the boat. He saw Lingyun got on the boat, Aokiji nodding to him. Ace was very happy to talk to Lingyun. Since Lingyun killed Blackbeard, Ace, who was guilty of his heart, completely relaxed and became the same as before. Chapter 465. Captain, has your injury recovered? When the pirate ship Mobile rushed to the Fishman Island, Ace asked Lingyun. Lingyun said, it's okay. This time, our Whitebeard Pirates can wipe out the Blackbeard Pirates. You have to contribute. Ace smiled and said, I don't have much credit. It's mainly everyone's hard work. Compared with everyone fighting on the front line, our second division consolidates the rear, which is a big advantage. Lingyun said, don't belittle yourself. If you didn't stop Doflamingo, we won't be so easy to win this war, so you have done a lot. Ace said, the captain is strong. If it weren't for the captain you defeated the Blackbeard guy, the Blackbeard Pirates would not be defeated so easily, so the biggest credit is the captain. Lingyun smiled, he didn't expect Ace to compliment people so much. In addition to the second division of the Whitebeard Pirates, there's Aokiji with Lingyun this time. However, Aokiji's presence is very low. After boarding the boat, he basically didn't speak anymore, but even so, no one dared underestimate him, because everyone saw the horror of Aokiji in the previous battle of the Saples Strait. It can be said that the defeat of the Blackbeard Pirates also has a lot to do with Aokiji. Jinbei should be fine, right? While chatting, Ace and Lingyun talked about Jinbei, because their purpose is to solve Jinbei and the Fishman Island. Lingyun said, nothing will happen, rest assured. The purpose of the old woman in Big Mom is the desert of the Fishman Island. She will not kill the Fishman Island before she gets her purpose, and Jinbei is also very shrewd. Even without us, he will make arrangements, so he will be fine until we get to the Fishman Island. Regarding Jinbei's safety, Lingyun is indeed not too worried. The Pirates of the Sun is not weak, and Jinbei is also very strong. Even if it is the Desert 4 generals of the Big Mom Pirates, it's not that easy, and Charlotte Linland's purpose is not to kill people, but for dessert, so as long as the Fishman Island can be attached, he will not kill people at will. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. When Lingyun and the others went to the Fishman Island, the Fishman Island was indeed in a huge crisis, because the pirate ship led by Charlotte Cracker, the vanguard of the Big Mom Pirate Group, has arrived in front of the Fishman Island. Boss Jinbei, it's not good, it's not good. In the Dragon Palace City, Jinbei is staying with Neptune, the king of the Fishman Island. Since the death of Whitebeard in the battle on the top, the Fishman Island life has become very difficult, even if Jinbei takes the sun and sea. The thief group returned. Although it has changed a little, it is still very chaotic. Therefore, he has not left the Fishman Island in the past few months, even if the Whitebeard and Blackbeard pirate groups are fighting no matter how fierce they are. Not leaving, not helping, but powerless. What's wrong, what happened? The Murloc who rushed into the Dragon Palace City was one of the Pirates of the Sun, even if it was King Neptune of the Fishman Island in front of him, but the Murloc was the first to meet Jinbei. The Murloc and pirate who came said loudly, Boss Jinbei, a powerful enemy is coming outside. It seems that the banner should be a pirate under the command of New World 4 Emperors. A pirate under the 4 Emperors? Jinbei and Neptune changed their faces at the same time, and then stood up. Jinbei was nervous at first, but then as if thinking of something, he asked, which 4 Emperors pirate group? Is it the Whitebeard Pirate Group? Although Lingyun is not yet recognized as 4 Emperors by New World, many people have already regarded him as 4 Emperors, so Jinbei thought it was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. A good thing. But the Murloc shook his head and said, it's not the Whitebeard Pirates, but the Big Mom Pirates. In an instant, the faces of Jinbei and Neptune became ugly. They didn't think that the Big Mom Pirates would pass by the Fishman Island for no reason. They came to the Fishman Island for a different purpose. Who is from the Fishman Island? Jinbei asked in a deep voice. It's Charlotte Cracker among the 4 desert stars of Big Mom Pirates. Upon hearing this, Jinbei's face was even more ugly. The Desert 4 General Star is a very famous figure in the Big Mom Pirate Group. The bounty is more than 800 million Baileys, a veritable large pirate, and it is higher than Jinbei's bounty. Neptune said solemnly. Big Mom Pirate Group's Desert 4 stars are already on the road, but once they appear, they must come to our the Fishman Island with Big Mom orders. It must be right. Our the Fishman Island has bad intentions. There is no need for Neptune to say this. Jinbei is also very clear, but since the other party is here, he naturally has to find a way to deal with it. Jinbei said. Up to now, we have no choice. Fortunately, I only contacted Marco of the Whitebeard Pirate Group not long ago. He promised to send someone to solve the trouble of the Fisherman Island. The Whitebeard Pirates? Neptune heard the Whitebeard Pirates. His face was a bit nervous. He and Whitebeard were good friends before, so Whitebeard would bless the Fisherman Island, but now Whitebeard is dead. He and the new captain Ji Lingyun are not there. How much overlap? Fortunately, Jinbei and Ji Lingyun have a good relationship with 4.4. In the past, the Whitebeard Pirates fought with the Blackbeard Pirates, so naturally there was no time to take care of the Fisherman Island, but now it's different. Blackbeard was killed by Ji Lingyun, the Blackbeard Pirates was destroyed, and Ji Lingyun reoccupied the Whitebeard Sea. The past turf of the Band of Thieves was so strong that it definitely stood at the pinnacle in New World. Although Shinigami's name is not bigger than that of Big Mom, if the Whitebeard Pirates is fully protected, even if the Big Mom Pirates wants to move the Fisherman Island, they have to weigh it, because the Whitebeard Pirates Tuan is notorious for protecting shortcomings. Jinbei, will Shinigami of the Whitebeard Pirates really come to help us? Neptune asked uncertainly. 11 SZ Chapter 466 In Jinbei's view, Neptune's questioning was completely unnecessary. He said affirmatively. It will be, but to be honest, I don't really want them to come. Now everyone has just defeated the Blackbeard Pirates. Lingyun is also injured. The pirates are weak. If it is for us and big if the Mom Pirates meet, the consequences. Although Jinbei did not go on, but Neptune understood it, but he was a little unhappy, because Jinbei's attitude made him unsatisfied. Now it is the life and death of the Fisherman Island. Jinbei first considers it. It was not how to preserve the Fisherman Island, but the safety of the Whitebeard Pirates. But this kind of sentiment only flashed by. As a king, he still has this capacity for people. More importantly, now the Fisherman Island can only get through the difficulties by relying on Jinbei. Without Jinbei, based on his little friendship with the Whitebeard Pirates, Ji Lingyun will definitely not help him. Go and see what the purpose of the Big Mom Pirate Group is. I just hope it's not the worst possibility we thought. In the face of the giant Big Mom Pirates, neither Neptune nor Jinbei thought of resisting, because this is simply seeking a dead end. They just want to see the purpose of the Big Mom Pirates, and then negotiate according to the purpose and see if you can get the most benefit with the least cost. Under the leadership of Jinbei, the entire Pirates of the Sun and Neptune's soldiers gathered at the ferry of the Fisherman Island, because the boats of the Big Mom Pirates were about to dock here. Coming. Not long after they arrived in Jinbei, they saw a huge and fancy pirate ship approaching quickly from a distance. After the pirate ship approached, everyone saw the specific appearance of the pirate ship. The decoration on the pirate ship was very strange. It looked like pieces of biscuits were pasted on it, completely different from ordinary ships. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sure enough, it is the Big Mom Pirate Group. Seeing the pirate flag fluttering in the wind, Neptune's face was ugly to the extreme, because the Big Mom Pirate Group looked like a bad visitor. Now the Fisherman Island is very chaotic. If it were big if the Mom Pirate Group stepped in again, the Fisherman Island would be even more precarious. After the pirate ship docked, Jinbei and others all saw a large group of fierce pirates gathered on the pirate ship. Although these people were not as numerous as they were very powerful, of the elite. What made Jinbei's face even more tense was the sound of heavy footsteps. The footsteps were extremely heavy, like the sound of using a huge force to slam the ground, which made those murlocs with weaker strength shake their hearts stand up. Originally, Jinbei was about to speak when the ship drew ashore, but the sound of footsteps made him hold back. He stared at the pirate ship tightly. He knew that the footsteps came from the person with the highest status on the ship. As the king, Neptune is leaning back, because he is a king after all, and it is impossible to stand on the front line, but his tension is not weaker than Jinbei, and he wants to think more than Jinbei. Finally, the sound of footsteps stopped, and then a tall figure appeared in front of Jinbei and the others. This tall figure stood on the pirate ship. Although it was some distance away, his gaze was very shocking. Falling on Jinbei and others made them feel very uncomfortable. Seaman, Jinbei? In the end, that gaze stayed on Jinbei. Jinbei used to be Shichibukai, and his exposure rate was not low. Naturally, the Big Mom Pirates also knew a little about him. It can be said that the most important thing to pay attention to in the Fisherman Island is Jinbei. The other party recognized Jinbei, and Jinbei naturally recognized each other. He said, one of the 4 dessert stars of the Big Mom Pirate Group, the Minister of Biscuit, Charlotte Cracker. There are not many big pirates offering a bounty of more than 800 million in New World. Jinbei would naturally recognize him. He didn't expect that the Big Mom Pirate Group would actually send Charlotte Cracker, which is among the Big Mom Pirate Group. The well-known combatant sent him, knowing that Big Mom is not at ease. Charlotte Cracker saw Jinbei recognize him and suddenly laughed. He was very tall, wearing a helmet with a tandem mane headgear, 2 sides of the helmet with biscuit-decorated base horns, and black and white biscuit-like armor on his body. He carried the words bis, had a sharp and long beard, carried a huge sword, wore a cloak, and had a large biscuit shield on his back, which looked like a general. It would be best to recognize me. Charlotte Cracker carried the huge sword and walked down from the pirate ship. There were a group of pirates who followed him down. They walked in front of Jinbei and the others. Charlotte Cracker's gaze was just staring at Jinbei from 920 to the end, nothing. Putting Neptune behind, although Neptune has a higher status, Jinbei's eyes are the most important. The purpose of our coming here today is very simple. On the order of our mother, starting from today, the Fishmen Island is the mother's territory. With the protection of her mother, absolutely no one dares to mess around on the Fishmen Island, but with correspondingly, you must be grateful for your mother's kindness, and your mother is very interested in the snacks of the Fishmen Island, so you must turn in your mother's desserts regularly. Cracker is a fighting faction, so instead of talking nonsense like others, he stated his purpose straightforwardly. However, after Jinbei and others heard his words, their faces became dignified. They understood that it was Big Mom who fell in love with the desserts of the Fishmen Island. Charlotte Linlin's addiction to food is not a secret in New World. From his territory, it can be seen that all orders are for food such as desserts, and even things such as buildings are related to desserts. But Jinbei didn't expect that the Big Mom Pirates would move so fast, so they came to the door without saying hello in advance, and caught them by surprise. Chapter 467. Big Mom wants us to belong to the Fishmen Island? Jinbei asked. A cold light flashed in Charlotte Cracker's eyes, and he said coldly, Jinbei, starting today, you have to honor your mother. All of us are called mothers, and you were no exception. Cracker's words made Jinbei feel angry. He is also a well-known big pirate. Although his personality is relatively calm, he also has his own pride. Being treated so unceremoniously by Cracker, he will naturally be angry. Sorry, the Fishmen Island is still the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Cracker said coldly. I said, starting today, the Fishmen Island is mother's territory. Jinbei said firmly. I also said, the Fishmen Island is the territory of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. Unless the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group voluntarily gives up, otherwise we will not follow the other pirate groups attached to it. Do you want to be an enemy of our Big Mom Pirate Group? Seaman, Jinbei, Cracker threatened. Jinbei said. We have always been in awe of Big Mom, how dare we be your enemy, but this is indeed the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Your Excellency wants to take this place. I think the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. I don't know it. Cracker shouted. We are not yet the turn of the Whitebeard Pirates to recognize us, but we are a rising star. In the eyes of Mother, what is he? Really, I also want to know, what am I in the eyes of Big Mom? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the air. At the moment this voice appeared, all the faces of the people present changed drastically, but Jinbei was the only one who showed ecstasy. Lingyun. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The person who came was naturally Ji Lingyun. Originally, at the speed of his boat ride, it was impossible to get to the Fishmen Island so fast. However, according to the information from Marco, he knew that the Big Mom Pirate Group was about to arrive at the Fishmen Island, so I directly used the flying Minazuki and flew towards the Fishmen Island at a straight speed. There were only 2 people on Minazuki, one was Ji Lingyun and the other was Ace. At this time, Minazuki slowly landed, Ji Lingyun and Ace also fell to the ground. During this process, their movements were not fast, but no one was treating them. Do it, but stared at them tightly, without any movement. Lingyun, Ace, why are you here in person? Seeing Ji Lingyun and Ace, Jinbei was very excited, but also a little shocked. He was a player to Marco, but he didn't expect that the people who came were Ji Lingyun and Ace. Ji Lingyun glanced at Charlotte Cracker, then turned his gaze to Jinbei, and said with a smile. Old friends are in trouble, we can't just sit idly by. Fortunately, it seems that it's not too late. Otherwise, maybe we will be in the future. We are about to meet each other in battle, really lucky. Ji Lingyun's remarks are not alarmist, but if he is really late, the status of the Fishmen Island will definitely not be able to withstand the power of the Big Mom Pirates, and he will definitely join the Big Mom Pirates at that time. Under his command, and in the end, they will definitely have to confront each other for various reasons, even if they don't want to, it is inevitable. Jinbei said excitedly. Lingyun, this time I really trouble you, as long as you can help us through the difficulties of the Fishmen Island, even if we are crushed in the future, we will repay you. Ji Lingyun could hear the excitement in Jinbei's heart. He patted Jinbei and said, be so polite to me. Besides, you are a member of our Whitebeard Pirates. Brothers are in trouble. How could we not help? Right, Ace. Ace immediately nodded and replied, yes, the captain is right, Jinbei, you don't need to care too much. Neptune in the rear saw Ji Lingyun appear, and the whole person was relieved. In fact, he thought before that if Jinbei and the others can stop the Big Mom Pirates later, let the Fishmen Island belong to Big Mom Pirates is not impossible, but he also knows very well that after joining the Big Mom Pirates, the Fishmen Island is definitely not as comfortable as under the Whitebeard Pirates, but for the safety of the Fishmen Island, as a last resort, he can only endure it. Fortunately, in the end Ji Lingyun arrived, which made him feel relieved. As for what will happen next, he is not worried at all, because whether it is Ji Lingyun or Big Mom, both are the top big figures in New World. Ji Lingyun appears after that. This was no longer a simple territorial battle, but a battle between the 4 Emperors Pirate Group and the Whitebeard Pirate Group, and this level of battle was beyond his imagination. When Ji Lingyun and Jinbei had a hot chat, Charlotte Cracker seemed extremely angry because he was ignored. You are the new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the so-called Shinigami? Hearing Cracker's cold words, Ji Lingyun slowly turned his head, looked at Cracker, and asked, who are you? It's not that Ji Lingyun humiliated the opponent, but that he really didn't know who this person was. After all, he had been imprisoned and impelled down for 10 years before. After he came out, he has been busy fighting against the Blackbeard Pirates and for the rest of the New World. The big powers don't know too much, and when Cracker really rose, he was still impelled down, so naturally he didn't know Cracker. But this is a great humiliation to Cracker. His reward can be said to have spread throughout New World. Except for some stunned people, ordinary big people will know him. Even if they don't know him, they won't be like G. Lingyun despised him so much. I have long heard that the Shinigami of the Whitebeard Pirates is arrogant. Do you really think that if you defeat Blackbeard, you will be invincible? Cracker's tone was very aggressive. Ji Lingyun was about the same age as her, but she has become the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. His name is even more than him. I don't know how many times his name is. So he is naturally upset and feels that everyone overestimates Ji Lingyun. Lingyun, he is Charlotte Cracker among the 4 desert stars of the Big Mom Pirates. His strength is very terrifying. Jinbei quickly introduced Ji Lingyun. Chapter 468. Jinbei's words fell in Ji Lingyun's ears. After thinking about it carefully, he immediately understood who Cracker was. Isn't this the Cracker who was defeated by Luffy in the original book and was able to make infinite cookie soldiers? Oh, it's you, Cracker said coldly. You are really horrible in hindsight. I heard that you were seriously injured in the battle with Blackbeard, and even dared to run around. Don't you think you were killed by someone halfway through the film? Seeing that Cracker was so arrogant and unkind, Ji Lingyun laughed. The person in this world who can kill me has not yet been born, but you, dare to come to my Whitebeard Pirate Group's territory to show off. I think I want to ask, is this the courage that the old woman Big Mom gave you? In the end, Ji Lingyun's tone became extremely cold. As we all know, the Fishman Island is the site of Whitebeard. Now Whitebeard is on the rise, but Big Mom dared to have a covetous heart for the Fishman Island. To hit the Whitebeard Pirates in the face is to hit Ji Lingyun in the face again. How could he be indifferent? As for scolding Charlotte Linlin in front of Cracker's face, this also shows his attitude. Since your Big Mom Pirate Group doesn't give me face, then naturally I won't give you face. Everyone will tear 307. Sure enough, when Cracker heard Ji Lingyun's words, the whole person was angry. Among the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Linlin is the supreme existence. Ji Lingyun scolded Charlotte Linlin, which was insulting their entire pirates. Especially Charlotte Linlin is also Cracker's biological mother. You are so courageous that you dared to insult your mother. While roaring, an astonishing force of deterrence erupted from Cracker's body, and then this deterrent force quickly generated a strong wind pressure and swept towards Ji Lingyun and the others with an astonishing momentum. Humph. Seeing Cracker taking the lead in action, Ji Lingyun snorted, and at the same time an overbearing aura erupted from his body. This is a kind of heaven and earth, the only one of my own Haki. At the moment Haki appeared, the whole void seemed to tremble a bit. The strong wind pressure that the Cracker broke out was hit by Ji Lingyun's Haki, and it collapsed at a very fast speed. Haki was quickly dissipated. Instead, Ji Lingyun's Haki continued to move towards Cracker and other Big Mom Pirates. The direction of the coercion passed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kaka. Boom boom. I saw that the pirates of the Big Mom Pirate Group fell one after another. Although these people are elites, but Ji Lingyun's Haki is so close, even Marine School level officers. Not necessarily able to hold it, let alone these pirates. You. Cracker's face instantly became extremely embarrassing. He wanted to use his own shock to shock Ji Lingyun and others, but he never expected that he would be countered by Ji Lingyun's Haki. Not only did he not shock Ji Lingyun and the Sea of Murlocs. The thieves, on the contrary, many of their subordinates were stunned by Haki of Ji Lingyun. Why? Have an opinion? Or do you want to do it? It's just that before Cracker had time to get angry, Ji Lingyun took the lead to ask in a cold tone. At the same time, his aura was even more condensed and pressed towards Cracker. This time, he was specifically fighting against him. That Haki, the killing, the coercive aura made Cracker even his breathing heavier. How is it possible? Didn't it mean that he was seriously injured in the battle with Blackbeard? It has only been a few days. Why does he seem to have nothing to do? Is our intelligence wrong, or he did it on purpose? Only a few days have passed since the battle of Black and White. Although Cracker came towards the Fishman Island, it does not mean that he did not receive the news. The news he received was that although Ji Lingyun defeated Blackbeard, he was also affected. He was seriously injured, but many people have verified it, and when the Whitebeard Pirates hunted down the Blackbeard Pirates, Ji Lingyun did not show up, which can also explain this point. But at this moment, Cracker's heart is full of scolding. Why does this Shinigami in front of him look like he has been seriously injured? This has not yet started. The momentum has been so strong that he completely suppressed his shock. Even in the entire pirate group, only his mother, Big Mom, can do this. Although he was shocked in his heart, Cracker did not lose confidence because of it. Instead, he fought hard and roared. Shinigami, are you going to be our enemy here? Mother's Majesty is inviolable, you better think it through. Ji Lingyun said coldly. Her Majesty is inviolable, so my Majesty can be violated, right? After finishing talking, he didn't wait for Cracker to answer, he said with a gloomy face. It seems that I am really too kind, so kind that anyone thinks I can be bullied, thinking that I can be bullied at will by the Whitebeard Pirates bullying, Ace. Ji Lingyun yelled suddenly, and Ace suddenly stood up and responded, Captain. Ji Lingyun shouted, tell me, if someone wants to assault me in the dignity of the Whitebeard Pirates, how do you respond? Ace yelled without hesitation. The Captain's Majesty is absolutely inviolable, and the Whitebeard Pirate Group must not be violated. If anyone dares to ignore all of this, then it is our enemy. To deal with the enemy, the Whitebeard pirate group has always had only one. The way is to hit them until they are convinced, hit them on their knees and beg for mercy, hit them until they die without a place to be buried. This was not because Lingyun and Ace passed the chi in advance, but what Ace himself thought. He originally had a great sense of identification with the Whitebeard Pirates. Dedicated to the pirates, so if someone dares to underestimate the pirates, he will fight the other side desperately. When Ace roared, his conqueror's haki couldn't hold back and broke out. However, his haki didn't conflict with Lingyun's haki, but some fusion, making their haki more terrifying, making the opposite. The Big Mom pirate group, and all the Murlocs were shocked. Chapter 469. Conqueror's haki again. Cracker's face is hard to see the extreme. Lingyun's conqueror's haki has made him almost desperate, and now Ace has burst out conqueror's haki. This is simply amazing. A pirate group actually owns two conqueror's haki. That's right, that's what the people of the Whitebeard Pirates should say. Lingyun gave a big compliment, and then looked at Charlotte Cracker with cold eyes, and said coldly. The problem now is not that I violated the majesty of your mother, that old woman, but you violated my majesty, giving you two choices. Either turn around now, or stay here forever. You. Cracker was furious and was about to explode on the spot, but Lingyun never gave him a chance to speak, and shouted, if you don't roll, you will die. Before Lingyun's voice fell, Ace beside him suddenly shouted, Fire Fist. I saw a ball of flames facing the Cracker in their location, becoming very big in the middle, like a giant flame fist. Cracker had been prepared for a long time. The moment Ace started his hand, he had already reacted, and saw that he waved the giant sword in his hand and slashed it fiercely against the huge fire. Boom! When Cracker's great sword and fire fist collided, there was a violent roar, and then the powerful vigor spread out. The pirates close to Cracker couldn't bear the vigor, they were all forced to keep retreating, not only them, but even the pirates of Jinbei's Sun Pirates are also retreating, only Lingyun and a few others are not affected. Fire Fist, Portgas d Ace. After Ace used this punch, Cracker immediately guessed the identity of Ace, and his tone became extremely solemn. Leave it to you, Ace. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun gave Ace an order, and then said to Jinbei. Leave it to Ace here. Let's step back a little. Although Cracker is the dessert 4-star of Big Mom Pirates, Lingyun is more confident in Ace. In the battle for the top, Ace's strength is not much worse than Marine Admiral, and Cracker is great, but it's impossible to compare to Marine Admiral, and Ace has made progress recently, so dealing with Cracker is not a problem. Ace stared at Cracker tightly. He was also very angry at the actions of the Big Mom Pirates. He had a very good relationship with Jinbei. The Big Mom Pirates wanted to bully Jinbei, so he was naturally the first one. Do not agree. Fire came out of his hands. Ace had heard of the name of the 4 emperors of Big Mom Pirates, so he would not underestimate the enemy. This is the first time Lingyun has been with the 4 emperors pirates since he succeeded the Whitebeard Pirates. The conflict is related to the face and aura of the Whitebeard Pirates. Naturally, he will not fall into the majesty of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace and Cracker fought together in an instant. The two did not care that this was the place of the Fishmen Island, while the others retreated quickly, leaving a large space for the two of them. Both Ace and Cracker are big figures in New World, and they are very powerful, so when they fight, the momentum is naturally very amazing. Soon a large group of people are attracted by the battle between the two. When these people came here, someone soon recognized the two people in the fight. It is Charlotte Cracker, one of the 4 dessert stars of the Big Mom Pirates, and the other is the Fire Fist, Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates. How could these two fight in the Fishmen Island? The two people who saw the battle turned out to be Ace and Cracker. All the people who came here were very hungry and shocked, because you two represent the top-level combat power of New World, especially Ace, which is even more famous. People don't know him. However, the appearance of the two is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the identity of the two representatives. One of them is the 4 stars of the 4 Emperors Pirate Group, and the other is the Whitebeard Pirate Group too, who has almost become the 4 Emperors Pirate Group. The captain of the squad, these two people who seem to have no intersection at all, will actually fight in the Fishmen Island. This is what everyone cares about most. There was an accident. The two people fighting, it means that the Big Mom Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates are facing each other. Although I don't know the reason, this time it is obviously going to happen. Is the Fire Fist of the Whitebeard Pirates crazy? They just ended the war with the Blackbeard Pirates. Although they destroyed the Blackbeard Pirates, they also suffered serious losses. Isn't it wise? What do you know, maybe it's not the problem with the Whitebeard Pirates, but the problem with the Big Mom Pirates. No matter what the problem is, when these two people fight, New World is going to be lively. The surrounding discussion kept ringing, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the two people in the battle, but because Lingyun and the others leaned back, no one saw them. Both Ace and Cracker know the importance of this battle to them. If they lose, the pirates will lose their face, so they all tried their best to make the battlefield between the two people bigger and bigger. It is getting more and more frightening, and all the people watching the battle around are backing away in fear. It's rare to see two great pirates from New World fighting, so even though it's dangerous, there are still countless people coming to watch, so in a short period of time, countless people gathered here, and more. Looking at more and more people, Lingyun frowned and said to Jinbei. Jinbei drove these people away. Ace's battle is not for them to watch as a monkey game. Jinbei nodded, and then ran over to discuss with Neptune. Suddenly, many Murloc guards began to evacuate the crowd. Although there were many people in the crowd, they were helpless. After all, the Fishmen Island was weak, but that it is also relative. For some ordinary pirates, the Fishmen Island is relatively powerful. When the guards of the Fishmen Island began to evacuate the crowd, the battle between Ace and Cracker had reached an intense level. Chapter 470. Mirror Flames. Ace yelled, and a sky full of flames burned Cracker. After the flame disappeared, a big hole appeared on the ground, and Cracker's whole body was burnt to darkness, and even bursts of fragrance emerged from his body. Huh? This smell? The nearest Ace, his nose twitched, and he found that the smell was a little strange, like the food was burned, so he fixed his eyes on Cracker, wanting to see what was going on. I saw Cracker's body turn black and red, and there was a burst of anger. This was not like a normal person when he was burned by flames, but the blood flowing out of his body looked very strange. Huoquan, really well-deserved reputation. Cracker raised his head and his eyes were extremely cold. He used to think that everyone was just talking about Ace, a rookie pirate who had just made his debut for a few years. He was not as powerful as he said, but now after the fight, he knew that Ace was really strong. Strong, he doesn't even have the slightest chance of winning. Roll pretzel. I saw that the huge sword in Cracker's hand suddenly spun, and then he rushed towards Ace. The rotating huge sword exuded an astonishing sword aura and stabled towards Ace at a very fast speed. Yang Yan, Ace yelled, his limbs produced flames, blocking Cracker's sword aura, and then blasted out a fire fist with his backhand. Double roll pretzel. Something surprising happened. Suddenly two hands appeared on Cracker's body, and both of them were holding giant swords. They used the same moves as before, but they were still extinguished by Ace's fire fist. Cracker is worthy of being the dessert 4-star of the Big Mom Pirates. Both hockey and fighting ability are very powerful. Ace still can't take advantage in a short time even after using the ability. The two fight you and me. Although every move is full of crises, I dare not care about it at all. Boom. After a while, Ace suddenly seized an opportunity and hit Cracker's head with a punch. Because of the use of hockey, Cracker's head was directly broken. But what is shocking is that after the head was broken, there was no blood and brain plasma outflow. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Well, what's going on? Ace looked at Cracker and frowned. He felt that something was wrong before. This is not what a normal person should have. Now even his head has been blasted, but there is no blood or brain plasma. Obviously, this is not Cracker's real body. Ha ha ha. Cracker, whose head was smashed into pieces, not only did not fall, but a loud laugh came from the remaining body. Sure enough, it's not the real body. It's interesting. He fought me for so long with a fake body. Ace's eyes were serious. Kaka, kaka, kaka. A burst of cracking sounds sounded, and the remaining body of the Cracker slowly left, and then a figure flew out of it. The figure that appeared was much smaller than the previous Cracker. This is your true body, right? Ace looked at the figure that appeared, and slowly said that he felt something was wrong before, but now he finally confirmed that his idea was correct, but even he didn't expect that Cracker was actually hidden in his puppet. The scary thing is that the puppet is still so lifelike. I am afraid it was not broken, no one can know. Cracker's real body is purple hair. There are scattered hairs behind his head, the left and right hairs have sparkles. There is a scar on the eye, and he wears a pair of brown gloves. The upper body only has an armor and a pink cloak on the right shoulder. Wearing wide breeches and brown boots, a long sword hung around his waist. I was able to force my real body out so quickly, the fire fist really deserves its reputation. Ace said coldly. You're just a guy who hides his head and shows his tail, and you still have such a big tone. Cracker was very angry at what Ace said, and said angrily, it's just a Cracker soldier who turned me over. It's so arrogant. I can make countless Crackers like that. So what? Ace replied indifferently. The battle just now can only be regarded as warming up at best. Even if Cracker finds more biscuit soldiers, he doesn't care at all. His pair of fire fists will kill as many as they can. Hearing this, Cracker stretched out his hands to make biscuit soldiers, but at this moment, suddenly a voice came. Cracker, wait a minute. Hearing this sound, Cracker's face changed, his hand movement stopped suddenly, and he turned his head to look around, and saw that 3 more ships arrived at the beach at some point, 2 of which were the Big Mom Pirate Group. The other ship was under the banner of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. They were fighting too fiercely just now, so he didn't feel it. Smokey, Snug, why are you two here? The people from the Big Mom Pirates Group are the other 2 of the 4 Desert Stars, and the one who stopped Cracker just now is Charlotte Smokey, who is higher than his bounty. Charlotte Smokey and Charlotte Snug stepped off the pirate ship and walked to Cracker's side. Snug said, it was my mother who asked us to support you. It seems that you met in trouble. 4.2 Humph. Cracker snorted dissatisfiedly. Although he was in trouble, he was unwilling to admit it in front of others. In particular, they are all 4 Desert Stars. Although they are relatives, they also have a competitive relationship. They showed their weakness in front of them. After taking a look at Cracker, Charlotte Smokey turned his gaze to Ace, and asked, Cracker, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist, Portgas d Ace. At this time, Cracker knew that he couldn't follow his temper, so he nodded and replied, it's him. Not only that, even the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Shinigami, is here. That is the man over there. He said, pointing to G, the location of Lingyun. Chapter 471. Shinigami, Edward G. Lingyun. When they heard Cracker's words, Charlotte Smoky and Charlotte Snug both changed their faces and looked at where Lingyun was. At this look, both of them were shocked at the same time. Lingyun's figure is not tall, but he stood there, no matter how many people around him. He was the most conspicuous one, especially those eyes. Charlotte Smoky and Charlotte Snug couldn't describe what kind of eyes it was. Bright like stars, worries mixed with indifference, ruthlessness, fierceness, etc. Countless kinds of complicated light. It is hard to imagine a person with such complicated eyes, and even more terrifying is that ordinary strong people will not make people easy. Seeing through his eyes, but the man in front of him was different. He didn't hide his eyes. What a powerful confidence this was. He is the new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the man who makes the whole world restless. Charlotte Smoky stared at Lingyun. This woman is a ruthless character. It is very different from the general pirate group. There are very few female pirates in the general pirate group, let alone in a high position. Female pirates. But the Big Mom pirate group is different. Let's not talk about Charlotte Linlin, the strongest female pirate in New World, but that few of her children are simple. Many daughters are even more powerful and terrifying. It's him, he's Shinigami, and his haki is terrible. Cracker said in a deep voice, although he didn't actually fight against Lingyun. Just the collision between the color of shock and Conqueror's haki had already let him know how terrible Lingyun was. Ace, who wanted to do it, saw that someone came again, so he didn't do it again, but stood there. Lingyun walked slowly to the side of Ace. He also looked at the two people who appeared next to Cracker. No need to think about him, he guessed the identities of these two people. Cracker is an arrogant person who can stand beside him without being chased away. Go, that means the status will not be inferior to him. I am afraid it will be the other two general stars. Lingyun was a little curious in her heart. This pirate world was indeed very weird. As far as he knew, Charlotte Linlin was a giant, but the children she gave birth to were all weird and different, and I didn't know what the reason was. Shinigami. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, Charlotte Smoky said to Lingyun. We came to take over the Fishman Island under the order of our mother. This matter has nothing to do with your Whitebeard Pirates. I hope you will not be nosy. Nosy? Ha ha ha. Lingyun laughed loudly when he heard the words, but the next moment, his face instantly became cold, and he said in a cold tone. What a nosy, you Big Mom pirates are really crazy enough. The Fishman Island is the site of my Whitebeard pirate group. When you say it, it has nothing to do with us. Is that how that old woman taught you to be human? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Big Mom Pirates group looked at Lingyun angrily, especially the three general stars. They were extremely angry and insulted their mother in front of them. If this can be tolerated, it is not the Four Emperors pirate group. However, rage is furious. Without the command of the three generals, the pirates would not dare to act casually, but they are all behind. As long as the three generals give an order, they will immediately do it, so that they will not care about Lingyun. Who? Charlotte Smoky asked in a cold voice. Shinigami, are you sure you want to be your enemy, and your mother? Lingyun couldn't help laughing, he was really speechless. What is wrong with this group of people? It was obvious that they came to provoke him first and wanted to occupy the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now they are talking like he is bullying them. It seems that these guys are really arrogant, because white people will give them face. It's not that I am going to be your enemy, but you are going to be my enemy. Everyone in New World knows that the Fishman Island is the territory of my Whitebeard pirate group. Declare war on our Whitebeard Pirates, and my Whitebeard Pirates is the least afraid of war. If you want to go to war, we will accompany you at any time, but if you want to get the Fishman Island, it's impossible. Charlotte Cracker said coldly. You are for the Fishman Island, you would rather go to war with us? Lingyun sneered and said, it seems that what I said is not very clear. If so, then you just listen carefully. Without my permission, if you dare to move the Fishman Island, don't blame me for being ruthless. How to do it? Charlotte Snug asked the other two that this matter was really troublesome. If it was someone else, he wouldn't be scared at all, but his opponent was Shinigami, who was recently famous, and he had to be careful. Although Charlotte Smoky is a woman, she can become the second-ranked 4-star star. Whether it is 880 power or other, she is naturally outstanding. She said in a cold tone. Anyone who dares to insult Mother everyone has to die. However, at this moment, a large group of pirates rushed out of the Moby DK, which also arrived at the ferry before. The leader was Aokiji, who remained on the pirate ship. They quickly gathered behind Lingyun, staring at him. Big Mom Pirate Group. That's Aokiji, the former Marine Admiral, now the captain of the Zero Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. When Aokiji appeared, Charlotte Cracker and the others immediately recognized him. All three of them had ugly faces. One Ace alone was already difficult to deal with. There was another Shinigami who didn't do anything. Now another Aokiji appeared. Let alone it is said that there are so many pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, if they fight, they are definitely at a disadvantage, so they dare not move. Charlotte Snug whispered. We won't have the advantage when we fight. Cracker glared at him fiercely. There are so many people here. If they leave without doing anything, what would the people of New World think of them? They will definitely say that they are afraid of the Whitebeard Pirates. Did not dare to confront the Whitebeard Pirates head-on. Chapter 472. It seems that you are still not reconciled. Lingyun looked at Charlotte Cracker and them, and said slowly, before his voice fell off, he saw Aokiji suddenly step forward, and at this moment, the ground in front was quickly frozen, and spread towards the Big Mom Pirate Group. The complexion of the three generals changed at the same time, and then the three of them moved their hands at the same time and waved their weapons in front of them. They split the ground in two, causing Aokiji's freezing to stop abruptly on the fractured ground and stop spreading. Go! Charlotte Smoky made a decisive decision and turned around to leave. When Cracker saw it, he immediately asked eagerly, "Why are you leaving?" Charlotte Smoky said in a deep voice, "It doesn't make sense to stay. We can't eat them, but they may eat them. Go back and tell Mom about this, and wait for Mom's decision." But Cracker was still very unwilling. Another Charlotte Snugger did not speak, but still felt very upset. Charlotte Smoky said, "My mother asked us to come here to accept the Fishman Island. Now the reinforcements of the Whitebeard Pirates have arrived. Although the three of us are here, the others' fighting power is not weaker than ours, even stronger. Head on with them at this time is not the best choice." Charlotte Smoky is a shrewd woman, that's why he can become the number 2 character among the 4 dessert stars of Big Mom Pirates. Even in the entire Pirates group, he is still a figure, although he does not do it, but it is also clear that the three of them alone will never be the opponents of the Whitebeard Pirates. Aokiji alone can beat both of them, not to mention that there is a more powerful Shinigami. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Stop talking nonsense, go. After speaking, Charlotte Smoggy turned his head and left first, and after Charlotte Cracker and Charlotte Snug's face changed a few times, they both hummed coldly, then turned and left. Watching the Big Mom Pirates leave one by one, Neptune and other Murlocs of the Fishman Island all relaxed their faces. If it weren't for the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, they would really not dare to resist. Fortunately, they are repelled now. As for what will happen next, it has nothing to do with them, because this matter has been escalated to the battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, but it is them. The Fishman Island is not important anymore. After everyone from the Big Mom Pirate group left, Jinbei thanked Ji Lingyun again. "Lingyun, thank you so much this time. Without you, this time we would be in danger." Ji Lingyun smiled and said, "You are our companion. If you are in trouble, how could we not help you? Besides, the old lady of Big Mom wants to take advantage of us when we are weak. It is simply wishful thinking. She succeeded. Wouldn't anyone be able to trample on the head of the Whitebeard Pirates in the future?" This time Ji Lingyun came so quickly, not only to save the Fishman Island, but also for the Whitebeard Pirates. He just wanted to knock the mountain and shake the tiger so that everyone in the world would know that no one would want to beat their Whitebeard Pirates. Even 4 emperors are no exception. Although the target of knocking the mountain is the Big Mom Pirates, Ji Lingyun doesn't care. Instead, he thinks this is the best choice for Liyue. I believe that things here will spread throughout New World soon, regardless of other things. The forces call him stupid or crazy. In short, everyone will leave an impression that no matter who the Whitebeard Pirates is facing, they will never compromise. At this time, Neptune, the king of the Fishman Island, quickly walked over, and he said to Ji Lingyun gratefully, "Captain Lingyun, thank you so much for this incident. Thank you so much for helping us through this difficult situation. Please follow me to Dragon Palace City. I have ordered people to prepare a banquet." Ji Lingyun nodded. When he reached his level, Neptune was not too fond of Neptune, but Neptune was the king of the Fishman Island under his command, and he still had to give face. So a group of people followed Neptune and they went to the Dragon Palace City, but even though they were gone, the people who had rushed to watch the excitement did not disperse, but gathered in groups of 3 or 5, excited, is talking about what just happened. For these people, although the battle just now was very short, the implications were quite amazing. A Whitebeard pirate group that was about to ascend the throne of the 4 emperors, and a real 4 emperors Big Mom pirate group confronted each other. This is a big event that is enough to cause a sensation in New World. It is naturally very exciting to witness such a thing with my own eyes. There is a lively watching here. Big Mom wanted to take advantage of the weakness of the Whitebeard Pirates to occupy the Fishman Island, and also sent 3 general stars, but after only a short fight, they ran back. This phase the loss is a bit big. Judging from the past behavior of Big Mom, this matter will definitely not pass so easily. More than that, I think it is very likely that a more amazing war will break out in New World, Whitebeard Pirates versus Big Mom Pirates. This must have more impact than the Blackbeard Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates fighting. Big. I just defeated the Blackbeard Pirates. This Shinigami is about to start a war again. I really don't know what he thinks. HMPH, what you said is really funny. It's obviously that the Big Mom Pirates first wanted to take advantage of the Whitebeard Pirates. In the end, they didn't take advantage of the Whitebeard Pirates. Yes, I also think so. The Whitebeard Pirates is a normal practice. Although it seems impulsive, I am afraid that it will be the same when changing to another person. Just now, the momentum is booming. How can it be bullied by others? These people may not have much strength, but they are arrogant. Some people think that Ji Lingyun's actions are too radical, but some people think it is very right. The pirates always admire the strong. If Ji Lingyun doesn't say anything, let Big Mom see the group of thieves snatch the Fishman Island, that would be despised by others. Although the reaction has been overwhelming, many people admire it. Chapter 473. When Ji Lingyun and the others were still in the Fishman Island, what happened on the Fishman Island spread throughout the New World at an extremely fast speed. Now everyone knows about the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Sea. The thieves clashed, and Shinigami, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, took Big Mom's face. Many people were unbelievable when they heard the news, because what happened to you was so sudden. Before, they were still shocked that the Whitebeard Pirates defeated the Blackbeard Pirates, and it was only one step to ascend the throne of the four emperors. Far away, but this matter hasn't eased. I heard that Shinigami had a conflict with the current four emperors' Big Mom, and it seemed that the conflict was not small, which made many people stunned. Some people are happy, some are worried. Hearing this news, people who have enemies with the Whitebeard Pirates and Lingyun naturally laughed and were very happy. They all think that Lingyun has kicked the iron this time. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirate the regiment might be about to fight. Those who are closer to Lingyun are very worried. After all, unlike the Blackbeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates is a genuine four emperors pirates group. Even if Blackbeard's 180 is very powerful, it's under his command. The pirates are also very powerful, but in everyone's eyes, Blackbeard is not four emperors after all, and there is still a gap with the real four emperors. The ability of the Whitebeard Pirates to defeat the Blackbeard Pirates does not mean it is the Big Mom Pirates. The opponent of the regiment, this kid really can't settle down. The red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors, was naturally the one who received the news soonest. After he heard it, he could only laugh bitterly. It was really a wave of unrest, one after another, and the object of this collision was still even he was jealous and unwilling to provoke four emperors' Big Mom. This woman was already a famous big pirate before the Great Pirate era. After becoming four emperors, she was even more powerful and no one dared to provoke her. Now even the wise Beckman was surprised. He said, I was worried about this before, but now it seems that the cause of this incident is still from the woman Big Mom, who did not release the Whitebeard Pirates. In her eyes, that's why she sent someone to subdue the Fishman Island at this time, but she didn't know that this time was when the Whitebeard Pirate group was on the rise. No matter what the reason, it was impossible for her to succeed. But she still did it. Even I don't understand what this woman is thinking. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Beckman is the #1 wise man in Red Hair Pirates. He is a top wise man in the entire world, but he also doesn't understand what Charlotte Linlin wants to do at this time, because before she sends someone to the Fishman Island, there was a black and white battle. It was over. She already knew that the Whitebeard Pirates had won, and becoming the four emperors again was almost a certainty. There is no need for a conflict at this time. After all, although the Fishman Island is the entrance to New World, it is not an important place. There is no need for it to cause a war between the two large pirate groups, right? Do you think there will be a fight? Shanks asked Beckman solemnly. He is really worried about this. Unlike the Blackbeard Pirates, the black and white dispute is inevitable, and he has more confidence in Lingyun. But this time it is different. Big Mom Pirates are deeply rooted in New World, and the Charlotte family is spread all over New World. Their power is several grades higher than Red Hair Pirates. Although the Whitebeard Pirates is not weak, it is not as cohesive as the Whitebeard period, and a difficult war has just ended. If it is given a few years, with Lingyun's ability, it may be the Whitebeard Pirates. The development is stronger than before, but now there is no time at all. If a war really breaks out, Shanks is not optimistic about the Whitebeard Pirates at all. Beckman shook his head and said, it's hard to say, you know Shinigami's character better than I do. Shanks said, yeah, he belongs to the kind of person who would rather fight to the death than to back down. If you want him to back down, no one can do it, and now Marco and the others are completely following him. As long as he says to fight, there will never be a second voice from the Whitebeard Pirates. This is where I worry the most. The Whitebeard Pirates did not have a second voice. This was originally a good thing. It represented the strong cohesion of the Whitebeard Pirates and that Lingyun's appeal was no longer weaker than that of the previous Whitebeard. It is really not suitable for war, because once the two sides fight, it will be a huge battle sweeping New World, and the entire New World will definitely be involved in the war. Shanks is getting more headaches as he thinks about it now, and it is still the kind of headache that can't be helped. When he was at the top of the war, it was because the fighting spirit of the two sides was no longer strong, so he sold him face, but Charlotte Linlin, I'm afraid it's a little bit. No face will be given to him. Beckman said. Why do you think so much, Shanks? It's not our decision to fight or not, and I don't believe that Big Mom will really make up his mind to fight the Whitebeard Pirates. She is domineering, but still there is no insanity, and fighting at this time is not good for anyone. Although the matter is so violent now, Beckman still feels that the possibility of a fight is very small. After all, neither Charlotte Linlin nor Lingyun will really give up their own foundations, and desperately, they can follow those small pirate groups are different, but they represent the interests of too many people. Their worries are completely different from Shanks. Another four emperors, Kaido, is very happy at this time. He can't wait for the Big Mom Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates to fight now. Once they fight, he is bound to act, and then he can start a huge battle that will sweep the whole world. This is what he has always dreamed of. Even Kaido has begun to give orders to his subordinates. Once a war really breaks out, let them all enter a state of preparation, and his goal is not someone else, it is the Marine headquarters that has just entered New World. Chapter 474. The Whitebeard Pirate Group and the Big Mom Pirate Group not only caused Shanks and Kaido to move, but other major forces were also staring at the Fishman Island, because the Fishman Island is likely to be the outbreak of the two large pirate groups. The element of war. It's great. That Shinigami is really good enough to cause trouble. In just a few days, he has confronted that crazy woman again. That crazy woman is the real four emperors, one of the top big figures in New World. 1. Can that guy handle it? Doflamingo was very happy when he received the news. Since the end of the Battle of the Sable Strait, he has returned to Dressrosa. During this time, he has been in a state of tense preparations because he is worried about the Whitebeard Sea. The band of thieves will do something with him. After all, in that battle, he chose to help the Blackbeard band of thieves. With Shinigami's character, he would never let him go easily. But when he was preparing, he didn't expect that Lingyun, instead of coming to him, just got up with the Big Mom pirate group, which made him overjoyed. He helped Blackbeard before, hoping that the Blackbeard pirates could kill Lingyun, but unfortunately he gave Blackbeard too much hope, but in the end he was speechless, but Big Mom is different. This however, the four emperors, who have dominated the New World for 20 years, are by no means comparable to the sudden rise of Blackbeard, whether it is power or other. The Whitebeard pirate group can defeat Blackbeard, but it is absolutely impossible to defeat the Big Mom pirate group. Torpal said, "Young master, you said that if the Whitebeard pirate group and the Big Mom pirate group really fight, do we want to make another move and annihilate the Whitebeard pirate group in one fell swoop? In this case, we don't worry about them in the future." Torpal's suggestion made Doflamingo ponder, but after a moment, he shook his head without hesitation and said, "No, no more risks. Let's not say whether they can fight. If they really fight, it must be we don't need to do anything, and the Whitebeard pirates will definitely not be the opponent of the Big Mom pirates." This time Doflamingo suffered a big loss with the Blackbeard pirate group, so unless he saw that the Whitebeard pirate group was about to die, he would not take it lightly. But that Shinigami can always come to life from a desperate situation. This time I don't know if he will still be like this. Diamante worried. Hearing this, Doflamingo also frowned. This is why he finds Lingyun the most difficult to deal with. In the past, Lingyun had encountered many desperate situations, but each time he was cleverly resolved and spent, so he was worried that if the Big Mom pirate group did not destroy the Whitebeard pirate group, he would definitely suffer a big loss if he rushed to make a move. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Watch the changes. New World, which had calmed down because the Whitebeard pirates destroyed the Blackbeard pirates, once again caused waves of this incident. When Charlotte Cracker and the others returned to Cake Island, the Big Mom pirates had already received the news. A bunch of useless waste. Charlotte Linlin's screams rang out in the hall, and she angrily ate everything she could catch in front of her, and then her eyes widened, staring at Charlotte Cracker, Charlotte Smoo, G and Charlotte Snug. "Mom, we are incompetent. I implore my mother to condemn." None of the three Cracker refuted. They knew their mother's character very well. They knew that the refutation was useless at this time. It would be better to admit that we were weak, which would weaken the mother's temper a bit. "Waste, waste, waste." Charlotte Linlin scolded 3 times, then barely calmed down, and shouted, "I heard that you guys flinched and left without even fighting. What's the matter?" To be on the safe side, she sent out all 3 stars in order to be able to accept the Fishmen Island. As long as the Fishmen Island succumbed, even if the Whitebeard pirates wanted to find them in the future, she would also it will occupy the truth. But she did not expect that she sent 3 general stars out, and finally returned in embarrassment. What made her even more angry was that she flinched without fighting. Charlotte Cracker and Charlotte Snug did not speak, but Charlotte Smoky replied, "Mom, all this is my decision, because we have no chance of winning at the time. The Whitebeard pirates Fire Fist and Aokiji are both very powerful, and there is also a Shinigami, that Shinigami, although there is no match, but I can feel that we are definitely not his opponents. If we force a shot, we are likely to be all left behind." When I heard Charlotte Smoky's words, the members of the Charlotte family present all looked different. Some thought they were timid, and some thought it was right to be cautious, but anyway, this matter is indeed big. The Mom pirates lost a lot of face. Zero Charlotte Linlin suddenly asked, "That kid named Shinigami is really that amazing?" Charlotte Smoggy replied, "I didn't fight him directly, but judging from his aura and eyes, I knew I was definitely not his opponent." Cracker also said at this time, "Mom, although I didn't do anything with him, he has a really strong hockey." Hearing these 2 people say so, Charlotte Linlin had a care even if she was dissatisfied. She knew that her children would never lie in front of her, and she would not add fuel to her responsibilities to shirk her responsibilities. "Mom, Cracker and Smokey will not lie. After listening to them, I felt a fluke in my heart, as if they had done it at the time, unimaginable things might happen." At this moment, Charlotte Katakuri, the head of the 4 stars, suddenly spoke. Charlotte Linlin may not care about what others say, but Charlotte Katakuri is her second son, and the best and most valued son among all her children. He has super strength, and this son has courageous. She also relies heavily on the ability of this son. Chapter 475. HMPH, that damn kid, who dared to confront me openly, is really too impatient to live. Charlotte Linlin can't remember how long no one dared to provoke her publicly, but this Shinigami was so bold that she was extremely angry. Not only did the delicious desserts disappear, but more importantly, she lost face. Since she became the 4 emperors, she has never been so embarrassed. "Never let him go, never let him go, I want him to die." The roar sounded constantly, and even with her anger, lightning and thunder appeared on the entire Cake Island, and 2 groups of spiritual objects rushed into the sky, causing great changes in the weather. Seeing the changes in the sky, the people on Cake Island immediately knew their mother was angry, and they basically guessed the reason for the anger. They were all frightened for fear of being implicated. Not only the people on Cake Island, but even the high-level cadres of the Big Mom pirate group in the main hall are also nervous. They all know that once a mother is angry, it is difficult to quell the anger unless it is killing someone. But this time they were all very upset. Someone dared to provoke their pirates and provoke their supreme mother. This is simply a great shame. Even if the other party is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Shinigami is not the same now. Exception. Who can help me get that kid's head back? As soon as these words came out, the whole hall was silent. Even if it was an arrogant person like Cracker, he did not dare to appear at this time, let alone other people whose strength is not as good as his. If Lingyun could be killed so easily, how could he still be alive now? Even the invincible Blackbeard was killed by him. Seeing that none of his staff turned up, Charlotte Linlin suddenly became more angry, but this is not to blame everyone. The main reason is that the timing is wrong. During this period, Lingyun is really famous. Of course, if it's just like this, it's a problem. Yes, the three generals have just returned in embarrassment. Who dares to say such a thing at this time is not just bragging, but to offend the three generals. People can't do it, but you can do it. Isn't it slapped in front of others? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Just as Charlotte Linlin was ready to go wild, a light cough suddenly sounded, and everyone's eyes turned to Charlotte Katakuri, because it was him who made the sound. Charlotte Linlin put away her angry expression slightly, and asked, Katakuri, what do you want to say? Charlotte Katakuri replied, Mom, you want the Fishmen Island, you just want their desserts, right? Charlotte Linlin didn't really understand the meaning of this sentence. She asked her second son. Yes, the desserts at the Fishmen Island are very delicious. If it weren't for that damn kid, I would have eaten it already, so absolutely can't spare him. Charlotte Katakuri said, Mom, I actually want to eat the desserts of the Fishmen Island, and if they will always have them in the future, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. We don't have to be from Whitebeard Pirates. The regiment snatched the Fishmen Island. What do you mean? Do you want to compromise with that kid? At this point, Charlotte Linlin was furious again, and everyone else looked at Katakuri in amazement, because it didn't seem to be said from his mouth at all. This person had a great view of the honor of the family. Important, how could it be possible for others to insult their family mother, yet compromise? At the next moment, Charlotte Katakuri said, Mom, I don't mean that, I mean, we don't need to confront the Whitebeard Pirates, we just need to turn them into our people. As long as they become our people, isn't the Fishmen Island becoming something in our bag? Hiss. Hearing this, everyone looked at Charlotte Katakuri in amazement, couldn't believe their ears, turning the Whitebeard Pirates into their own. What's this kidding? This is dozens of times more difficult than killing Shinigami. Who doesn't know that the guys in the Whitebeard Pirates are smelly and hard, and it's impossible to make them surrender? Charlotte Linlin also looked at her son in amazement. She knew that her second son was very smart and she relied on him very much. But what she said just now was obviously too much of her expectation. Although she was very angry, she knew very well, if opposing the Whitebeard Pirates, it's not so easy to solve each other, so all she thought about was how to kill Shinigami Lingyun, who dared to offend Her Majesty, but she didn't expect that her son would think more than her. Ruthless. It is totally impossible to turn the Whitebeard Pirates into their own people. Charlotte Katakuri didn't pay attention to the weird gazes that everyone looked at him, and continued to say in an orderly manner, It may sound unbelievable to make the Whitebeard Pirates ours, but it doesn't mean there is no one. Probably, we don't need to swallow the Whitebeard Pirates. All we need is to turn Shinigami into ours. As long as he becomes ours, then the Whitebeard Pirates will naturally become ours. Everyone was still confused, but after a few breaths, someone suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Charlotte Katakuri in an incredible way. Obviously 3.9 was thinking of something. Among these people, it also included Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin showed a touch of joy on her face and asked, You mean, turned the little devil Shinigami into a member of our family? Charlotte Katakuri nodded and said, Yes, Mom, our Charlotte family is the top family in the world. It is precisely because of my mother's various methods that we have grown so much over the years. It doesn't matter what kind of person Shinigami is, it doesn't matter to us. What's important is that as long as he becomes a member of our family, everything can be achieved. Marriage. Charlotte Perisparrow suddenly said these two words with difficulty. Chapter 476 As the eldest son of the Charlotte family, although Charlotte Perisparrow is not as strong as his younger brothers and sisters, his status is not much worse, and he is also relatively smart. At this time, he explained Katakuri's idea. That's right, Charlotte Katakuri's idea is marriage. He said, Mom, I heard that Shinigami has not been married so far. This is an opportunity. We can use marriage to tie him to our in the family, in this way, he becomes one of us. No matter what he thinks, people in the world will recognize him as a member of our Charlotte family, and then we will become an unbreakable member. In the alliance relationship, no matter how high his achievements are in the future, he will definitely put you on the top of his mother. His words made everyone in the entire hall take a breath and looked at him in amazement. It is really that this strategy is too clever and too powerful. If it can be successful, then the Big Mom Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates the regiment will almost become one. In this way, they are the most powerful force in the New World. If it is a bit tougher, it is very possible to rule the New World. At this time, everyone seems to have forgotten the small the Fishmen Island to 18. It is just to the Fishmen Island. How can it be more important than the whole world? Even the previously defeated 3-star they all agree very much, because this matter is too important to the entire pirate group and family. There are no permanent enemies in the world, only permanent interests. If the interests can reach agreement, even the enemies of life and death can still achieve cooperation. This is the common idea of everyone present. Mom, I very much agree with Katakuri's strategy. Soon, one person opened his mouth to agree, and then everyone else followed, and no one's objection was seen at all. Even Charlotte Linlin herself thought it was perfect, but she still asked a little hesitantly, "Can that kid agree to our marriage?" Charlotte Katakuri said, "He agrees that it is best. If we disagree, we happen to have reason to fight him." Although he proposed the marriage by himself, it does not mean that he is afraid of war. He just wants to use the best method to do a good job. If it is really impossible, then he can only speak with strength. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Charlotte Linlin nodded and said, "Okay, then do it, but there are still many unmarried daughters of mine. Which one should I choose to marry him?"
Charlotte Katakuri said, "This is simple, we can let him choose, and I believe that no one will refuse the sisters."
Although he also thinks that his sisters are very good, but this matter is very important, but it can give Ji Lingyun the power to choose, and he also thinks that a man like Ji Lingyun, his sisters will definitely not have any opinions of. Charlotte Linlin said, "Okay, just send someone to talk to that kid." As a result, the Big Mom pirate group immediately began arranging people to talk to Ji Lingyun about it. At this time, the people of the Whitebeard pirate group also knew what happened to the Fishman Island. As for this result, everyone was not surprised. On the contrary, they thought it was normal, especially Marco, when he asked Ji Lingyun to go. He had expected such a result, but what he did not expect was that the Big Mom pirate group retreated without fighting. But the Big Mom woman is not so easy to deal with. I don't know what means she will use. Let's get everyone ready to fight. Sure enough, have we become the fat in the eyes of other forces? Who I want to take a bite. Marco is a person who has experienced several times. What kind of wind and rain has not experienced? He knows how embarrassing the status of the Whitebeard Pirates is now. The defeat of the Blackbeard Pirates can only be regarded as a small victory. To gain a firm foothold, it still has to show the power that makes other forces afraid to offend at will. Lingyun should be back soon. Forget it, let's see what he thinks at that time. After all, whether it is a battle or a peace, he still needs to be determined by the captain himself. Ji Lingyun did not stay in the Fishman Island for long, because he also knew that his presence would inevitably make the Big Mom pirates turn their attention to him. If they attack the Fishman Island again, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction from the major forces, so as long as Big Mom does not go crazy, then it will definitely not do that. Not long after Ji Lingyun returned to the headquarters of the Whitebeard Pirates, a messenger from the Big Mom Pirates asked to see him. Marco said solemnly to Ji Lingyun, "Lingyun, people from the Big Mom Pirate group are here, saying that there is something important to see you. How about it, see you?" When Ji Lingyun heard the words, he immediately became interested. He smiled and said, "It's really funny. I have heard that the old woman is 340 overbearing. If she sends someone to call directly, I may not be surprised yet, but it is strange to send someone to discuss it." "What does the old woman think?" Marco said. "That woman is a powerful character. Even when the old man was there, she was afraid of her. What's more terrifying is that not many outsiders have seen her ability, and no one knows her depth." Ji Lingyun said, "I know a little bit about the abilities of that old woman from Big Mom, but if I really fight, I really don't have much confidence. She is different from Blackbeard. I basically have all of Blackbeard's abilities. I understand and know her weaknesses and shortcomings, so I can beat him in one fell swoop, but Big Mom is different. Although I know a little bit of her ability, but I don't fully understand it, so if I really fight with her, the result is very difficult to say." Although Ji Lingyun is very confident in his own strength, after the battle with Blackbeard, he also understood that his strength has not yet reached the real-world leading strength. The four emperors are strong among the strong, and at least they are definitely not better than dead. Blackbeard is weak, he really wants to fight Big Mom, he doesn't have much confidence, and now the Whitebeard Pirates is not enough to fight the Big Mom Pirates. Chapter 477. Of course, Ji Lingyun didn't want to go to war, but if the Big Mom Pirates had to do this, he would not admit it. Since everyone has already arrived, we can't help but see. By the way, who is here? Ji Lingyun asked. Marco said, "I'm a newcomer. It seems to be a newcomer who debuted with Ace's younger brother and Straw Hat Boy. What is Capone Beige? This guy seems to be the son-in-law of Big Mom now." Capone Beige, it's him. Ji Lingyun really knew him. Although he was not the strongest among Luffy's supernovas, this guy was the oldest, treacherous and cunning. He also had some means to become the son-in-law of the Big Mom Pirates. Betrayal or something. Let's go to him for a while and see what the old woman Big Mom wants to do. Ji Lingyun and Marco met Capone Beige. This was the first time Ji Lingyun saw this man. Capone Beige was not tall, had a beard, was in his 40s, he was still holding a cigar, and looked like a black boss. Seeing Capone Beige, Ji Lingyun didn't have any good feelings, because he knew this guy is a natural rebellious person, so he didn't talk nonsense with him, and directly asked, "Big Mom asked you to come to me for what?" Although Capone Beige made his debut much later than Ji Lingyun, he was not young and smart. He saw Ji Lingyun's bad attitude, so he knew what to do. He didn't have any extra words, and he said, "I have taken my mother's order, let me bring you a word." Ji Lingyun asked, "What are you talking about?" Capone Beige said, "Mom said, the Fishman Island does not need to be, but Mom knows that you are not married yet, so Mom wants to marry you and let you marry her daughter. As long as you agree, then from now on, we the two pirate groups are the alliance." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Even though Ji Lingyun was ready, after listening to it, he still showed an unbelievable expression. Not to mention him, even Marco and other members of the Whitebeard Pirates were all dull and stared. With Capone Beige. For the people from the Big Mom Pirates group, Everyone instinctively felt that the other party was malicious, maybe even with a threat or even war, but after listening to Capone Bega's words, they realized that the other party actually it is not here to declare war, but to ask for marriage. The contrast between before and after is too great? Seeing Ji Lingyun look stunned, Marco reacted and coughed a few times. He was also speechless and asked Capone Bege, "Are you sure this is the purpose of Big Mom calling you here?" Capone Bege said with certainty, "Yes, my mother also said that as long as you agree, she will immediately order a tea party, and at the same time inform the world. It is to announce this news." This? Marco didn't know how to say it, and all the words prepared before could not be said. People did not come to fight at all, nor did they come with hostility, but with sincerity. No matter what, you can't ignore it. More importantly, the partner that the other party wants to marry is the captain of their Whitebeard Pirates. Although this sounds good, if the two parties are alliances, it will be good for each other, especially the current Whitebeard Pirates. If it is with the Mom Pirates alliance, the danger in the dark will immediately disappear. However, Marco scanned the expressions of other people around and found that everyone did not show any joy, because this sounded good, but in fact it is not something to be happy about, because the object of the alliance is Big Mom. This woman is in New World's dominance is notorious, because the other side's purpose is to first alliance and then annex. For everyone, the Whitebeard Pirate Group is their home, and only their own brothers are trustworthy. As for any other alliances, they are not considered a asterisk at all. Although Marco felt a little bit conflicted in his heart, Ji Lingyun still had to call the shots, so he asked Ji Lingyun, "Lingyun, what do you think?" Ji Lingyun came back to his senses after a while of consternation, and then looked at Capone Bege with a smile. After Marco asked him, he said, "It's interesting, Big Mom wants to marry me. Isn't she afraid? If you have too much appetite, will it be swallowed by me instead?" What idea Charlotte Linlin made, how could he not know? He knew that the alliance actually wanted to annex, even if she didn't think so now, he also believed that she thought so, and used the malicious in his heart to figure out the other party. There may be mistakes, but with Charlotte Linlin, he believes that he is right. If the sons and daughters of the Charlotte family hear this, they will be very angry, but Capone Bege is different. He is just the son-in-law of the Charlotte family. He married the daughter of the Charlotte family only for his own ambition, naturally not angry. If you have this ability, you can give it a try, maybe you will really succeed. Ji Lingyun laughed and said, "Capone Bege, I see ambition in your eyes. I'm afraid that's what you think, right? But it doesn't matter how you think, it has nothing to do with me, but..." Under Capone Bega's serious expression, Ji Lingyun's tone became colder. "I'm different from you. Go back and tell your mother that I'm not interested in her marriage. If you want to fight, I'll fight. I'm Edward G. Lingyun does not need to use marriage to achieve his goals." Marco, see off. After speaking, Ji Lingyun just sat there without saying a word. Regarding Ji Lingyun's decision, Marco didn't have the slightest expression of surprise. He smiled and said to Capone Bege, "You have also heard what our captain said. I'm sorry, we don't have any idea of marriage, please go back." Capone Bege frowned, took a breath, and asked, "There is really no room for maneuver." Marco didn't even ask Ji Lingyun for instructions, so he shook his head and said, "Please go back." Capone Bege stood up, nodded, and said, "I know, I will tell my mother what you have said, but if there is a war, I think it should be impossible." After that, he turned and left. Chapter 478. What does this guy mean? After Capone Bege left, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were a little confused and didn't understand why he had to say that. Ji Lingyun said, "This guy is not a good master. You should have heard it. Although he is a lobbyist for Big Mom, he has no sincerity at all. He said that he would not go to war, but he was eager for us. It's good to go to war. Only when the war starts, he will be able to better display his abilities." Sachi touched his chin. Among the Whitebeard Pirates, he is considered a person with both civil and military skills. He said, "The newcomers are really more powerful than the other, and they are very ambitious. I am afraid that Big Mom himself did not think of it, actually recruited a tiger." Marco said, "We don't have to worry about their affairs, but Big Mom actually wants to recruit Lingyun as the son-in-law. This is a weird thing. Lingyun, I didn't expect you to be so popular. Even 4 emperors came to see you personally, up." Listening to Marco's jokes, all the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Group present laughed. At the beginning, they had already had some big scenes, but they didn't expect that the other party would actually say kiss. "Lingyun, so are you. Why refuse 180? Anyway, you are not married. The daughter of 4 emperors should not be too bad. If you marry, it will be a good thing for everyone. Are you right?" Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, and the one who made fun of it was Bista. Among the Whitebeard Pirates, Ji Lingyun had a very good relationship with the captains. Bista was once a kendo teacher instructing Ji Lingyun, so even now Lingyun has become the captain, he dared to laugh. Ji Lingyun gave Bista a look and said, "You don't seem to be married either. Otherwise, I'll go to help you talk about the matchmaking and let you marry the daughter of Big Mom. It's really impossible, just let you marry Big Mom. Now, in this way, wouldn't it be better than me marrying her daughter?" Puff. Everyone's smiles became louder now, and Bista's face was even more like pig liver. At this time, he remembered that Ji Lingyun's mouth is notoriously broken. I'm afraid that no one in the pirates has been able to. If he could say it, he took the initiative to provoke him, which was simply humiliating himself, so he shut up altogether to prevent being teased again. But even though Bista didn't say anything, everyone didn't plan to let him go. Sachi said with a smile, "Bista, I think Lingyun is right. Or let him propose to you like Big Mom. Although the woman looks a bit burly, she is 4 emperors after all. If you marry 4 emperors, not only will you have face, but the brothers of our entire pirate group will feel that you have face. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You have the face of your uncle, Sachi, are you looking for fault? Beasta was furious. Lingyun didn't dare to provoke him anymore, but Sachi also teased him. He immediately became angry, completely devoid of the usual gentleman style, staring and roaring. Oh, I'm so scared, I stand there and let you chop, you can't hurt me. Saki yelled arrogantly. He is a Logia-capable person. If Busta doesn't use armament hockey, he really can't hurt him at all. Vista, can you bear this? Go up and FK him. Sachi, go up to him and let him know that you were great. Don't dare, Beasta. The entire Whitebeard pirate group was making a fuss, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. After more than 10 minutes, when everyone stopped laughing, Lingyun said again, although the remnants of the Blackbeard pirates have been cleared by us, everyone should not take it lightly. During this time, strengthen their respective territories. At the same time, let the pirate groups below be more cautious. Don't treat the strengths in our territory too strong, but not too soft. Many of these guys are clumsy, and we must let them understand who it is their master. Everyone nodded. In the past, they didn't find anything, but since the Blackbeard pirate group appeared, they quickly captured half of their forces. This is not just because of the Blackbeard pirate group's strength, more the reason is that the hearts of the people within the sphere of influence have changed. Many people have 2 hearts, or they no longer trust the Whitebeard pirates, and feel that they can't protect them, so they secede or rebelled. Also because of this incident, the Whitebeard pirates lost a lot of territory. Even if they defeated the Blackbeard pirates, they still lost a lot of territory. However, for those territories and forces, Lingyun did not look for them again, even if there were some people. He reaffirmed, and he never included these forces in the Whitebeard Pirate League. What Lingyun hates most is betrayal. To test whether a person is loyal, it depends on whether the other party can share adversity. The same is true for some forces. Since he chooses to betray, Lingyun will naturally not accept them again, even if it will lose a lot of them. Interests, but for the Whitebeard pirates, these problems are not very big. The site is a bit smaller, but the cohesion has become stronger. Now the entire Whitebeard pirate group goes up and down Ishin. This is the result Lingyun most hopes to see. What about the Big Mom pirates? Don't you care about them? After all, Ace was young, and the other captains hadn't spoken yet, so he couldn't help asking first. Lingyun smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, whatever they do, soldiers will come to block and water will cover. When have we been afraid of the Whitebeard pirates? I never know what is afraid of. If you want to do something to us, then you have see if she has the courage. He doesn't want to fight, but it doesn't mean he's afraid to fight. He always feels that the Big Mom pirate group will not really fight desperately. He didn't give Big Mom face, but when the opponent gave him face, it doesn't matter. No matter what kind of thinking, he will not compromise. I understand. Ace nodded, and then muttered. I hope that old woman has a bit of courage. I was not addicted to fighting in the last war. The Big Mom pirates will definitely make me enjoyable. Puff, ha ha ha. Hearing what Ace said, everyone couldn't help laughing. Chapter 479. Lingyun, there is one thing I want to tell you. Squared has always wanted to see you, but you didn't have time some time ago, so you only delayed it until now. Should you see him? Suddenly, Marco asked Lingyun. Hearing Marco's words, the others stopped talking. They all looked at Lingyun. They also knew very well about Squared. Because Lingyun's attitude was unclear, so since the battle for the top, everyone there not as friendly to Squared as before. It is not that they also have too many opinions on Squared, but that they must maintain Lingyun's dominance and status. Before Lingyun spoke, Marco continued. The last time he fought with the Blackbeard pirates, Squared worked very hard. In order to destroy the Blackbeard pirates, he killed several of the Blackbeard pirates. The captain even lost an arm for this, and the entire Vortex Spider pirate group was almost destroyed, leaving only a few people. This made the expressions of everyone present slightly change. Even Lingyun felt very surprised. He told Scarred last time that as long as he can perform well in the war with Blackbeard, he will abandon the previous suspicions and no longer care. But he never expected that this Squared would fight like this, not to mention that he himself was seriously injured and suffered a disability, but he said that his giant Vortex Spider pirate group, that is a pirate of nearly 8,000. After a war, there was not much left. One can imagine how tragic it was fierce. Not only Lingyun, but also other people heard this exact news for the first time. The first thing that couldn't help being Ace, who had a very good relationship with Squared before, he pleaded with Lingyun. Captain, please don't blame Squared anymore. If you want to blame it, please blame me. If it wasn't for saving me, if it wasn't because I was Roger's son, Squared wouldn't do such a rebellious thing, you blame me. Sachi also said, yes, Lingyun was the B******** D Akainu who took advantage of Squared's weakness. Although he also made mistakes, he did not really hurt his father after all, and he paid so much. We should not continue to fight against him. He also had a broken arm, so he knows best how painful losing an arm is, and Squad is even more miserable than him. Not only is he disabled, even his subordinates and brothers have almost lost. This kind of pain it is not something ordinary people can afford. Others also spoke up. Except for a few people such as Ace, the captain-level members all grew up watching Lingyun, so they are not as cautious as Ace. Seeing everyone begging for Squared, Ji Lingyun's expression remained unchanged. He was indeed the most hated traitor, so he had the same attitude towards Squared, but at this time, after he heard Squared's misery, the resentment in my heart has disappeared. So he said to Marco, "You can let Squared come. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." Marco nodded, and then walked out. After a few minutes, he brought Squared to this place. After that battle, the Great Vortex Spider Pirates of Squared basically existed in name only. In addition, he was seriously injured, so he did not leave the Whitebeard Pirates and stayed here to cultivate. After Squared arrived here, he respectfully shouted to Ji Lingyun bowed, "Captain." Ji Lingyun nodded and said to Squared, "Sit down first, I've heard Marco talk about you. In the last war, you worked very hard. You blocked a lot of the Blackbeard Pirates, and it made his pirate group almost perished." Squared said, "This is what I should do." Ji Lingyun waved his hand and said, "There is nothing that should and shouldn't. To be honest, I did have some opinions about you before, but after this incident, I have no idea about you anymore. Now I will give you a choice, yours. Basically, the pirate group has almost lost. You made a great contribution this time. I can agree to let you directly join the pirate group's headquarters. Are you willing? Is it really possible?" As soon as Squared sat down, he stood up excitedly. Before he came, he just wanted to ask Ji Lingyun to forgive himself, but he did not expect that Ji Lingyun not only forgave him, but also agreed to let him join the Whitebeard Pirate Group headquarters. But a great thing. "Aren't you willing?" Ji Lingyun asked. Squared nodded quickly and said, I do. Speaking of the end, such a big man actually choked up. The pressure he was under during this period was too great. At this moment, he could finally relax, so he was very excited. Ji Lingyun sighed. He knew that he was also responsible for this matter. Because of his attitude, the entire pirate group didn't dare to get too close to Squared. This seemed a bit too much. But it was wrong. But Ji Lingyun naturally would not directly admit that the captain's majesty still needs to be upheld. "Squared, starting today, you will join the pirates team and become the direct leader of Marco. There is no problem, right?" No. It has been more than 20 years since Squared joined the Whitebeard Pirate League. He has already been very familiar with Marco, and he can be directly under Marco. This is naturally also Ji Lingyun's careful consideration. Marco laughed loudly and said, "Squared, from today on, you will listen to me, ha ha ha, we will have a drink together later, not drunk or return." Squared also said happily, "Okay, you won't be drunk or go home." The things that had troubled him for so long finally ended perfectly, and his mood was exceptionally good, and he had restored his previous temperament. But at this time, Ji Lingyun said, "There is one more thing I want to tell you. The last time we went to war with Blackbeard, I remember that Doflamingo from Dressrosa seemed to want to take advantage of the fire, right?" Ace said, "Yes, he wanted to attack us at the time. Fortunately, Captain, you have made arrangements, so you didn't let him succeed." Chapter 480. At the time of the Battle of the Sables Strait, only Ace and Trafalgar Law fought against the incoming Doflamingo. It was precisely because of the Ace's obstacles that they did not let the Don Quixote family rush into the battlefield. Otherwise the Whitebeard Pirates the regiment is about to face a front and back attack, and the situation must be very critical. Fortunately, he didn't succeed in the first place, otherwise it would be very detrimental to us, and at the beginning, hearing what he said, it seemed that they had colluded with the Blackbeard Pirates in advance. Ji Lingyun snorted coldly and said, "This guy has always wanted to kill me, because he has fought against me several times and suffered several losses in my hands, so he has always wanted revenge. I didn't care about him too much. I didn't expect that this guy would want to yin me behind his back. If I were indifferent, wouldn't it make people think I was too bullied?" Hearing Ji Lingyun's words, the eyes of Marco and others condensed. Marco asked, "Lingyun, do you want to do something with the Don Quixote family? That guy is deeply rooted in Dressrosa. If you want to move him, it's not that easy. Moreover, he is the 7 warlords of the sea appointed by the world government. If we act on him, it is equivalent to declaring war on the world government and marine headquarters. This is what we are doing now, not too optimistic." Although Marco did not put Doflamingo in his eyes, the current situation is not optimistic for the Whitebeard Pirates. Not only is the marine headquarters eyeing, they just rejected the Big Mom Pirates, the 4 emperors. The thieves are not friendly. If the other party gets angry, it will definitely be enough for them to eat a pot. If it is normal, a Don Quixote family is definitely not a big problem for the Whitebeard Pirates, but now, the best choice is to remain unchanged and respond to changes. Other people also persuaded Ji Lingyun one after another, hoping that Ji Lingyun would stop fighting. It is true that they were all a little scared by Ji Lingyun. The Big Mom Pirate group has not calmed down yet. Thinking of dealing with Doflamingo, this span is too big. Naturally, Ji Lingyun knows everyone's meaning very well, but Doflamingo is so provocative. If he doesn't respond at all, this is not his character. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. So Ji Lingyun said, "We will talk about whether we can fight or not, but you will let me know that we have to do something against them. If they don't want to go to war, they must make compensation." Sachi asked, "Lingyun, you mean, you want to knock them out?" Ji Lingyun said, "Now we have just experienced a big battle and suffered heavy losses. This Doflamingo is the largest underground intermediary known by New World. The wealth is extremely amazing. If we can strike a fortune from him, for us, what? Happy but not doing it." "But what if they disagree?" Marco asked. Ji Lingyun snorted coldly and said, "If you don't agree, don't blame me for being ruthless. But Doflamingo is leaning on the world government on the face, and secretly cooperating with Kaido of Beast's pirates. At this time, it is not good for us to think about it, Marco said worriedly. Lingyun said, can we only let others bully like this? Don't forget that we are the Whitebeard Pirates. Who dares to do anything to us when Dad is here? Now even if Dad is gone, we absolutely can't losing the face of his old man, being beaten up and silent. This is not in line with our purpose. We have even passed the battle on the top, what else can stump us? I know you are worried, but I can assure you that no matter which side you are, you will not act rashly at this time. Although the old woman of Big Mom is fierce, she will never declare war on us for the sake of a struggle of spirit. Friction, so don't worry, and the lunatic Beast's pirates and Kaido wanted to get rid of us a long time ago. Even if we didn't do anything to him, he would do it to us sooner or later, but now because of the sudden insertion of Marine headquarters, they dare not act rashly. Also what you said is the world government. The influence of the world government in New World is not as great as in the first half of Sahai and Grand Line. Don't forget that there is a revolutionary army. That is their greatest enemy. Although I do things crazy, I am not a fool. I can still tell the importance of things, and even if I am really ready to do something with the Don Quixote family, I will not directly use the power of our pirate group. I have other ways. Lingyun said so much in one breath, but it was his last sentence that really interested everyone. Marco asked curiously, Lingyun, you said you don't use the power of the pirate group, do you have any other objects you can use? Lingyun tapped his fingers on the chair handle lightly and said, I naturally have no other power, but as long as I can give the other party enough benefits, I believe someone will be willing to help us. Of course, that is also a last resort. If you can, I don't want to do that. If you wait a little longer, maybe we don't need to do it, someone can help us. Lingyun is naturally talking about the people of the Straw Hat Pirates. If the Whitebeard Pirates starts with Doflamingo in 3.0, the movement will naturally be very loud, but the Straw Hat Pirates are the newcomer pirates. In the original work, Straw Hat, the reason why the pirates can hit Doflamingo is precisely because other forces did not put the Straw Hat Pirates in their eyes, and even Doflamingo did not put them in their eyes, so they were caught off guard. I was defeated without preparation. It's just that if he has to wait for the Straw Hat Pirates, it will take another year. So Lingyun is considering whether he will do it himself or wait for the Straw Hat Pirates to do it. If he does it himself, he is also very confident. It's just that he needs to prepare everything himself, and it takes a lot of time and energy. If this is done, is it worth it or not? Chapter 481. But now everything is still in Lingyun's imagination. He first let people disseminate the news. Originally, New World's eyes were focused on the Whitebeard Pirates, so as soon as they moved, the whole New World would be lost. Received a message. Young master, the Whitebeard Pirates is really deceiving. The Don Quixote family of Dressrosa immediately exploded as soon as they received the news. All the cadres rushed to Doflamingo's face. They were all very angry. The attitude of the Whitebeard pirate group to release the news was almost like a point. When they reprimanded, the attitude was that the eldest brother reprimanded the younger brother and did not take them seriously. Think of them Don Quixote family, which is also a well-known pirate group in New World. When have they been bullied to such an extent? They were all able to point to their faces and scolded, and after the scolding, they were even compensated. Yes, young master, absolutely can't bear it. The people of the Whitebeard pirate group are too arrogant. Their Big Mom pirate group has not yet settled their affairs, so they dare to treat us like this. It's so arrogant. If according to what he said, let us apologize and compensate, then what face will we have in New World in the future? No matter who you are, you have to care about your face, especially a large pirate group like Don Quixote, the dignified Shichibukai, and the king of a country. If you lick your face and apologize for compensation, you will lose your face. Not to mention, the reputation is definitely plummeting. Before, they thought that the Whitebeard Pirates were busy dealing with the Big Mom Pirates in the aftermath, and it was impossible to have time to count the Battle of the Sables straight with them. As long as time passed, it would be fine. But who would have thought that Lingyun was a lunatic? His every move was beyond anyone's expectations. Many people thought that he could not have beaten Blackbeard, but Blackbeard died in his hands. The Blackbeard Pirates, it was also destroyed in his hands. Later, many people thought that he and the Big Mom Pirates would definitely be softened first, but who knew he didn't do that? Instead, he lost the Big Mom Pirates' face. Now it is even more beyond their expectations, regardless of the enemies in the quartet, directly attacking them Don Quixote family. This is a lunatic. That Shinigami is a mad dog, biting people everywhere. I see him doing this, it is just dying. New World now does not know how many people want him to die, but he is fine. He did not CK his tail and behaved, on the contrary. The arrogance of him is simply looking for death. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Torpal yelled angrily. As the family's think tank, Torpal's personality was a bit perverse, but he was still quite calm, but at this moment, he couldn't calm down anymore. Opening his mouth was an angry curse. Enough. Hearing that everyone was angry and abused there, but no one was able to make effective suggestions, Doflamingo yelled angrily and immediately shut everyone up. Taking a deep breath, Doflamingo glanced across everyone, and then slowly said, that guy's behavior is indeed beyond my expectation, but now is not the time for you to be angry here, you can solve it like this. The problem? It's totally useless. What I want to know now is how to deal with this matter, and if you have any ideas, just say it. For a while, no one dared to speak first. In the end, Diamante, the top cadre, said, Young master, I don't think we actually need to be so nervous. The Whitebeard Pirates are just releasing news. The thunder is raining. Little, I don't believe they really dare to do it. Don't forget that they are surrounded by enemies now, and we are the 7 warlords of the sea, which the world government appointed. I will never sit idly by. That said, what Diamante said is somewhat reasonable, but Doflamingo still frowned and said, that guy Shinigami is not a person who plays cards according to the rules. You don't think he can do it, he will do the opposite. Give you a fatal blow while you relax. After defeating Blackbeard, his strength must have been strong enough to a terrifying level. If we face each other head on, we will definitely not be the opponent of the Whitebeard Pirates. As for world government, Doflamingo gave a cold light in his eyes and said, those guys are also eager for me to die, but for the sake of face, they will never let me die in the hands of the Whitebeard Pirates, so when the critical moment is really reached, they will definitely. It's just that if you wait for them, I'm afraid it will only save me. This is not what I want to see. In the eyes of the world government, Doflamingo holds the secret of celestial dragons and absolutely cannot die, but other people are different. They hope that all of Doflamingo's people will die intact. Without Doflamingo, they will have better control. 973 others don't understand what Doflamingo means, but the top cadres are very clear. They all know Doflamingo's identity and know that what Doflamingo said is correct. The world government doesn't care about their life or death. Torpal thought for a while and said, then we can ask Kaido, the beast, for help. Now he urgently needs the man-made devil fruit we made, and I heard that Kaido seems to have been hostile to the Whitebeard Pirates. Kaido. Hearing the name Kaido, Rao was proud of Doflamingo, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. This man was so terrifying that he didn't even dare to think of opposing Kaido. It's just that, will he really fight the Whitebeard Pirates for us? For this, Doflamingo really has no confidence. Although he now controls the source of Kaido's artificial devil fruit, Kaido is a lunatic at first, and no one can grasp his true thoughts, even his closest subordinates, and he is just a cooperative relationship, and the relationship is far less close. For him, it is really difficult to say that it is opposed to the Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 482. Not only Doflamingo, Torpal and others also have no confidence. Don't look at them now supplying Kaido with artificial devil fruit, but it does not mean that they are indispensable to Kaido. The Whitebeard Pirates are now indispensable. The strength is well known, even Big Mom, which is also the 4 emperors, will not give face, so Kaido is likely not to make a move. What's going on with the Whitebeard Pirates? Doflamingo asked Diamante. Diamante replied, so far, they haven't found any specific actions or mobilization of troops, so I suspect they just want to build momentum. Doflamingo said, even if it is to build momentum, we can't underestimate it, but it is absolutely impossible to threaten us. I will not give him what he wants. Naturally, Doflamingo will not let Lingyun do what he wants, otherwise, how can he continue to mix in New World? Give me a close eye on the Big Mom Pirates. I don't believe that woman will be completely indifferent. As long as the Big Mom Pirates takes action, they won't have time to deal with us. Doflamingo said for sure, although this feeling of handing over fate to others makes him very unhappy, but the situation is weaker than people now, and there is no way. However, beyond Doflamingo's expectation, although the Big Mom Pirate Group was rejected by Lingyun to marry, it did not explode as many people imagined. Many people do not understand the choice of the Big Mom Pirate Group, because in their opinion, the Whitebeard Pirate Group is basically a foreigner at this time, while the Big Mom Pirate Group is the 4 Emperors Pirate. As long as the war goes on, even if the Whitebeard Pirates can't be destroyed, it will definitely be able to split his fight, or even defeat it. It's just that these people think it's good, but Big Mom has to consider more. Nowadays, the New World power is complicated. In addition to the 4 Emperors, the Marine Headquarters has also been stationed in. With the entry of the Marine Headquarters, the power of the world government has renewed throw-in, and some hidden troops also sneaked into New World. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. And the people of Big Mom Pirates also discovered that Lingyun is a completely unconventional player, and the Whitebeard Pirates are also hard to crack. If they really fight, the Whitebeard Pirates will never compromise, they will definitely fight to the end, even if they can win, they will definitely suffer heavy damage, and there may even be a trace of the same. The higher the position of people, the more they are afraid of this kind of loss-making thing. After all, there are still many forces around them watching closely. Once they are given a chance, they will definitely take a bite, and then they will most likely be destroyed. The Whitebeard Pirate Group couldn't survive on its own. And the most important point is about the strength of Shinigami Lingyun. In the Battle of the Sable Strait, Lingyun showed amazing power. A strait was destroyed, causing a huge tsunami shock in the surrounding sea. In the end, Lingyun won, which is enough to show how terrifying his strength is. Under such scruples, the Big Mom Pirate Group did not choose to go to war. To other people, it was surprising that the Big Mom Pirates did not do anything, but for Lingyun, he had already guessed this result. When watching anime before, he was very surprised by the Big Mom Pirates. As far as I know, the strength and ability of Big Mom may be very strong, but it seems to be more than defensive and not enterprising, so he does not care too much about the Big Mom Pirate Group. After a period of time, the Whitebeard Pirates found that Doflamingo did not respond, and there was a movement immediately. Young master, it's not good. The Whitebeard Pirates, the 2nd, 5th, 6th, 8th, and 11th Pirates have all moved from all directions. If you guessed correctly, the goal is to be Dressrosa. As soon as the Whitebeard Pirates moved, the Don Quixote family, who had been staring at them, received the news immediately. Doflamingo's expression changed drastically. He immediately took out the New World chart, marking a few points one after another, and then, his face suddenly became gloomy to the extreme. Because the Whitebeard pirate group, except for the captain and a small number of pirates who followed the captain to stay with the captain, the rest of the pirates are located in various sea areas of the pirate group, and Doflamingo just marked a few points. It is the sea area where the teams are stationed, and if these teams act at the same time, if they are connected together, the exact target is Dressrosa. Damn guy, he really dared to do it. Doflamingo let out an angry growl. The Big Mom pirate group did not respond. He realized that it was not good, but he still didn't expect Lingyun to move so fast, so he chose to do it without hesitation, even though it was only a few times. This squad, but once the captains and captains of the Whitebeard Pirates group are here, their Don Quixote family combat power alone is absolutely unstoppable. Let me contact the Marine headquarters and the world government immediately. It is too late for Kaido. I can only hope that the Marine headquarters can support it. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Doflamingo knows very well that since the Whitebeard Pirates chose to do it, the speed must be extremely fast. Even if Beast's Pirates wants to help, time is too late. Now only Marine headquarters can have time, so Doflamingo will be ready to ask for help from Marine headquarters. Doflamingo is very confident about whether the Marine headquarters will support it. He is 7 warlords of the sea. He is a very important part of the New World pirate forces. Therefore, the Marine headquarters must not allow him to be the Whitebeard Pirates extinguished. Another point is that the hatred between Marine Marshal Akainu and Lingyun, Doflamingo is very clear. As long as he can face Lingyun, Akainu will definitely not let go of any opportunity, and after nearly a year, Marine the headquarters has established a firm foothold in New World, and now there is just a lack of an opportunity to showcase, and this time is a very good opportunity. Akainu will definitely come. Chapter 483. As 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo naturally had a special way to contact Marine headquarters, and he found Akainu directly. After receiving Doflamingo's request for help, Akainu didn't think much about it. He had decided to go for reinforcements and was planning to voluntarily, but when he was about to leave, he was stopped by someone. Sakazuki, I heard that you received a request for help from Doflamingo? The people here are Sengoku and Lieutenant General Suru. Since he resigned as Marshal Marine, Sengoku has served as a consultant at Marine headquarters. Even the new Marshal Akainu must give him a bit of face. Sengoku, he didn't leave in a hurry. Akainu replied, yes, I received Doflamingo's request for help, saying that several teams of the Whitebeard Pirates have already moved towards Dressrosa, and they seem to be ready to do something against him. Sengoku said, this is not a trivial matter, you have to think about specific countermeasures before you go. Akainu just wanted to rescue Doflamingo, he didn't think too deeply in 943. So after hearing what Sengoku said, he asked with some confusion. Doflamingo is 7 warlords of the sea. No matter what the reason, we can't let it. He was destroyed by a gang of pirates. Since they want to fight, then we will fight them. What countermeasures do we need to think of? Sengoku smiled bitterly. Although after nearly a year of adjustments, we have also received a lot of new Marines, but the problem is that most of these people are newcomers, and the Whitebeard Pirates are different. They have experienced countless battles. In addition, there were several battles. All members were fighters and elites who had experienced bloody battlefields. Compared with them, our new Marine unit still has a big gap. Hearing this, Akainu was unhappy. It wasn't about being aspirational and destroying one's own prestige. Before he started fighting, he said that he was definitely not as good as the other party, which made him very unhappy. Our army is not that bad, and our number is much larger than them, and the warship equipment is better than them. If we fight, we must be the one who wins in the end, Akainu said affirmatively. Sengoku sighed, even if this is the case, but think about it, how many troops do you need to invest in this? It hasn't been long since Marine has just entered the New World. If it's a war that consumes the Foundation, I'm afraid it will be soon. Being driven out of New World by other pirate forces, just to deal with a Whitebeard pirate group, is it really worth it? Akainu's face changed. He knew that Sengoku was right, but he still said unwillingly. But Shinigami is our Marine's confidant. How can we let him slaughter Shichibukai while we are indifferent? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lieutenant General Crane spoke at this moment and said, this is the purpose of our coming to you. What do you mean? Akainu asked in a daze. Lieutenant General Suru said, we must support us. After all, Shichibukai also represents the balance between our Marine headquarters and the pirate forces. If Doflamingo, the largest of the Shichibukai forces, is destroyed, it will be broken immediately. This kind of balance will also make people discover the weakness of our Marine headquarters, so this is no need to consider. Hearing Lieutenant General Suru's words, Akainu looked a little better, and knew that the two of Sengoku were not here to stop him from supporting. Lieutenant General Crane continued. It's just how we support and then how to choose, this is the key. Sengoku said. In fact, if we can directly retreat the Whitebeard Pirates, it is the best choice, because this period is a new period for our Marine headquarters, and it is really not suitable for war. And the Whitebeard Sea, the thieves are different. They are enemies everywhere and they have long been the thorns of the major forces. They are not afraid of anything. If we really fight with them, I believe that with Shinigami's personality, they will definitely smash us to the end. Akainu also believes this. Throughout Lingyun's debut since his debut, he has really never retreated. When he faced the 4 Emperors Big Mom pirate group, he did not hesitate to do it, let alone the enemy. Marine headquarters. What if he smashes? Are we still afraid that he won't make it? Akainu snorted coldly. Sengoku said. We are naturally not afraid of them, but we all feel that this time Shinigami has done something to Doflamingo. We only need to keep Don Quixote family, and we don't need to fight him head-on. Do not hit. With this result, Akainu's expression was very upset. He asked, but what if they have to fight? Then we have no choice, but this possibility shouldn't be great. The Whitebeard Pirates can't withstand such constant battles. Although Shinigami is crazy, he is not a fool. He has ambitions, so he won't set himself to death. Lieutenant General Crane analyzed. Akainu waved his hand impatiently and said, okay, I know what to do, let's go. After that, regardless of Sengoku and Lieutenant General Crane, he left immediately. Looking at the back of Akainu's departure, Sengoku sighed, oh, it's really troublesome. I don't know if Sakazuki can calm down. Lieutenant General Suru said, it was Shinigami who was too capable of doing things. It really couldn't stop for a moment. He just killed the Blackbeard Pirates, and then he got on the bar with the Big Mom Pirates again. At this juncture, do you really have to worry about Dressrosa at all? Sengoku said. Worry, what do you think he has to worry about? Big Mom did not choose to do it the first time. It has shown that she has no determination to go to war. Now the Whitebeard Pirates is destined to become the 4 emperors. Who would dare to be here? When to provoke them? Alas, although Malin Vando killed Whitebeard in that battle, it is even worse based on the current situation. If it is replaced by Whitebeard, it will definitely not be so messy. This is the difference between young people and our old people. They are more radical and fearless, while we are too conservative. And Shinigami's ability is indeed very strong, not only strength, but also ruthless means. You see, after the Whitebeard pirate group arrived in his hands, it completely changed from being at ease with the status quo to being full of vigor now, as if it were reborn. Lieutenant General Crane sighed. Chapter 484. Several squads of the Whitebeard Pirates group swiftly moved towards Dressrosa under the order of Lingyun. The momentum was very large. Every time, the Whitebeard Pirates would attack Dressrosa, the news of Saw has spread throughout New World. Hearing this news, some people felt surprised, but some people thought it was nothing strange. Lingyun was well known. He was originally an overbearing and arrogant person. Even Big Mom didn't give any face to him. What Doflamingo dares to say to him indifferent, such a result is within reason. There are 5 divisions in the Whitebeard Pirates, all with people, coming from several directions towards Dressrosa, although only 5 divisions came. But these 5 divisions are in the Whitebeard Pirates among all the squads in. They are extremely powerful, so the momentum is also extremely shocking. After Lingyun killed Blackbeard, and recently picked the Big Mom pirate group, they did not resist and made him famous. Now it has become a genuine 4 emperor, and the Whitebeard pirate group is naturally 4 emperors pirate group. Although the Whitebeard pirate group used to be the 4 emperors pirate group, it was led by Whitebeard after all. Now the Whitebeard pirate group is led by Lingyun. He brought the Whitebeard pirate group to the 4 emperors again at the most difficult moment. Because of his position, many people admire him very much, and also very much agree with the strength of the Whitebeard pirate group. At this time, Lingyun led 5 teams and went to Dressrosa in person. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is absolutely possible to annihilate Dressrosa's Don Quixote family in one fell swoop, although Doflamingo's Don Quixote family is not small and powerful. It's huge, but compared with the 4 emperors, it's insignificant, so almost no one would think that Doflamingo would be the opponent of the Whitebeard Pirates. The 5th squad of the Whitebeard Pirates was some distance away from Dressrosa, but they arrived at the fastest speed, and they quickly approached Dressrosa. At this time, Doflamingo in Dressrosa is very anxious. As the largest underground intermediary in New World, his intelligence capabilities are naturally top-notch. He has received intelligence. The 5 squads of the Whitebeard Pirates will be in. They arrived at their site at the same time, just this afternoon, and still from 5 directions. Although Doflamingo was anxious, he still methodically divided his men into 5 parts and blocked them in the waters where the 5 teams of the Whitebeard Pirates went to Dressrosa. He knew very well that he wanted to reduce the loss. At the lowest point, the Whitebeard Pirates must not be allowed to attack Dressrosa. Dressrosa is his base camp. If it is attacked by the Whitebeard Pirates, it will definitely be a heavy loss, so even if he is fighting for his life, he cannot let the Whitebeard Pirates come in. Find, his sight must not go wrong. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Did you find Shinigami? Where is he? Doflamingo asked Torpal. Although the 5 teams of the Whitebeard Pirates are powerful, what he is most worried about is Lingyun. Lingyun's strength is too strong. You must know exactly which direction he is coming from, otherwise if he appears, wherever he appears, it will collapse across the board. Torpal said with an ugly expression. There is no news about him at all, and I don't know where he is hiding, but the 5 teams of the Whitebeard Pirates have all lit their flags, but they didn't see the Moby DK. The Moby DK is the vehicle of Lingyun, representing the face of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now Lingyun is the 4 emperors. He sent a message to Doflamingo to compensate. Doflamingo didn't do that, so he wanted to crusade. Naturally, he must be upright, so as long as Lingyun comes, he must be on the Moby DK. But the problem is that now they don't even see the shadow of the mobile. The intelligence personnel who infiltrated the Whitebeard pirate group clearly told them that Lingyun left on the mobile. Is it? Suddenly, Doflamingo thought of something, and said, is he prepared to follow the battle on the top when the coating is acting from the bottom of the sea? During the battle for the top, The Whitebeard Pirates' strategy of coding operations from the bottom of the sea destroyed the layout of Marine headquarters in one fell swoop. Doflamingo was there at the time, so he could see very clearly. Now there is no trace of Lingyun. He involuntarily thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out in my heart. Torpal was also surprised. The bottom of the sea is no better than the surface of the sea. The sea is easier to explore, but if you want to find them on the bottom of the sea, it is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Doflamingo said in a deep voice, I also need to find a needle in a haystack. I will send out all the people who can use it immediately. We must determine the location of the Moby DK. Also, are the people from the Marine headquarters here? We sent the people who contacted Kaido. Is there a response? Zero Torpal said. A Kainu from Marine headquarters has personally brought people here. Although they are moving later, their warships are much more advanced than the pirate ships of the Whitebeard Pirates, even if they cannot be at the same time as the Whitebeard Pirates. Arrived, but it will not be long, so as long as we can stop the Whitebeard Pirates, we can wait for reinforcements from Marine headquarters. The people sent to Beast's Pirates haven't responded so far, because even the people of Beast's Pirates don't know where Kaido is now. Without Kaido's order, they would not dare to act privately. Damn it. Doflamingo yelled angrily. It is really unreliable. When we need to do something, it will appear very quickly, but once we have a problem with him, we will shirk everywhere. We can't find anyone. All are farts. I just don't want to come to support. It shouldn't be it. After all, we have the formula of artificial devil fruit in our hands. Without us, Kaido's demon army cannot be completed at all. Kaido should have a clear interest. Torpal didn't believe Kaido would be so easy. Give them up. Doflamingo took a deep breath and said, no matter what is going on, if we tide over the difficulties this time, we must keep a hand when facing Kaido in the future. Chapter 485. Leaving aside Doflamingo's defenses, the squads of the Whitebeard Pirates were all in fanfare, marching violently towards Dressrosa, and the speed was still very fast. In the course of their actions, they had already made trouble. The whole new world became a sensation. On the other side, the Marine headquarters that received the request for help was also led by a Kainu. Dozens of Marine warships headed towards Dressrosa. A Kainu's purpose is simple. Supporting Doflamingo is secondary. He wants it more. Lingyun was wiped out there, because in his opinion, this was an opportunity. The Whitebeard Pirates didn't dispatch all the members. Maybe there was a real chance to kill Lingyun. As for what Sengoku and Lieutenant General Suru said to him before they left, he had already forgotten about it, because the behavior of the two of them did not fit his personality at all. Regarding the actions of the Whitebeard Pirates, the rest of the major forces in New World are also very surprised and curious. The people of the Big Mom Pirates have been very important to the Whitebeard Pirates because of the last time the Fishmen Island. It's just that there are many reasons why they can't do it. Now when they see Lingyun turn their heads, they forget the conflict with them and go to deal with Doflamingo. This behavior of Lingyun, even Charlotte Linlin is very upset. This guy didn't put her in his eyes, or was convinced that she would not do anything to him. She had made up her mind. First look at Dressrosa to what extent Saw's war can break out. Once the Whitebeard Pirates are in a hard fight or become passive, she will immediately take action. As for Beast's Pirates, because the Beast Kaido is missing, his people dare not move, neither dare to support Doflamingo, nor do they dare to do anything to the Whitebeard Pirates, just staring at Dressrosa. Saw, see what the end result of the Whitebeard Pirates and Don Quixote family will be. Shanks, who is more familiar with Lingyun, is a little weird. What's the situation with Lingyun? Doesn't he know that Doflamingo is 7 warlords of the sea? Once he does something with Doflamingo, Marine headquarters will definitely not sit idly by, just rely on him. With a few teams, only 1/3 of the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates is difficult to take advantage of, right? Even if that kid became the 4 emperors, he didn't change the personality that must be reported. Doflamingo took action against the Whitebeard Pirates during the Battle of the Top and the Battle of the Sable Strait, so he is I want revenge. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. People who know this are all aware of this, so everyone is not too surprised by Lingyun's act of killing Dressrosa, because it fits his personality very much. Beckman, do you think Lingyun can control Doflamingo this time? Shanks asked Beckman. Beckman said, without external help, the Don Quixote family could not be the opponent of the Whitebeard Pirates, but we have all received the news that the Marine headquarters, under the leadership of a Kainu, has moved towards Dre at the fastest speed. Throsa left. If nothing else, even if Shinigami did it this time, it would be difficult to kill Doflamingo. But what is strange to me is that that man is also an extremely smart person. Since we can think of it, he can't naturally think of it. But why does he still want to do this when he knows that it is difficult to achieve his goal? They have become 4 emperors. Li Wei's words are not necessary at all. Even if they kill Don Quixote and the gang, what benefits can they get? Indeed, even if Doflamingo is killed, the Whitebeard Pirates will not get much benefit, because Doflamingo was originally the largest underground intermediary in New World. Although the business is very large, it also has a lot of money, but the problem is that Doflamingo even at his death, and it is impossible to give these wealth to Lingyun. Therefore, from any aspect of this war, there is nothing necessary. But Beckman frowned and said hesitantly, I don't know why, I always feel that something is wrong, but what is wrong in the end, but I can't tell. Shank's eyes lit up and asked, do you think something is wrong? I think so too, although that guy often does some thankless things, but now he is mature after all, and he can no longer act arrogantly as before, it's just that his ideas are too wild and unpredictable. Beckman said, Let's go ahead, maybe he really has some different ideas that we haven't seen through. Soon, the 5 squads of the Whitebeard Pirates had already collided with the people Doflamingo sent out to stop them. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates didn't even say a single extra word. Those who saw Doflamingo just set off, knocked over and opened fire. The unreasonable reaction of the Whitebeard Pirates group shocked everyone in the Don Quixote family, and they quickly responded passively. The two sides fought in the waters away from Dressrosa, but the strength of the Whitebeard Pirate group was far superior to the Don Quixote family. Although it was only a team of 5 teams, Don Quixote also split 5 parts, and the real main elites are still in Dressrosa, Doflamingo's side, so these people naturally can't stop the advance of the Whitebeard Pirate group. The 3.6 teams of the 5 divisions of the Whitebeard Pirates quickly advanced, and then began to gather slowly, and Doflamingo also knew that the men sent out did not stop the Whitebeard Pirates, and gave orders when they collapsed. As the Whitebeard Pirates gathered, they leaned in quickly. The 5 squads of the Whitebeard Pirates gathered together. The number is still very surprising, but strangely, when they did not gather before, the offensive of the Whitebeard Pirates was very strong, but when their 5 squads gathered after they were together, they died down instead, and did not take the initiative to attack, but let the people of the Don Quixote family gather together, and they were leaning on the way to Dressrosa, looking like they were waiting for something similar. Chapter 486. At this time, Doflamingo could not sit still in Dressrosa. He took the people directly and rushed to the place where the Whitebeard Pirate group stopped. When he saw the dozens of pirate ships of the Whitebeard Pirate group gathered together, his face suddenly became very solemn. Is this really only 5 teams? Doflamingo couldn't help asking. The 5 squadrons actually sent more than a dozen large pirate ships. This is too scary. You know, the Whitebeard Pirate group has more than a dozen squads. Diamante had already led a hand with the 5th division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The 5th division Captain Beasta played against him. As a swordsman, Diamante was in bis. Ta's hands suffered a great loss. The young master, not only the 5 teams, but also the other pirate groups under the Whitebeard Pirate group, some are newly joined pirate groups, and some are pirate groups that existed before. In short, the momentum is very big, so be careful. With a gloomy face, Doflamingo looked towards the 17th Bayou Pirate group with a telescope. Although he saw a lot of people, he didn't see Lingyun. He said uncomfortably, it seems that Shinigami is real. He's ready to fight to the death with us, but why hasn't he shown himself up to now? They have already hit the door. It stands to reason that Lingyun, as the coach, has no reason to continue hiding, so Doflamingo is puzzled and can't figure out what Lingyun is playing. Young Master, the Marine headquarters, led by Akainu, has come to Dressrosa and rushed towards us with people. At this moment, a very good news reached Doflamingo's ears. He immediately asked excitedly, really? Is Akainu really here? I have indeed come, and I should be able to get here soon. Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and then smiled excitedly at the corner of his mouth. Fufurfur, this time, I want to see how capable Shinigami is, and even threatened to kill us. He had already got the news. Akainu led a large number of marine troops, and there were many elites. Compared with the Whitebeard Pirates, he was definitely not weaker than the Whitebeard Pirates. Plus his men, unless it was the entire Whitebeard Pirates. If it comes, otherwise, just relying on these teams, there will only be one result in a fight, and that will be a complete defeat. Perhaps, this is an opportunity to fight the 4 emperors of the pirates. If I can defeat the Whitebeard Pirates, this will be of great benefit to my family. I was still nervous about how to resist, but at this moment, after the reinforcements from Marine headquarters arrived, Doflamingo was already thinking about whether he could fight back. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although both sides have set up their postures, Lingyun has not shown up, and the Whitebeard Pirates has never done anything. Doflamingo is waiting for Akainu from the Marine headquarters, and is afraid of Lingyun who has not shown up, so I haven't dared to do anything first, and the two sides are stuck there. About an hour later, I saw a large black cloud suddenly appear behind the Don Quixote family, and then first saw countless marine warships quickly moving towards the position of the Don Quixote family. The momentum was very shocking. As soon as there is movement here, the location of the Whitebeard Pirate group can naturally be seen clearly. The 5th Division Captain, Beasta, stood on the pirate ship in the forefront, slowly lowering the telescope, and a smile appeared on his mouth. Sure enough, exactly as Lingyun expected, this guy Akainu is here, Beasta smiled very happily, and saw that he took out a phone worm. After dialing, he immediately said, immediately notify the captain that the target is close and you can start to act. After saying this, he immediately hung up the phone, looked at the locations of Doflamingo and Marine headquarters, and smiled. I don't know if they will be P***D off after a while. Ha ha ha, I'm really looking forward to it. Captain Beasta, the people from Marine headquarters have arrived. Are we acting as planned? At this time, a member of the 5th Division walked to Beasta's side and asked him. Beasta raised his hand and said, everything continues as desired. I will see my gestures later, understand? Understand. Young Master, Marshal Marine Akainu has arrived, and he wants to talk to you. Torpal took the phone worm in his hand, handed it to Doflamingo, and said. After Doflamingo got the phone worm, he immediately said, I am Doflamingo, you are Marshal Akainu. Akainu said, stop talking nonsense, tell me, have you confirmed where Shinigami is? Hearing Akainu's tone, Doflamingo frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, just replied, I haven't found Shinigami's location. I suspect that he may have set out from the bottom of the sea in accordance with Malin Vatican's plan, although I also sent someone guarding at the bottom of the sea, but no news has been transmitted until now. What? 620 You haven't found Shinigami until now. What do you eat? Akainu's angry voice came. Fur 4. Doflamingo laughed, but the laughter seemed very gloomy. He said in a dark voice, I didn't find Shinigami. If you have the ability, please find me. Boom. It's just that Akainu over there has hung up the phone. Doflamingo said unhappy. Akainu, do you think I'm his subordinate? He used this tone to me. If it's not for you, you still need to use him. For good reason, After saying two cruel words, he was suddenly surprised to find that a huge warship had crossed the fleet and came to the forefront, shoulder to shoulder with him, and a hot gaze swept towards him. Akainu. Doflamingo's face changed. It's just that Akainu just glanced at him and ignored him. Instead, he shouted at the location of the Whitebeard Pirates. Let Shinigami come out to see me. Akainu's voice was very loud. Although the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were far away, they still heard the voice. Beasta said in surprise, hey, it was Akainu who came in person. Chapter 487. With such a big movement in Marine headquarters, the Whitebeard Pirates will naturally not fail to receive the news, but outside of Doflamingo, no one knows that the reinforcements at Marine headquarters were led by Akainu personally, so Beasta saw Akainu personally appear. After that, I was very surprised, but then he smiled and said, even Akainu is here. It seems that our plan this time is really seamless. Want to see our captain? You are not qualified yet, Akainu, but if you want to see your old friend, I can let you see. Beasta haha laughed, only to see a person slowly walking to his side. It was Aokiji. Akainu saw Aokiji through the telescope, and his face instantly became embarrassing. After Aokiji was defeated in his hands, he joined the Whitebeard Pirates in order to save him, so this has always been the biggest for Akainu. Shame, now seeing Aokiji again, and still in the camp of the Whitebeard Pirates, the anger in his heart can be imagined. At this time, Aokiji's heart was very uneasy, because both parties had already arrived, but the Moby DK still did not appear, and his unclear premonition became more and more serious in his heart. According to the plan previously set by Lingyun, he and Beasta served as the forwards. The other captains followed him, stayed on the mobile, and entered Dressrosa from another direction. Aokiji saw Lingyun crusade against Germany. Dressrosa's attitude is very determined and he also knows Lingyun's personality, so he has no opinion on Lingyun's arrangement, and followed Beasta as the vanguard. But at this moment, Aokiji feels very strange. Even the leader of the opponent has appeared. Why Lingyun has not shown up yet? This is completely different from the previously agreed combat strategy. Knowing that something he didn't know must have happened in the middle, Lingyun sent him to Beasta's side in order to distract him. Aokiji couldn't think of why Lingyun had to disengage him, so when he came to Beasta, he immediately asked, where's the Moby DK now? Why hasn't it been seen yet? Beasta looked at Aokiji with a smile on his mouth, and said, you have guessed what, why bother to ask? Just as you think, Lingyun and the others are not here. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Aokiji's face turned ugly in an instant, and he asked in a deep voice, you really deliberately distracted me. Why did he do this? Does he still have any doubts about me? Aokiji was indeed very upset. After he admitted that he joined the Whitebeard Pirates, he had never done anything against the Whitebeard Pirates, nor had he thought of betraying. Now that such a big thing, Lingyun even deliberately supported it. Driving him, this made him very dissatisfied, but he still couldn't understand why Lingyun did it. Naturally, it's not what you think. Lingyun didn't doubt you. It's just that you are really not suitable to show up for what he has to do, so you can only arrange you to me. In this case, you won't be embarrassed, Beasta said slowly. Aokiji shook his whole body, suddenly raised his head to look at where Akainu was, and then asked Beasta in amazement, could it be that you deliberately released the Don Quixote family to ask them to help Marine headquarters, and yours is really for the purpose? It is. Marine headquarters? When Aokiji talked about the Marine headquarters, only shock and inconceivability remained on his face. When he came before, he only suspected that Lingyun had deliberately distracted him, but he just couldn't understand why. But now when he heard what Beasta said, when Akainu was waiting for the Marine headquarters army to appear, an amazing idea came to his mind. Akainu brought a large number of Marines to Dressrosa. If Lingyun leads the Whitebeard Pirates into the Marine headquarters, what will happen? Aokiji couldn't imagine this result. He stared at Beasta. Although he had guessed it, he still didn't want it to be like this, so he wanted to get a definite answer from Beasta. Beasta smiled slightly and said, you guessed it, Lingyun's goal is not Dressrosa at all, but Marine headquarters. Are you crazy? Aokiji asked in amazement. When in the Whitebeard Pirates, Aokiji was always silent and his expression was flat. This was the first time Beasta saw Aokiji's shocking appearance. It's not that we are crazy, but Lingyun. Of course, he is not crazy either. This was originally a premeditated action. You don't have to be surprised, because even we know it a little bit earlier than you. Aokiji took a deep breath and said bitterly, sure enough, I thought I was high enough to look at him before, but I didn't expect that he was even more terrifying than I thought. At this time, he attacked Marine headquarters. In this world, I am afraid. Only he can think of such a crazy idea, right? Beasta said. Nor can say that, because his plan is not necessarily aimed at Marine headquarters. Before that, he had two goals, one is Marine headquarters and the other is Beast's Pirates, because of this. Both sides are the backers of Doflamingo. As long as whoever supports Doflamingo, we will attack which side. So all this is the Marine Headquarters Akainu's own choice. Led to this result. This plan Lingyun told Beasta and the other captains before they set off, except that Aokiji was kept secret. After all, Aokiji was Marine Admiral before, and he lived in Marine Headquarters for decades. If he knew about it, maybe it will leak out, so Lingyun can't take this risk. Aokiji asked in a cold voice, even if the Marine Headquarters is empty now, are you really so sure of taking down the Marine Headquarters? Beasta said. You are wrong about that. Lingyun never thought about taking down the Marine Headquarters, let alone killing everyone, but wanted to avenge what the Marine Headquarters did during the Battle of the Top. He is much more careful than you think, ha ha. Chapter 488. Crack. Aokiji's fist is held tightly. Although he has left the Marine Headquarters, it does not mean that he really has no feelings. There are still many of his friends and caring people in the Marine Headquarters. If he is really led by Lingyun, he really didn't dare to imagine what the empty Marine Headquarters would become when he entered. It's so ruthless. What a trick. By now, Aokiji knew that it was a foregone conclusion. Even without his notice, Akainu and the others would receive a request from Marine Headquarters for help, but his only concern now is that he does not know whether Lingyun will do nothing. He didn't believe what Beasta said at all. Hearing Aokiji gritted his teeth, Beasta did not speak, but he was in a very good mood at this time, because he knew that their Whitebeard Pirates would be able to succeed this time. Not only would they be able to avenge the last battle, but also through this battle, the prestige of the Whitebeard Pirate group spread throughout the world. The only pity is that he could not participate in this battle. When Beasta talked to Aokiji, Akainu on the other side was very angry, not only because of the appearance of Aokiji, but also because he hadn't seen Lingyun so far. He didn't know what Lingyun was doing. Let Shinigami get out and meet, or we will attack in 133 minutes. The people on the Akainu ship shouted after receiving the order. According to Akainu's idea, of course, he just went straight, but I never saw Lingyun appear and felt uneasy, so I held my mind. Beasta haha laughed and said, you will not see us, Captain, but if there is a fight, please come directly. Young master, something is wrong. The abnormal situation caused Doflamingo and others to frown, hiding their heads and revealing their tails. This is not the usual style of the Whitebeard Pirates, especially Doflamingo knows Lingyun well, knowing that this person cannot be the kind of person who hides his head and shows his tail, but that's it, it's even more strange. The Shinigami and the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates have not shown up so far, something must have happened in the middle. Doflamingo frowned and said, wait a minute, let's see what the Whitebeard Pirates want to do next. If there is a fight, I don't believe he will not show up. Young master, what do you mean by attacking directly? Torpal asked. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Doflamingo nodded and said, it's not a problem to consume here. Since the other party refuses to show up by himself, then we will force them to show up. Akainu thought basically the same as Doflamingo. The two ordered their men to fire at the location where the Whitebeard Pirates were located, and quickly rushed towards them. However, the next scene stunned Akainu and Doflamingo. After seeing their attack, the Whitebeard Pirate group led by Beasta did not counterattack. Instead, they all turned the bow and quickly left. What? Whitebeard Pirate map evacuated. When Akainu and Doflamingo saw this scene, they all looked dumbfounded. Nanan Doflamingo said to himself, could this be their conspiracy? However, Doflamingo obviously thought too much. The Whitebeard Pirates didn't even fire a shot. The pirate ship moved fast and disappeared further and further in the blink of an eye. What's up? Doflamingo yelled angrily. He felt like he was being tricked. He was so loud before and sent someone over. Why did he run away before the fight? Not only are Akainu and Doflamingo looking dumbfounded, even the people sent by other big forces to gather intelligence are speechless. What about a good fight? What about the crusade? This just ran away. Are you sure you are the Whitebeard Pirates? And not someone else's fake? At this moment, Akainu's warship, a Marine Lieutenant General, ran over eagerly. Marshal, something happened. Marine headquarters was attacked. What? When Akainu heard the report from his subordinates, his mind exploded, and he roared wildly, what did you say? The Marine Lieutenant General is the Ghost Spider, his powerful subordinate, but the Ghost Spider responded in fear at this time. It is the Whitebeard Pirate Group. It is the Whitebeard Pirate Group led by Shinigami. Dozens of pirate ships, attack our headquarters. Just now Sengoku consultants contacted us, let us quickly return to help. Akainu was shocked when he heard that, and the expression on his face became extremely weird. After a few seconds, he shouted, damn Shinigami, I'm going to kill you. Hurry up, go back to Marine headquarters. I must kill that guy. In the roar, Akainu was also very shocked. He didn't even think of breaking his head. The Whitebeard Pirates was making such a big noise. It turned out that the target was not Doflamingo, but their Marine headquarters. All of them were played by Lingyun. Between the palms, he brought most of the elites from Marine headquarters. He couldn't imagine what the result would be if the Whitebeard Pirates actually broke in. He just wanted to return quickly. Marine headquarters. What are you talking about? The Whitebeard Pirates attacked the Marine headquarters, and the Moby DK appeared at the Marine headquarters. The warship of Marine headquarters quickly left, which originally made Doflamingo very strange, but when he heard the news, he immediately understood everything, and the whole person was shocked. That guy, he turned out to be for this purpose, we were all tricked by him. No matter how stupid people are, they will be able to react at this time. All these things are deliberately magnified by Lingyun. The purpose is to get him to ask for help from the Marine headquarters, and then attack the empty Marine after the people from the Marine headquarters arrive headquarters. One link after another. Sounds very simple, but in fact this is a gambling. If the Marine headquarters does not come to support, then everything will be in vain. Doflamingo thought he had guessed Ji Lingyun's idea, but he didn't know that what he guessed right was only a part of it. Ji Lingyun did not only calculate his and Marine headquarters. Chapter 489. Marine headquarters. Since the end of the battle for the top, Marine Vatican has been severely destroyed, and in order to demonstrate his determination to encircle the pirates, the new Marine Marshal Akainu moved the Marine headquarters from Marine Vatican to New World, occupying the same place as the previous New World Marine G1 Division, and the G1 Division was transferred to Malin Vander. 1 year later, the Marine headquarters has gradually recovered its vitality under the reconstruction, and it will not be long before it will be able to regain its prestige before the Battle of the Top. Therefore, the entire Marine headquarters exudes a positive and vigorous atmosphere. After the battle for the top, many of the senior executives at Marine headquarters have retired. The younger Marines, such as Marine Hero Garp, have returned to the East Daxia Sea. Although the original Marine Marshal Sengoku is still there, he is only an advisor like him. There is Lieutenant General Suru. Although her position has not changed, after Akainu took office, she has not relied on her as much as in the Sengoku era, so she is now in the same position as Sengoku, but has no real power type. There is also a Marine who is more senior than them, that is, the former Marine Admiral and Zephyr, the chief instructor. Because of an accident with his subordinates, there was a gap with the Marine headquarters, and he had already left the Marine headquarters. It can be said that in the past Marine senior management, except for the position of Admiral, Kizaru, has not changed, the rest of the people basically have changed. Because Akainu took a large number of Marines to Dressrosa to support Doflamingo, now the Marine headquarters is empty. Few Marines are patrolling around the island, because the island is not as big as Marin Vando, except for Marine headquarters soldiers. There are not many residents besides relatives, and it hasn't been long since they moved here, so the popularity is far less than that of Malinfan. Because many Marines are re-recruited, so although the vitality is up, the experience and military discipline are far from reaching the standard. It is like now, in the bay on the back, dozens of soldiers are lazy patrolling, saying it's a patrol, but it's actually just walking around. First, it was because of the lack of military discipline of these new Marines. Second, it was also because this is the Marine headquarters. As the strongest Marine headquarters in the military, they never thought that anyone would dare to make trouble here in broad daylight. But this inertial thinking hurt them this time. Not far from the bay, the originally calm sea suddenly began to churn, and then set off a huge wave, like a dark cloud covering the ground, wave after wave. Rushed to the shore of the bay. What's the matter? Did a tsunami happen? With such a big movement, even the blind knew that something had happened. Those lazy Marines were all shocked and rushed to the shore, looking towards the sea. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then, what is that? Suddenly, a sharp-eyed Marine pointed to the surface of the sea and shouted in horror. In the direction of his finger, he saw huge battleships appearing one after another, and it was these huge battleships that covered the ground. Pirate banner, that's the pirate group. The huge flags flying on the huge battleships are the pirate flags of the New World Pirates, so the Marine soldiers who saw this scene all screamed in horror. Unexpectedly a group of pirates invaded the security area of the Marine headquarters, and it hasn't caused much movement yet, which is really incredible. No, look at the pirate flag at the front. It is the pirate flag of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. The remaining pirate groups are all pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. They are the Whitebeard Pirate Group. Recognizing the Marine soldiers of these pirate regiments, they all yelled in amazement, and then someone immediately blew the critical horn. In an instant, the entire Marine headquarters heard this horn, and countless people were resting, training, and playing. The Marine soldiers walking around were all agitation spirits. They jumped up. This horn can only be sounded when the first level of alert. Now that it is ringing, there is undoubtedly a huge accident. The sound of the horn alarmed the entire Marine headquarters, because Akainu took away half of the Marine headquarters when he left. General Marine also took away a lot, plus some high-level tasks, so staying at the highest level of Marine headquarters was nothing. Marine Admiral Kizaru and Marine Admiral Fujitora smiled. As for the later Green Bulls, they have not yet appeared. The fastest is Kizaru. He heard the sound and immediately rushed out from his place, and quickly came to the bay. When he saw the black pirate battleship, his face became very ugly, even with a trace, horror. How could the Whitebeard Pirates appear here? Before long, Sengoku, Lieutenant General Crane, and Fujitora all came here with a smile. Except Fujitora was invisible. The other Marine executives were shocked. Fujitora frowned and asked, "What happened?" Sengoku still said in an incredible tone, "Whitebeard Pirates, they have appeared." 0. What? The Whitebeard Pirates appeared at Marine headquarters. When Fujitora heard this, his heart suddenly became tense. At this time, the Whitebeard Pirate Group appeared here. Apart from attacking the Marine headquarters, there was really no other possibility. That's it. Lieutenant General Crane suddenly sighed and sighed. Everything is just a conspiracy by the other party. They used Doflamingo to force us to support the situation, which involved a large number of troops in my Marine headquarters. At this time, he led the pirate group to attack the Marine headquarters. It was a very simple move, but we did not expect it. It's not that I didn't expect it, but I didn't expect it at all. Who could guess that everything they did was to get us hooked? This strategy is really too poisonous and unsolvable. Dressrosa is so far away from the Marine headquarters. Even if it takes a long time to rush back, and this time is enough for them to attack us. Sengoku is also shocked and incredible. Now it's too late to say that. The key is how they will attack next and how we will defend. Although Fujitora has not been a Marine Admiral for a long time, many people trust him because of his gentle personality. Chapter 490. Look, that ship is the Moby DK. Suddenly, Sengoku's face condensed, pointing to the sea ahead. A huge pirate ship driving in the forefront, impressively is the main ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Moby DK, with the huge Whitebeard Pirates flag with the flutters while driving, very conspicuous. I don't know how many people came from the Whitebeard Pirates, if they come all the way, then. Lieutenant General Crane did not continue, but everyone understood what she meant. It is now when the Marine headquarters is empty. Many high-end combat powers are absent. The Whitebeard Pirates are attacked. Although it is not without the power to fight back, it is definitely very critical. Sengoku said in a deep voice. The news has been sent to Sakazuki, but even so, it will take a long time for him to return from Dressrosa, and Shinigami will never give us time. Fujitora opened the mouth and said, the other party has planned for so long, and it will certainly not let go easily. Now that we have no choice but to fight. Kizaru changed his old laziness and said, yes, fortunately, the Ministry of Science and Technology is now in hand, plus our soldiers, even if it is the Whitebeard Pirates, don't want to attack easily. Get ready to fight. Sengoku sighed. The Whitebeard Pirates had already hit the door, and they had no choice. Lieutenant General Crane said, now it's a critical moment of life and death. Tell all the soldiers below and let them do their best. The Whitebeard Pirates will not keep their hands. Similarly, we must also have the determination to die. After the first battle, there was no room for relaxation between the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates. This time the Whitebeard Pirates caught the opportunity and came to the Marine headquarters. No matter what the reason, it is impossible to let it go easily. Good opportunity. Sengoku and the others know that if they are caught, the Whitebeard Pirates will definitely destroy them all. When the Marine headquarters was preparing to face off, all the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Group were all very excited. Even the captains of their affiliated pirate group didn't know that Lingyun's true purpose was the Marine headquarters not long ago. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. When they first found out, they were all taken aback, but then they were all excited, because this is indeed a golden opportunity. They have not forgotten the battle to the top a year ago. It was them. The disgrace of the Whitebeard Pirates. It's just that this shame has always been remembered in everyone's hearts. Although they hated the Marine headquarters a lot, they didn't want to seek revenge from the Marine headquarters because it seemed to them to be unrealistic. After all, during the last heyday, they was already a loser, and now it was hard to re-elevate the position of 4 emperors, but there is still a long way to go before defeating the Marine headquarters. But under such circumstances, Lingyun led them to the Marine headquarters in a daze, and the situation this time was much better than during the Battle of the Top. When the Marine headquarters was empty, maybe this time it was true. Able to get revenge. Except for the pirates led by Beasta, the pirate regiments of the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment Alliance are basically here. Although they are not all out, they are also 7 or 88, so the combat effectiveness is also very strong. It's amazing, and today's Whitebeard Pirate Group has experienced the pirates left over from many wars. Each of them has extremely rich combat experience. Perhaps the number of people may not be as many as the time of the top battle, but the combat effectiveness is definitely not much better. In contrast, the Marine headquarters is not as good. After the Battle of the Top, although they quickly restored their morale, their recruitment is not like the pirate regiment. The pirates recruited can directly participate in the battle. Most of the recruits they recruited were recruits. Even if they were from other marine branches, it would take a certain amount of training to reach the level of combat. More importantly, many of their troops have been taken away by Kainu. Although there are still a lot of them, they are still a little weaker than those taken by Kainu in terms of combat effectiveness. More importantly, the high-end marine headquarters left behind. The combat power is too small. The Marine Lieutenant General is less than half. Admiral now has Kizaru and Fujitora, but the problem is that Marine Marshal Akainu is not there. This is always a blow, and it will affect morale. Lingyun, how are you going to fight? With countless pirates, the mobile quickly rushed to the Marine headquarters. On the mobile, Marco asked Lingyun in front of him excitedly. After a year, they once again hit the Marine headquarters. This time they must be ashamed. Lingyun smiled slightly and said, what preparations do you need? Now that the Marine headquarters is empty, we don't need to calculate anything. We directly attack them with our strength, so that everyone is ready. Once we reach the bay, we will immediately launch an attack. Attack them differently and beat them to death. If anyone dares to drop the chain, leave me alone and find him to settle the account. No problem, Lingyun, don't worry, everyone has worked hard this time, and the Marine headquarters must look good. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirate Group were all excitedly screaming, and then began to give orders to the pirate group following behind. In fact, not to mention the pirate groups behind. Even the captains were shocked by Lingyun's methods. They had always thought that Lingyun was really going to deal with Doflamingo, but they didn't expect that all this was smoke. In the end, the target that Lingyun wanted to do with 3.5 turned out to be the Marine headquarters. More importantly, because of Lingyun's plan, Marine headquarters Marshal Akainu was brought into the ditch. This kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is simply impossible to find with a lantern. Marine headquarters, this time, it's your turn. Marco and other captains are all staring at the direction of Marine headquarters. The war a year ago was their shame. Now it's time to clean up, so they are all ready to move and prepare to fight at Marine headquarters. Coming. Seeing countless pirate boats coming toward him, Sengoku's face became extremely dignified. At this moment, he became Marshal Marine again. Akainu was not there. Marine needed a backbone, and he was the best candidate. Chapter 491. The remaining Marine soldiers from the Marine headquarters have been summoned to the bay head on the coast, under the leadership of Sengoku and others, watching the fleet of the Whitebeard Pirates approach quickly. When the Whitebeard Pirates fleet came not far from Sengoku and the others, it suddenly stopped. Only the Moby DK came slowly to the forefront, without firing, but slowly approaching. The Moby DK is within our range. Do you need to fire it immediately? When the Moby DK was seen approaching, Lieutenant General Doberman, who was in charge of the battle, asked Sengoku and others. And many more. Although Sengoku's status is not as good as Marine Admiral's, his prestige in the Marine headquarters is also high, so even Marine Admiral Kizaru defaulted to handing over the command to Sengoku. It's just a ship approaching. It seems that the Whitebeard Pirates should want to say something to us. We are at a disadvantage at the beginning. As a last resort, we still try to avoid war and see what he wants to say. With that said, Sengoku walked up to a high place on the coast and revealed his figure, which caused the other Marine lieutenants to exclaim for fear that the Whitebeard Pirates would fire on Sengoku and want to stop it, but pressed down by Sengoku. Sengoku was standing in the most conspicuous place. He didn't speak, his eyes fixed on the position of the Moby DK. He stood so conspicuously, the people on the Moby DK would naturally see clearly. On the deck, Marco said to Lingyun. Lingyun, the old Sengoku guy, now Akainu is not there. It seems that he is in charge. It was because of him last time that we lost a lot. This time it is him. But our situation is completely opposite. This time we must be ashamed. Oh, Sengoku. I didn't expect it to be this old acquaintance again. I have known him for more than 20 years. I didn't expect to fight with him this time. Go and meet him. Seeing that Akainu from the Marine headquarters is no longer in charge, it is actually Sengoku in charge. This makes Lingyun very surprised. Originally, which Marine Admiral would be his principal? Lingyun led people to the bow of the Moby DK and saw Sengoku at a glance. It's been a long time, Sengoku. I didn't expect this time to be a game between you and me. It's been more than 20 years. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although Lingyun is dozens of years younger than Sengoku, the two have fought against each other countless times since the Logtown incident more than 20 years ago. Most of Lingyun's name depends on the Marine headquarters, and the Marine Marshal at that time was Sengoku. At that time, Sengoku wanted to kill Lingyun the most, but Lingyun was still better at it later. Even if he fell into their hands, he still survived, and now he has become the Four of New World Emperors, the most famous people in the world. Shinigami. Looking at the small figure on the mobile, Sengoku was full of emotion. It can be said that he watched Lingyun grow to where he is today, and even he still played a role in it. The biggest mistake he made during his 20 years in the Marine headquarters was that he did not remove Lingyun, which led to the current situation of the Marine headquarters. Shinigami, you brought your people to our Marine headquarters, do you want to go to war? Lingyun chuckled and said, as expected of the former Marine Marshal, he revealed my purpose all at once, amazing. Listening to Lingyun's tone of praise, but in fact it was secretive, Sengoku was indifferent and said coldly. Shinigami, you are sure you are not crazy? You have to know what will happen if you go to war against our Marine headquarters. Such a turmoil. The whole new world will be disrupted at that time. Is that the result you want to see? Lingyun shook his head and said in a loud voice. Sengoku, don't say so alarmist. Is it just a fight? Is it as exaggerated as you said? It also changed the situation in New World. It is too exaggerated. I will tell you it's just our own business. Anyway, it's not our first time. After the last time, the world hasn't collapsed. What does it matter if we fight again, right, you? Rao is Sengoku's old cunning and half dead by Lingyun's words. What is meant by just a fight? Is this a playhouse? If you play a few more times, will Marine headquarters still exist? Are you still in the Whitebeard Pirates? Taking a deep breath, Sengoku suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted, Shinigami, you have to think about it clearly. Once the war starts, then we will definitely be immortal. Don't think that using some conspiracy and tricks to move some of our soldiers away from the mountain, you will be able to act recklessly in our Marine headquarters. I tell you, this is a delusion. If you dare to do something, don't even think about leaving. Tisk tisk. Lingyun smiled and said, it seems scary to say, wait, I ask my brothers, are you afraid? Don't be afraid of 577, don't be afraid. Isn't it just a Marine headquarters? This time Lousy must destroy it. Will the Whitebeard Pirates be afraid of Marine? It's a horror of the world. Father's hatred, we have to calculate it today, and those brothers who died in Marine Vando. Today we will use the blood of Marine headquarters to pay tribute to you. Following Lingyun's words, all the pirates of the entire alliance of the Whitebeard Pirates roared fiercely, each with a firm belief, not only for revenge, but also to wash away the shame. Have you heard, Sengoku? None of my brothers is afraid, just don't know, are you afraid now? Lingyun asked Sengoku mockingly. Sengoku said coldly, a kid who can only play tricks and tricks. If you want to do something on the Marine headquarters, the old man will never allow it. Lingyun's face became cold, her eyes became very sharp, and he shouted. If this is the case, then we don't want to talk too much nonsense. I must break the Marine headquarters today. I want everyone in the world to know, the Whitebeard Pirate. The group is the #1 pirate group in the world. Chapter 492. Boy, I don't know if the Whitebeard Pirate group is the #1 pirate group in the world, but if you want to break through my Marine headquarters, you will never have this possibility. Hearing that Lingyun was about to break through the Marine headquarters, Sengoku, the former marshal, yelled very coldly. Lingyun chuckled and said, "Really, let's wait and see." After that, a cold light flashed in Lingyun's eyes, and his right hand was raised high. At this moment, everyone's eyes were concentrated on his right hand. Kill. The moment Lingyun's right hand fell, the Whitebeard pirate group burst out with a terrifying roar, and then all the pirate ships suddenly accelerated as if they were crazy, and rushed towards the shore of the bay of Marine headquarters. Seeing the actions of the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku also had a grim look, and also issued an order, face. Kill. In an instant, countless artillery fires exploded, and the Marine headquarters fired desperately to block the Whitebeard pirates at sea. Although their artillery fire was very fierce, the opponent was the Whitebeard pirates, and the Whitebeard pirates was the best. What makes people scared is not afraid of death, especially after Lingyun led. There is a kind of madness than before, facing the gunfire of Marine, rushing to the coast frantically. Unstoppable. Sengoku and others at Marine headquarters have so much experience. When they saw the crazy power of the Whitebeard pirates, they knew that they could not stop the Whitebeard pirates from landing on the coast. If the entire Marine headquarters were all there, maybe there is still a chance to block, but now many elites have been taken away by Akainu, so it is impossible to stop the Whitebeard pirates. Get ready for land warfare. No matter what, we can't let the Whitebeard pirates act wantonly. Sakazuki should have received the news and rushed back with people. Sengoku looked solemn, but did not lose his squareness. At this time anyone can panic, but he is the only one who can't. Now he needs him to stabilize the military's morale. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lieutenant General Suru said, "I'm afraid that Sakazuki will not have time to come back. Shinigami has become more and more terrifying after a year. He may be fighting to destroy our preparations, so we have no choice. I can only fight to the death." Although the battle has only just begun, Sengoku and others have no confidence. It is not that they really have no confidence in Marine, but that the current situation is too unfavorable for them. First of all, Marshal Marine is not there, and the forces here are empty. It is impossible for anyone to have too many opportunities. What they want to do is to stabilize the military's mind and work hard to resist. Under the frenzied attack of the Whitebeard pirate group, it quickly broke through the attack range of the Marine headquarters, rushed into the bay, and then headed towards the shore, and soon some people rushed to the beach, many people even more. Got out of the boat and boarded the shore. Kill. The two sides officially started a land war. As the so-called enemies met, they were extremely jealous. After the two sides met, there was no extra action or nonsense at all, and they started to fight directly, and one contact would kill someone. When the two sides were fighting, the mobile was also moving forward quickly, and there were several huge pirate ships protecting it, so Marine's artillery could not attack the mobile for half a minute. Seeing that someone had rushed to the shore, Lingyun smiled at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the Marine headquarters was indeed as empty as he thought, otherwise it would never allow them to land so easily. Lingyun said to Marco, "Let's be careful, Marine headquarters is not so easy to deal with. Although Akainu was tuned out of the mountain by us, this is Marine headquarters. I don't know how many cards are left. I definitely can't take it lightly." Marco said, "Well, the last time it was because of our lack of intelligence and all kinds of unexpected things that happened, so we failed miserably. This time we learned a lesson, we will naturally be cautious, and you have created for us such a good opportunity. If we can't win the Marine headquarters yet, it would be too useless. Don't be careless." Seeing Marco's self-confidence, Lingyun had to be more cautious. Although he came with the slogan of destroying the Marine headquarters, he knew very well that this possibility is too small. The Marine headquarters was established. Having been above the sea for so many years, if it were so easy to be wiped out, it would not be the Marine headquarters. But everyone was very interested now, and he didn't say anything. After all, this is the Whitebeard pirates who have an absolute advantage. Everyone has not forgotten the battle on the top a year ago. Now that they finally have the opportunity to take revenge, everyone will naturally be excited. Incomparable. Everyone can't stand it anymore. Someone ran in front of Sengoku and they reported nervously. The horror of the Whitebeard pirate group is beyond the imagination of Sengoku and others. In such a short time, they have all rushed to the shore, even if they tried their best to stop it. Still being forced to retreat by the Whitebeard pirate group, countless Marines died in the hands of the Whitebeard pirate group, and many Marines were even shaken. The Whitebeard pirates are even more terrifying. Lieutenant General Crane took a breath. During the battle on the top, although the Whitebeard pirates were difficult to deal with, Marine had always had the advantage, but now, the Marine headquarters was completely crushed, especially the momentum of the Whitebeard pirates. Earth-shaking changes have taken place. It used to rely on Whitebeard to boost morale, but now, the Whitebeard pirates have become crazy and bloodthirsty. Sengoku said anxiously, "Such Whitebeard pirates has become more difficult to deal with." Kizaru suddenly said, "I have prepared the pacifists, and I will be able to enter the battle soon." With the pacifists, even if the Whitebeard pirates are powerful, don't want to attack here easily. At the time of the battle for the top, the pacifists exploded with amazing power and created a great deal for the Marine headquarters. Therefore, Kizaru wanted to follow the law and use the pacifists to regain the disadvantage. Sengoku is no longer the marshal, and the pacifist is not something he can command, so he didn't say anything. Chapter 493. The morale of the Whitebeard Pirates was like a rainbow, and it broke into the Marine headquarters in one fell swoop. Because Lingyun had transferred most of the Marine headquarters marshals to the Marine headquarters, so now the Marine headquarters is very empty. While the Whitebeard Pirates I was prepared and determined to report the hatred 2 years ago, so everyone broke out with 200% strength. Just as the Whitebeard Pirates rushed into the hinterland of the Marine headquarters and suppressed the forces of the Marine headquarters and retreated, suddenly a yellow laser appeared on the battlefield, and then a large swath of pacifists appeared, and the Whitebeard Pirates the regiment launched an encirclement and suppression. Pacifists, have they finally appeared? Lingyun saw the appearance of the pacifists, and his eyes suddenly showed a bright light. He said to Sachi, "Sachi, you will immediately lead the captains to meet the pacifists. Use your ability to wipe them out." "It is good." Sachi did not hesitate and immediately led a part of the captain, rushed to the battlefield at an extremely fast speed, and fought with the pacifists. "Are we going to do it too?" Marco asked Lingyun. Lingyun nodded and said, "Our battle is to seize this opportunity, so we must not let the opponent react. We must crush them with an absolute crushing force of 140 if the time delay is too long. When the people led by Akainu come back, as well as the world government, they must also be guarded, so just in case, we must fight for speed." In this battle, he never thought of completely destroying the Marine headquarters, because he knew it was impossible. Unless he destroyed the world government, he could do it again at any time with the ability of the world government. A Marine headquarters, so what he wants to do now is very simple, is to give Marine headquarters a heavy blow, and sweep the Marine headquarters with the overlord power. Lingyun gave a low cry, and all the pirates on the mobile screamed, and quickly spread throughout the battlefield. The leaders of the pirate forces who had already received the order immediately issued an order to attack with all their strength. For a while, the Whitebeard pirate group broke out with unprecedented momentum and continued to push it across. "Can't retreat anymore, there is nowhere to retreat." Sengoku's face suddenly became heavy. They could no longer retreat unless they abandoned the Marine headquarters base, but this is absolutely impossible. So now they have only one choice, which is to fight with all their strength. Kill. Without too much encouragement, the soldiers at Marine headquarters also realized the situation at this time, so they also broke out with an astonishing aura, and launched a fierce fight with the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But no matter how many Marines, faced with more ferocious and numerous pirates than them, they are also unable to stop them and retreat steadily. "Catch the thieves first, we have no other choice. Only by solving Shinigami first can we end the war." Lieutenant General Crane said suddenly, although she also knew that this choice was difficult, but at this moment, they had no other way. They wanted to repel the Whitebeard Pirates. Although the current Whitebeard Pirates has changed, Lingyun's power in the pirates is the same as that of Whitebeard, so as long as Lingyun can be killed, all difficulties will be solved. "It is good." Fujitora suddenly pressed the handle of the sword and gave a low voice, and Kizaru on the other side responded in the same way. "It's not enough just for the two of you," Lieutenant General Crane said. Sengoku said, "But now there is no choice. Green Bull has followed Akainu to Dressrosa. Now the strongest force remaining at Marine headquarters is the two of them, plus me." Lieutenant General Crane looked at Sengoku, throbbed in his heart, and said, "But you." Sengoku waved his hand and said, "It's a critical moment of life and death, so there are so many worries. If I really die in battle and die for Marine's justice, I will not hesitate. It would be fine if Garp is still here." Lieutenant General Crane suddenly sighed. Although Garp is also old, but his strength is still there, if he is there, he will be more sure to deal with Lingyun. Coming. Just as they thought, Lingyun's target was also them, and saw him rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Surroundings. Everything is ashes. Ryūjin Jakka. As soon as he came up, Lingyun used the most powerful Ryūjin Jakka. He wanted to destroy the Marine headquarters, so he didn't care what kind of momentum his attack would cause. Chong. In an instant, Fujitora also pulled out his sword. Kizaru also rose up into the sky and headed towards Lingyun. As for Sengoku, he directly activated the fruit power and became a huge and incomparable Buddha. From the beginning to the end of this battle, it only took about 2 hours. This battle was fierce. Compared with the previous battle on the top, the new base of Marine headquarters has become a mountain of flames. Flames are erupting everywhere. When Akainu came back with some people, he only saw a mess. The Marine headquarters was completely destroyed. The soldiers who stayed at the Marine headquarters were killed or injured. Only the people who survived were all wounded. In this battle, tens of thousands of soldiers in Marine headquarters survived less than 5,000. In addition to the officers who were taken away by Akainu, the officers who remained in Marine headquarters also suffered countless casualties, more than 80%. What angered Akainu the most was that Marine Admiral Kizaru was led by Lingyun in this battle. The former Marine Marshal turned into a dying old man who could die at any time. Marine Admiral Fujitora was also seriously injured. "If not the last, I'm afraid I can't live with my own will." When the results of this battle came out, the whole world was shaken. Many people thought that the Whitebeard Pirates and Marine headquarters would start a battle in Dressrosa, but who knew the outcome would be like this? The Whitebeard Pirates adopted a strategy of attacking the west and attacking the Marine headquarters quickly. Not only did they destroy the Marine headquarters, they also killed Marine Admiral Kizaru and wiped out tens of thousands of Marine in World War I. But just one day later, another news came that the Whitebeard Pirates returned and attacked Dressrosa and wiped out Doflamingo's Don Quixote family. Even Doflamingo was beheaded by Lingyun himself. After these two wars, the Whitebeard Pirate group resounded all over the world, even the world government 5 elders lost their voices. This was an unprecedented fiasco since the establishment of the world government. The Marine headquarters was almost destroyed by the First World War and its prestige plummeted. After this battle, Lingyun was recognized as the top of the New World 4 emperors, directly surpassing Kaido, Shanks and Big Mom, and the Whitebeard Pirate group became the veritable #1 pirate group in the world. Chapter 494. Ha ha ha, this battle is really cool, you don't know, first killed 2 Marine lieutenant generals alone. Bring it to you, I think it's about the same if you get the cheapest one, you can't beat a Marine lieutenant. Damn, you dare to look down on me, there's a kind of singles out. Come on, I'm afraid of you, but before that, let's see who has the best drink. HMPH, I can drink 10 of you alone. Don't brag, talk about it after drinking. Drink, 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 drink. The Moby DK sailed on the Sea of New World. The ship was full of laughter and laughter. All the pirates gathered together and played very lively, and the passing ships saw the floating sea of the Whitebeard Pirates. The flag of thieves all left quickly, not daring to approach at all. A few months have passed. Although after that battle, the Whitebeard Pirates did not have any big moves, no one dares to look down upon the Whitebeard Pirates. Lingyun, the head of the New World 4 emperors, has become Whitebeard, once again recognized as the #1 in the world, fighting against 3 Marine Admiral level figures alone, as well as a dozen top Marine lieutenants, and destroying the Marine headquarters base alone. The momentum is amazing and unmatched. The current Whitebeard Pirate group has become the dominant pirate group in New World. Now the world government is holding a world summit and is preparing to discuss the Whitebeard Pirate group at the world summit. The other 3 kings are also moved, because the Straw Hat Pirates had begun to challenge the New World 4 emperors. Kaido and Big Mom were ready to join forces, and the Revolutionary Army was also ready to move. The huge changes in the world structure cannot affect the harmony of the Whitebeard Pirates. Except for the 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist. Ace, leading a group of militants to join the Straw Hat Pirates and help the Straw Hat Pirates. The rest of the pirates are all following Lingyun, enjoying the rare peace. Standing on the bow of the mobile, Marco and Lingyun stood together. Lingyun suddenly asked, Marco, you said, would he be happy if he saw us now? Marco smiled and said, from what I know about the old man, he will definitely be very happy. The old man has no ambitions. He just hopes to be able to live happily with us all the time. Speaking of which, you are now with him. Almost. Oh, why do you say that? Lingyun asked. Marco said, Lingyun, you used to be ambitious, but after experiencing all this, your mood has changed dramatically and has become very calm. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun suddenly laughed and said, it seems that you know me better. Marco Kojima. Of course, you are the one I saw when I grew up. I am the person who knows you best, not what I said. If you have ambitions, there is no problem at all to become One Piece, and it's the other person's turn. Fight for it? You just don't want to do this anymore. Lingyun shrugged and said, I think this is great. Why fight for a fame? Wouldn't it be better for the big guy to just play around and live happily? I didn't realize it before, but now it is. I really understand that passion is indispensable, but for more people, plainness is true. Marco said, that's why I said that your mood has become the same as that of the old man. That's good. By the way, Lingyun, do you remember the 3 dreams you mentioned at the beginning? Lingyun laughed dumbly. Of course I remember. Looking back now, I was really funny at the beginning. Marco laughed and said, it's more than fun, you know, when we heard the 3 dreams you said, we were all stunned. At that time, only the old man believed that you could do it. Yeah. Lingyun nodded. Marco said, 3 dreams, you have achieved 2, become the strongest man in the world, go back to the mountains and live an uncontested life, but now, you still have 1 dream that has not been completed, you have not yet married to the most beautiful woman in the world. You have to finish such an important thing quickly. All our brothers are looking forward to that day. Lingyun suddenly laughed and said loudly, what's so rare about this? Since everyone is so jealous, that I can't let the big guys down. Let the brothers set sail. Let's go to the first half of the grand line to marry the world the most beautiful woman. Ho 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 ho. Brothers, copy guys and marry the captain of the most beautiful woman in the world. Snapped. You idiot, the captain is going to marry a woman. Why are you copying guys? Do you think the captain is going to be like you? Marrying a woman is still a matter of robbing? Ha ha ha. When I heard that Lingyun was going to marry the most beautiful woman, the first pirates in the Whitebeard Pirate group were very excited. They couldn't help but recall the day more than 20 years ago when a group of them got together, teasing little Lingyun. When Lingyun said 3 dreams, the laughter of the entire Moby DK really spread all over the sea. Set sail. Standing on the bow of the ship, Lingyun looked up at the sky. He has rarely encountered an adversary in this world, and the system has been following him. He also knows that he has completed the task of the system, and he can travel to the next at any time as long as he wants. A world. But he didn't do that, because in this world, he still has too many fetters, and there are too many reluctant people. He wants to continue to live here, because there is a system, he can live for a long time. Maybe wait for him without fetters, he will follow the system to leave this world and head to the next world to explore, but not now. The clouds in the sky gathered, as if forming a huge smiling face. In Lingyun's eyes, it was Whitebeard smiling at him. Father, I didn't let you down. I let more brothers survive and avenged you. Now I have to live with everyone, but unfortunately, you will never see you again. But don't worry, Dad. With me, no one can bully the Whitebeard Pirates, not even the world government. If they really dare to do something with us, I don't mind going to Mary Joie's in person and let 5 elders, or the big people behind them, see my strongest power. Father, I now understand how you felt when you went to Mall and Vatican. I have inherited your will and will continue to inherit it. You can rest in peace.